I have the pleasure of directing the CHI Health Violence Prevention Program. So we run over 2 states, North Dakota, Minnesota. And we are just blessed with grant funds through our company, Common Spirit Health, to do all of this work. So we are working to reduce abuse in families, in relationships, in communities, and we teach healthy relationship workshops. We provide education for professionals, and you're attending one right now, so you get to see it in action. So I'm a survivor of domestic abuse, and this is my mission in life, to make a difference and to educate people and to talk about really hard things. So if you would like ever for me to do a presentation for your group, for your workplace, reach out to me and contact me. So on behalf of CHI Health Violence Prevention, thank you all from the bottom of my heart for coming. Whether you're here in person or joining virtually on our live feed, we're grateful for the work you do every single day to support survivors, to hold offenders accountable, and to strengthen our communities. So over the next 2 days, we're going to hear from nationally recognized experts, and we're going to listen to a very profound survivor story. Thank you all for taking time from your very busy schedules. I get it, you guys. It's a big time commitment. Thank you for coming to learn and to collaborate with us. So some housekeeping before we begin. A lot of people are probably familiar with our building, some are not. We have restrooms. They're located right off the refuel area here and also immediately downstairs off the staircases. So you can use those. Meals and refreshments. We have light breakfast out there. We have lunch coming. Refreshments will be provided throughout the day. So please, please, please help yourselves. So we recognize that many attendees have personal and professional experiences with domestic violence and trauma, and some of today's topics and tomorrow's topics are going to be hard, and they may be difficult or triggering. So just take care of yourselves throughout this summit. If you need to go outside, if you need to take a walk, talk to somebody, if you need to breathe and get some fresh air, just take a moment to regroup. Just please do that. It's okay. It's okay. Your well-being comes first. We're going to have, my friend Tabby's here, and she is an amazing clinical trauma therapist. So she's going to do some grounding breaks with us and self-regulation techniques throughout the day. You'll meet her in just a little bit. And so, just one thing for our virtual attendees, we have a lot of people on the virtual platform that were registered to join. So please use the YouTube chat respectfully. Submit questions as directed if the chat's open on that. And we are going to be screening a documentary at 4 p.m. tonight. It is on Mark Wynn. He's not quite here yet. His flight got delayed, but he'll be here shortly. It is an amazing documentary. And if you're attending virtually, you will have to follow the link I sent out last night to get your virtual ticket to that movie. So one of the last things we've got on the table right behind Tabby, there's a little table at the back of the chairs. We have a basket and note cards and pens. If you have a question for our presenters, write them down, jot it down, or when we have our panel discussion tomorrow afternoon, if you feel comfortable just standing up and asking, that's fine too. We just wanted to have an option if you did not feel comfortable that you could get your questions in. We'll take questions in person as well, but we're going to have a really neat panel discussion tomorrow afternoon. So we have a door prize each day to give away, and there is a basket back at registration if you miss that. Please sign up, and we're going to draw each afternoon. So continuing ed is about our last little piece to go through. So for those seeking continuing ed credits, I have a QR code that's going to be displayed at the end on the slides of each day. Just scan that QR code to complete the eval, and then that'll go in as your attendance. Completion of the eval is required to receive CE. And we encourage you to complete, the eval each day, just so we have to dig the prior days out. Please expect your certificate to be emailed to you. I'm going to say about 3 weeks. So my secretary, Lori, will take care of that, and we just have a lot to do after this event, so we will get them to you as soon as we can. So reach out if you need anything. All right, I'm going to invite my pastor up to the stage. Everybody, this is Pastor Logan Wells. He is a blessing to this community. Thank you, Pastor, for letting us do this. I appreciate you so much. And we're going to pray and start our day.
I just realized Jonah's on your school tag there. I've known Naomi a while, being her pastor for about 2 years. She's really, her and Pastor Neil Shorey have opened my eyes to the need. And, you know, as a pastor and as a church leader, as a leader in your community, I love to see law enforcement here. We are called to shepherd the flock and also to protect the flock. And I just really appreciate you. I appreciate our speakers today. But let us pray, may we? Father in heaven, it's by your Son's name, Jesus Christ. We just come. We ask you to anoint this hour. Bless those who are on live stream virtually. Bless those who are here. And Lord, as tough topics, tough testimonies are heard, Lord, I just pray strength for our speakers and give us ears to hear, God. Open our eyes to what goes on in the community. And God, I'm just reminded that the one that's in the room that feels unseen, Lord, those are normally the victim. And I just pray that our eyes are open today to see that and to protect that. And Lord, just bless our time in Jesus' name. And the whole church said, Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Okay, so our first presenter, I was so excited. Our first speaker is Lauren Scheider, a survivor, advocate, and author whose story has inspired countless individuals around our region. Through her book, With Love from Lauren, she shares her personal journey through abuse, survival, resilience, and healing. Her willingness to speak openly about this experience helps bring awareness, understanding, and hope to people who are going through it and offer support to them. Lauren's going to be staying after her presentation. She's going to hang around with us. She loves hugs, and she's going to be signing books. So she has her book back there, kind of by the pastor's office. So please join me in welcoming Lauren.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Naomi, for the introduction. Thank you all for being here today. I am so excited to be here. And, you know, you all had choices. And for some reason, you decided to spend this whole day in this church, sipping church coffee and pursuing personal growth. And I thank you for that. Thank you, Naomi, for bringing me in on this event. Thank you, CHI Health, for hosting this. I'm excited to be here today. I'm also a little bit nervous because I'm going to be sharing my story with you all. And it is super personal. It's also pretty heavy stuff. And as Naomi mentioned, if anything I share is triggering, do not feel bad if you have to take a step out, go for a walk, get some air. Because I get it. I've been there, and those moments are tough. But it's going to be okay. We're going to get through this together. If you do need to take a step out, as she mentioned, I'm a hugger. I'll come find you after and give you a hug. It's going to be okay. A big reason I am here today is because life is just not all sunshine and rainbows. I know you're probably thinking, shocker, Lauren, we knew that. But terrible things can happen to really good people, and it sucks. I'm sure you've seen this in your own lives or in the lives of the people that you serve. But in a matter of minutes, worlds can be flipped upside down. And often, it's completely out of our own control. Which is kind of funny because as people, we tend to think we have so much control over our day-to-day lives, right? But the reality is the list of things we have control over is so short. But we do have control over a few things. We have control over getting out of bed each morning. We have control over the attitude that we choose to embrace. We have control over how we show up for ourselves and for others. And we're going to dig into that last part quite a bit today because we never know what someone else is hiding behind their mask. When I say mask, you're going to get exactly what I mean in a minute here. I'm talking about those times when you're having a rough week, a rough month, heck, a rough year. But you show up to work, you show up to time with friends and family, and you slap a smile on your face. These are masks. And these masks can be a good thing because no one likes that person who just shows up to work and dumps their crap on everybody else, right? Nobody likes that person, and if you are that person, please stop. We all have a lot on our plates. But these masks can also be bad things because we can get too good at hiding what we're going through, just like I did. Another big reason I'm here today is because I am all about relationships, healthy relationships, whether at work, personally, romantically, you name it. And from what I'm hearing, we're still not having that class in our schools. What class? Relationships 101. We're just not having this class. Does anyone have high schoolers, college kids? Are they taking this class? No, it wasn't a thing when I grew up either. And we need to talk about this. We need to talk about what a healthy relationship is and what it isn't. So stories like mine don't keep happening. So today I'm going to walk you through my story, and I share it with you not as an expert. I don't have a PhD, a degree in mental health counseling, but what I do have is lived experience. So we're going to talk about things like identity, relationship red flags, and self-care, but not in the traditional sense. Oh, technical difficulties to kick off this day. By the end of today, you're going to be able to choose some action step towards better helping the people that you care about, the people that you serve, the people in your lives. You're going to be able to recognize relationship red flags. And unhealthy relationship can completely erode someone's identity. Sound like a plan? So before we go any further, it is only fair that you get to know me a bit. I know I would be curious if I had someone talking to me for an hour. You'll find that I like to talk a lot. My husband sure tells me as much. It's a good thing I'm a speaker. So I got to grow up in Detroit Lakes, Minnesota. Has anyone here heard of that town? Heck yeah. It's kind of a big, small town, and the things that put us on the map usually are WeFest or Adam Thielen for any Vikings fans. It's funny because growing up, I didn't think my childhood was anything special, but looking back, I'm able to see that it truly was extraordinary. And it was for a number of reasons. First of all, I was able to play any sport that I wanted to. Soccer, basketball, golf, heck, I even kicked for the football team. Me. I'm 5'4" on a good day. I was a shrimp in college, and I went to practice with the boys, and it was awesome. And I sang in the choir, I rode horse, I played piano, truly had the opportunity to try anything I wanted. I also had 2 older sisters, and we got along most of the time. For any of you with siblings, you know that's a win. And the cherry on top, my parents are still married to this day. 34 plus years of marriage. In fact, my mom's sitting right there in the front row. Can we give her a little round of applause? I love you, Mom. So looking back, my childhood truly was extraordinary. My biggest form of adversity prior to college was trying to earn a soccer scholarship. You see, for some reason, the Stanfords, UCLA's, North Carolinas, they just weren't coming to Detroit Lakes to recruit. I don't know why not. So I had to work extra hard. I had to put myself out there. I had to attend ID clinics, camps, tournaments. I would drive from Detroit Lakes to Fargo multiple times a week to practice, to play against better competition. I was that determined. I had that goal in mind. And with all that hard work, I was fortunate to earn the opportunity to play at Augustana University in Sioux Falls, South Dakota. It's the only time I will cheer for the Vikings, by the way. Go Pack, go. And earning this opportunity, I was thrilled. And so the summer before I went off to Augustana, I worked my butt off. Are any of you wired that way where, heck, if you're sitting here today, I'm guessing many of you are, wired that way where if you're going to do something, you're not just going to 50% do it. You're going to 100% all in crush it. Anyone wired that way? Come on, don't be shy. You, yes, you are my people. Absolutely. I'm wired that way too. I was going to be the best female soccer player Augustana had ever seen. They didn't know it yet, but I knew it. So that summer before I went off to Augustana, I worked incredibly hard. I trained twice a day, many days. I would be at the practice football fields at 6 a.m. running sprints. 6 a.m. Do you know how hard it is to get a high schooler out of bed before 6 a.m. in the summer, let alone of their own accord? I was that determined. My saving grace, I had some cheerleaders. These little old guys would be mowing the lawn at the same time, and they'd give me high fives and fist bumps. It was awesome. That summer passed all too quickly, and all of a sudden, I was a week in to my dream. A week into that college soccer player life at Augustana. And I was holding my own. I was doing okay. A week in, I was at a morning session, scrimmaging, when an upperclassman, she tried to take the ball from me. And I shouldered her off. I wasn't letting her get it. But she did step on my foot. Now, for any of you who've played sports in cleats, even if you haven't, you can imagine when someone steps on your foot, it doesn't feel great. I'd felt a crunch, but I shook it off. I made it through that session. I made it back to the afternoon session. When I took off running, I felt an even bigger crunch. And just like that, I broke my foot. A week into my dream. Just like that, I got to trade those pretty pink soccer cleats for the film camera, the ball bag, and that spot at the end of the bench, like way down there. And that was tough. Because at this point in my life, so much of my worth was wrapped up in soccer. It's who I was. And now I wasn't even getting on the pitch, let alone scoring the goals. Pair this with the fact that I was having a tough time transitioning to college, which many young people do, and I had a family member going through significant mental health struggles. So I would be lying to you if I said that freshman year was easy. I'd be lying if I said my smile was always genuine. Sometimes it was this mask. But most of the time, my smile was real. I had joy in my heart, and I was happy. Until I wasn't. Junior year of college, I ended up finishing my college career at Concordia College in Moorhead, Minnesota. Junior year, I met this guy. Oh my gosh, was he handsome. I mean, at the type where his coworkers would call him GQ, joking that he should be on the cover of that magazine. Handsome. And he was sweet, and he was funny. He'd been a college athlete too. And all of a sudden, I had my first real boyfriend. I had dabbled in dating in high school. And frankly, for any high schooler, I would say, save yourself the heartache. You're at this point in your life where everyone else is trying to figure out who they are. Don't bring anyone in yet. So I dabbled in dating in high school, and I didn't have that relationships 101 class. So there are a couple things, little things, that I wish I would have noticed early on. Like him getting upset if I didn't text back fast enough, or wanting to spend every second of every day with me. I just thought he was that into me. So I fell in love. Pretty soon, I thought I had found the man I was going to marry. I'm serious. I started this Pinterest board in like 6th grade. And on that Pinterest board, I had wedding. On this wedding page, I had flowers, I had rings, dresses, all the details. I was looking at that Pinterest board because I was so sure I was going to marry him. I even knew we were going to get married at this big, beautiful Catholic church in South Fargo. St. Anne and Joachim. Any of you have been there? I was so sure he was the one. I was so in love and so happy until I wasn't. 2 years later, that relationship looked drastically different. I was crying myself to sleep every single night. but nobody knew. Because I'd show up to work, I'd show up to time with friends and family, and I'd slap that smile on my face. Meanwhile, behind closed doors, I was getting screamed at, threatened, manipulated, controlled, verbally abused. So many times, I wished he would just hit me instead of say the things that he did. I was hurting so badly, and I still loved him. I still wanted to marry him. And for a while, I thought the relationship wasn't working because of me. My boyfriend liked to tell me that we had problems because of me, it was all my fault, that sort of thing. And being that girl who wasn't afraid of hard work, I worked even harder to make this relationship work. I tried so hard to make us happy. I wanted him to be happy so we could be happy. After 8 months of therapy, I finally realized one crucial truth. I deserved to be happy. Me. Now, he did too, but that was his own job. So here's a news flash for you all, and for those people that you serve, because I'm talking to them today too. Oh, you got me? Gosh, I feel like we should get a drum roll here. The news flash is this: other people's happiness is not your job. It's not. And with this realization, this is what allowed me to finally leave that relationship. And in doing so, I had to make a plan, a safe exit plan. And so I made a contract with myself. I put 3 simple things on it. Thing number 1, he won't scream at me. Thing number 2, he won't say horrible, horrible things to me. And thing number 3, he will make an effort with my friends and family. See, at this point in the relationship, about 2 years in, he would not even see them anymore. He wouldn't see them because they couldn't stand him. They could not stand to see the way that he treated me. And here's another newsflash for you all. When the people in your life don't like who you are with, that says something, and not something good. They could not stand to see the way he treated me. And so he didn't like them because they didn't like him. But of course, this is on my contract. Friends and family are so important. So I gave this contract to my therapist. I gave it to my best friend. And I put a 2-month expiration date on it. 2 months he had to whip into shape. And those 2 months passed all too quickly. The day came and he didn't fill his end of the bargain. So what do you think I did? Any guesses? No, I left. No. I got out. I broke those chains. I did it seriously after 20 or so failed attempts. I'd tried many times to leave and failed because he'd tell me what I wanted to hear or get me flowers, say all the right things, keep me. But this time, I got out. And that next month of my life was the best month I had had in years. I had this pep in my step back. My friends and family said, Lauren is back. I was able to do all the things a young 20-something should be able to do, like go to concerts, spend time with girlfriends, family, you name it, and not get in trouble. I was so happy. I almost had that full peace and joy back. Almost. You see, when I left that relationship, it didn't just end. First, he wouldn't stop texting me, message after message. Then he was messaging me on any platform that he could. Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, my personal email, my work email, any way he could. And then he got into my apartment building. more than once. And then he followed me in his car, and then he followed me on foot. Have any of you ever felt like you're being watched? And I'm not talking about if you get home after work, you sit down to dinner, you're eating, and you look down and your dog is just looking up at you. You drop it. Anyone else's dog do that, by the way? Mine's the worst. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about if you've been at the store, maybe at the gym, walking down the street, and you just feel like eyes are on you. That is exactly how I felt. I was constantly checking the parking lot at my apartment building to see if his car would be there. I would always peek down a hallway before rounding the corner to see if he'd be on the other end. And I could not stop checking over my shoulder. And that is no way to live. So with the guidance of local attorneys and law enforcement, I was encouraged to get a restraining order, a no contact order, meaning you couldn't come within a few hundred yards of me or my place of work, residence, contact me in any way, shape, or form for a certain period of time. That sure seemed extreme to me because I still loved him. But I deserve that peace and happiness, right? So I found myself at the Rape and Abuse Crisis Center in Detroit Lakes, Minnesota. And that was one of those moments that we have where I was sitting there in that parking lot, in the car, asking myself, how in the heck did I get here? See, in my mind, I knew the types of people who went there. I wasn't like them. After 2 hours of working with their staff, I learned very quickly that I was just like every other person who'd been hurt by the person that they loved. During those 2 hours, they helped me dissect the very worst of the relationship, and we put together an order to send the judge. I was hoping that the restraining order would be approved for 6 months. Why 6 months? I still had hope. I thought maybe, just maybe, he will take those 6 months, he will get healthy, and maybe I will wear that white dress at St. Anne and Joachim after all. When I left the crisis center, I waited out the rest of the day at my parents' home in Detroit Lakes, and around 4 o'clock, I got a call. The judge had approved the order, but not for 6 months. For 2 years. I did not see that coming. You might think, Lauren, that's great news. No, I cried. All of a sudden, the chances of wearing that white dress seemed to go out the window. When the days that followed the restraining order worked, the messages stopped. And then things got a little too quiet. It was a Friday in July, and I was about as happy as a girl can be because Dan and Shay were coming to town that night. Yes! Any other fans here? Dan and Shay? Hey, heck yeah. I love their music. I'm a huge fangirl. I'd wanted to see them for years, and they were coming to the Red River Valley Fair. And you bet I was going to that concert. To make it even better, my parents were going, and I have the cool kind of parents that you actually want to hang out with. I think my friends like them better than me. She's not even disagreeing. The cherry on top of this day, I had a massage scheduled at 11 a.m. So it was going to be an awesome day. Yeah. So that morning I was working from home, just slowly watching the clock tick. And it's amazing how slow a clock can tick on a Friday in the summer. It's finally nearing 11 a.m. when I'm about to head to my appointment. I'm almost out the door and I get a text from my dad. My dad says, "Hey, Lolo." My friends and family call me Lolo, by the way. It's a self-proclaimed nickname when I was 10, and it stuck. My dad said, "Hey, Lolo, before you head to your appointment, Mom is going to catch you on something." I remember thinking, why is Mom in town? I still live in Detroit Lakes. Concert's not till 7 o'clock tonight in Fargo. What is she doing here? As strange as it seemed, I thought, I'll chat with her quick on my way out the door. And so I go down into my parking garage, I hop in my car, Of course, I flip on Dan and Shay because I had to get those good vibes rolling. So their song Tequila is just blasting. I drive up and out of that garage, and I can still picture the exact parking spot I parked in. It was that type of gloomy day where it looks like it could rain at any point. And I see my mom park her Yukon and get out of her car. By the way she was walking over my car, I just knew something was really wrong. She slipped into my car. She put her hand on mine on that gear shift. When she did that, it got really hard to breathe in that car. Just like if you've ever been hiking, you get a few thousand feet up, hard to breathe. I knew something was really wrong, and I looked at her and I said, "Mom, he didn't." And she said, "Honey, he did." I just started screaming. This guttural, way deep down scream. It didn't even sound like me. I screamed, and I screamed, and I screamed. Could not tell you how long I screamed for. It was like my body, it's like I was hovering above that car, watching as this nasty, horrible storm took over my life. He had been served that restraining order, and he took his life. That's not how this is supposed to go. Just like that, I was now on this journey, this horrific journey through grief, anger, frustration, confusion, many dark months. I got to walk down that aisle in that Catholic church in a black dress. He'd been served that restraining order and he took his life. People break up all the time. No one is supposed to die. I share my story because I don't want it to happen to anyone else. I don't want there to be another person hurt by the person that they love. And I don't want another person to take their life. And I wish I could tell you that stories like mine are rare, but they aren't. Research proves it. The National Library of Medicine alone has countless articles indicating 10 to 12 million Americans every single year experience domestic violence. It's roughly 1 in 4 women, 1 in 9 men. So no, it isn't rare. And something I didn't realize until long after the day I walked down that aisle in a black dress was that I hadn't just lost him. I'd lost myself, and long before that day. And so that's where this conversation is going to head next, because if you don't have a firm grasp on your identity, on who you are, it becomes really easy for someone else to define it for you. Simply put, if you don't decide who you are, the world will decide for you. And people often ask me a question that sounds so simple. They say, "Lauren, why didn't you just leave?" I understand why they ask it. I do. But it's also assuming something that just isn't true. It's assuming I was still myself while I was in this relationship. And I wasn't. I had completely lost who I was. But this didn't happen overnight. Similar to, ladies, if you're trying to grow your hair out, or fellas, heck, maybe some of you are like Fabio out there. You're trying to grow your hair out, and you look in the mirror twice a day, every day. You don't really notice a change, do you? But if you look 6 months later, a year later, you will see a difference. And this is exactly what happened to me. Now, this erosion of my identity happened in a few different ways. One way was in what I wore. Entering this relationship, I was that college athlete who loved her athleisure, joggers, leggings. I loved to represent my school. But my boyfriend wanted my clothes to be tight, revealing. my hair to be long and blonde, which, contrary to how it looks today, I do like to do different things with it. And he wanted my makeup to be done up all the time, which was tough because I had practices and games. But I started to do these things to make him happy. I thought he wanted me to look as good as I could. He just wanted me to look how he wanted me to look. Another way I changed was in how I acted. Entering this relationship, I was an extrovert who would try pretty much anything once as long as it was legal. I love to do things like girls' nights, concerts. Heck, I even played sand volleyball when there's a good reason I should stick to soccer. Apparently, you're not supposed to head the volleyball. But I stopped doing these activities as much because he'd get upset with me for, in his words, choosing something other than him. So I rarely did something like a girls' night, and when I would be a shell of who I was. I'd be checking my phone to respond quickly enough, or I'd leave the gathering early because I had an upset boyfriend. Another way I changed was in what I tolerated. And if you'd told me when I was younger I would let a man scream at me, threaten me, make me cry my mascara off more than once, I would have told you were crazy. It didn't start off that bad. Remember, it started off beautifully with just little things that turned into really big, scary things. So looking back on what I tolerated, it makes me really sad. I wish I could go back and give myself a hug. Tell her what she deserves and what she doesn't. I think the saddest way I changed was in what I believed about myself. By the end of this relationship, I didn't think I'd ever be able to leave. Each and every failed attempt left me feeling weaker. And my boyfriend loved to tell me such terrible things about myself that I didn't know if they were true anymore. I was constantly asking friends and family, am I these horrible things he says I am? Because I didn't know. And that's the part that people don't see that's hard to understand. It's not just what's happening on the outside, the screaming matches, the fights. It is what's changing on the inside of you. Your identity is what you believe about yourself when nobody else is speaking. And the problem in this relationship, and in many relationships like this, is that someone else is always speaking. And I was listening to him. About 2 months before I finally left, there was one Sunday I convinced him to go to church with me, which was a win. He never wanted to go with me. And this Sunday, we pull up to St. Anne and Joachim. We're about to get out of the car, and I asked him to please leave his phone in the car. Otherwise, he'd be on it the whole time, and it bothered me. This provoked him to yell at me, scream at me in front of other churchgoers as we walked in. I kept walking. I got to the pew, and I cried. The whole service, scared, confused, hurting. And as we left that day, he looked at me and he said, Lauren, I should be your religion. And I was so sick in this relationship, I wondered if that were true. It's really hard to redefine your boundaries when you've already let someone else walk all over them. I want you all to think about this for a second. If you had to write down 5 things that define you, could you? Not your achievements, not your roles, not your relationships, but who are you? If that question feels hard, you're not alone. After everything, I had to rebuild. I had to ask myself questions just like this. Who am I actually? Why didn't I know my worth? Why couldn't I trust my gut? Why did I stay? And still to this day, as I'm married to a man who treats me with nothing but love and respect, I still think about that version of me sometime. I wish I could go back and give her a hug. I now know that when you're rooted in your identity and your worth, you're far more likely to recognize what I didn't. You trust yourself sooner. You walk away sooner. So what I'm about to share next are some of the red flags that I personally experienced. But the reality is, there are so many more. My hope is that by walking through some of these, it helps you better recognize what is and isn't okay, whether in your own life or in the lives of the people that you serve. And let me start off by saying that people don't end up in unhealthy relationships because they're weak. They end up there because they don't recognize what's happening soon enough. And if it's all right, I'd love to use the bucket approach with you all today as we work through this. We're going to simplify it. Huge fan of keeping things simple. We're going to lump these red flags into different buckets. And bucket number one is control. As I mentioned, my boyfriend loved to control what I wore. He wanted my clothes to be tight, revealing. He wanted my hair to be long and blonde. Makeup done up all the time, and he hated my mom jeans. Like, I love my mom jeans. He controlled who I spent time with, either by getting upset with me for spending time with family and friends or just choosing to not see them himself. That really put me in a tough position. He controlled the activities that I did. Remember, I wasn't doing girls' nights nearly as much anymore. And this control was really strong. So strong that it did not even matter if we were physically in the same place or not. After I graduated from Concordia, I had the opportunity the following summer to go to Spain with my soccer team I had played on. Should have been an amazing opportunity, right? The only hiccup should have been the fact that on night number one, this teammate of mine, she stepped on a sea urchin. And rather than tell coach, we all pile onto the hotel bed with a pair of tweezers and an iPhone flashlight, and we're just trying to get those spikes out. And long story short, we ended up at a Spanish hospital. They are nothing to write home about. That should have been the only hiccup on that trip. The rest of it should have been amazing, and it just wasn't. Because I had to keep checking my phone to text my boyfriend back fast enough, or field every single angry call he slung my way. And he was so angry on this trip because of one particular reason, that I wouldn't turn my location on for him. He didn't want it on because he was worried about my safety. He said to me, Lauren, if you don't have your location on, then who are you with? What are you doing with them? So from 4,575 miles away, he convinced me to turn my location on. Talk about control. Bucket number two, fear. There were many moments in this relationship I was completely terrified. I lived in this perpetual state of fear. I was always walking on eggshells, afraid of saying or doing the wrong thing, and I know my friends and family saw this in me as well. A girl afraid of setting her boyfriend off. He loved to give me ultimatums, like if you don't do this, then I'm going to find some girl who will. His favorite one was, if you don't do this, then I'm going to kill myself. He loved to use this one a lot. And everyone always told me he wouldn't do it. There was one night, about a month before I finally left, when I was having dinner with my parents back in Detroit Lakes, and again, I was getting angry call and dark message after dark message. And then he sent a final one saying that he was going to kill himself that night. And when someone you love says that to you, you don't take it lightly. So I got in my car. I drove 96 miles per hour back to Fargo from Detroit Lakes. For any cops and patrolmen here, give me a break. I was not myself. During that whole drive, I was terrified, but not because of how fast I was going. I was terrified of what I was going to find when I got to his apartment. There were many nights just like that. Many nights where I did stupid things, put myself at risk out of fear for the man that I loved. Bucket number three, confusion. As I mentioned, I didn't know who I was by the end of this relationship, and this is largely the reason why. Has anyone here heard of gaslighting? Yeah? For those of you who haven't, gaslighting is when someone takes your concept of reality and they completely twist it. And I'll give you an example. Let's say it's your best buddy's birthday, and after work you are going to treat them to dinner, but not just any dinner. I mean, you're going to get the app, the nice wine, the whole shebang, because it's your best buddy. But after work, you're driving down the freeway and your tire blows out. Does anyone ever see that car when you're going down the freeway? side of the road, tires just blasted to smithereens, and you know they're having a day. You're having that kind of day. And because you are, you show up late to dinner. And when you show up late, your friend says to you, you are late because you don't care about me. You don't prioritize this relationship. You only care about yourself. All right, let's pause here. Let's rewind the script. Do you see how that was so completely twisted? How that reality was rewritten. This is exactly what gaslighting is. And it's painful. And many abusers are very good at this. My boyfriend sure was. No wonder by the end of the relationship, I was asking friends and family if I was those crazy things he said I was. And something I want to note too while I have these up is that just because I was able to get out and because others are able to successfully leave doesn't mean the next relationship's going to automatically be healthy. I learned a lot of really poor traits in this relationship, traits that I still actively get to work to overcome, like apologizing when I've done nothing wrong. So even if the relationship ends, this all doesn't just end. And so I want to ask you all, control, fear, confusion. Does that sound like love to you? Healthy love feels safe, not confusing, not exhausting, and not scary. And recognizing these red flags is so important. But what we do with that awareness matters even more. And I get it. We're all really busy. We have a lot going on in our lives. It's easy to get caught up in what we have going on. We all have plenty on our plate. But when we start to pay attention and when we become more intentional, that's when we're able to better recognize when something is or isn't okay, whether in our own lives or in the lives of the people that we serve. But that type of awareness and action requires strength. And that type of strength is ultimately built on how we take care of ourselves. So the last thing we're going to cover today, friends, is self-care. But no, not in the traditional sense. I'm not about to tell you about bubble baths, getting enough sleep each night, eating healthy, even though those things are important. We're going to talk about self-care as a survival strategy. It is what keeps you going, what keeps you strong enough to walk away when something isn't right, and strong enough to show up for others when they need you most. And in many seasons, this isn't something we do alone. Does anybody here have a tough time accepting help? Yeah, it's not easy. Sheesh, I had hip surgery back in February. I was on crutches for 8 weeks, could not put any weight on my left leg. I still wanted to carry my own stuff. Tell you what, it was a lot easier when I let someone else carry my dinner to the table. It's not easy, but we need to accept help, especially during the tough storms, the tough seasons of our life. I share this because during this storm that I got to go through, there are many people who did help me, and there are also people who hurt me. And I share this because there's just not a how-to guide for a lot of ugly situations we get to go through in life. And even well-intentioned people don't always know what to say or do. Well, let's start with those people who helped. A few examples would be my best friend. She stayed true to her role, and she was just consistent. I had lost a lot of people during this relationship, been isolated from a lot of people, but she didn't go anywhere. She'd let me talk about the situation. She wouldn't judge me, wouldn't try to fix it and say, just leave. Even though I knew she couldn't stand him and the way he treated me. She was just there. She was consistent. Another person who was huge for me was my college soccer coach, who, even after I graduated, we stayed friends. She was one of the first people to recognize that I wasn't me anymore. That my shoulders were slumped forward, that I didn't have the same energy. She is the person who encouraged me to go to therapy. It took 8 months of therapy for me to be able to leave. I don't know if I would have ended up in that chair if it weren't for that coach of mine who cared enough to notice and to say something. I do have to tell you all about the first time I went to therapy. You will get a kick out of this. I show up to that first session. I sit in the chair in the corner of her office, total stranger, I'd never met her before. Any guesses on what I did? I cried the entire hour. And then I got in my car and I cried on the drive home. Any guesses what I did at session number 2? I cried. Yep, you're right. I had so much bottled up behind this dang mask that I'd been wearing for so long. And that was the place where I could let it out. All the ugly, I could let it out. For 1 hour a week, that was the place where I didn't feel so alone, like I had the weight of the world on my shoulders. So even though I cried the whole first 2 sessions, best $500 I have ever spent. Again, I don't know if I would have ended up going if it weren't for that coach of mine who cared enough to say something and nudge me in that direction. And there are also those people who hurt me. And again, even well-intentioned people just don't always know what to say or do. But things that didn't help are when people would oversimplify it and say, Lauren, just leave. That made me feel weaker, more alone, and like I'd never be able to leave. There are some people who judge me or blame me for staying or think I actually had it good based off my social media. It's funny how that paints a pretty picture, isn't it? Some people would say they would be there and just vanish or make it all about themselves, complain about their own lives. But ultimately, the distinction between what was helpful and what was hurtful is that distinction between sympathy and empathy. Has anyone here heard of Brené Brown? Yeah, she's awesome. Like her books, her TED Talks, all the things. She has this video on YouTube. It's short, I'll just sum it up for you. And it's on that difference between sympathy and empathy. You see, sympathy is something many of us are just naturally good at, especially in the Midwest. It's when you try to fix a situation for someone, put a Band-Aid on it for them. For instance, maybe your friend broke their arm and you say, at least you have another arm. You go, your sister passed away, at least you have another sister. The intentions here aren't bad, but it really does not make the receiver of that message feel any better. Whereas empathy goes so far to say, okay, I see you, I see this ugly, I'm not going to pretend to fully understand, but what I am going to do is climb down into that dark hole with you. I'm going to sit there and I'm going to hold your hand and I'm going to listen. Or I'm just going to sit in that silence with you and love you. That's the difference between sympathy and empathy, and the distinction between helpful and hurtful. You don't have to say the perfect words. In fact, the perfect thing rarely exists. You just have to show up. Remind someone that you care. A few days after he had taken his life, I was back in Detroit Lakes trying to wade through this disaster. And one evening I was going for a walk along a back road, you know, the type where there's no lanes, no, it's just straight to the shoulder, country back road. It's evening and I'm stumbling along, screaming, crying. I probably looked unhinged. And as I'm walking, this truck pulls up along the side of the road and a man gets out. And you're probably thinking, Lauren, that looks really sketchy. Kind of does. But it was my high school physics teacher. I hadn't seen him in like 7 years. But he walked over, he recognized me, he gave me a hug. He said, Lauren, do you want to talk about it? So I shared bits and pieces, you know, the cliff notes of the situation between choked out sobs. And he said to me, Lauren, I know it doesn't feel like it right now, but you're going to be okay. You're going to get through this. You've got a family beside you who loves you, a community beside you who loves you. You're going to be okay. And then he checked in on me in the weeks that followed. And what he did was be a light during such a dark period of my life. Looking back, it was so simple. He just cared enough to notice, to say something. If you take nothing else from this, be consistent, be present, and be someone who listens more than they speak. Again, the list of things we have control over is so short. But we do have control over that. Again, you don't have to say the perfect thing. You just have to show up and remind someone that you care. You just might save someone's life. I have loved getting to be here this morning. I'm so excited for the rest of the day. Grateful to have this space to share my story, and I can't go back and change my story. But what I can do is share it with you all, because if something you heard resonated with you, helps you recognize a red flag sooner, trust your gut, or check in on someone that you care about, then this matters. Because the reality is, this doesn't just happen to other people. Remember, roughly 1 in 4 women, 1 in 9 men. It's happening gradually, quietly, behind masks, behind closed doors, to the people that you serve, to friends, family members, neighbors, and it often goes unnoticed until it's too late. That's why each of you in your roles matters so much, not just in the work that you do, but as friends, as community members, as people who have the ability to pay attention. Again, you never have to say the perfect thing. Just be there. I want to thank you all for the work that you do, for the people that you serve, for women like me. From the bottom of my heart, I don't take that lightly. I guess what I've learned, frankly, truthfully, from all of this, is who do I need to check in on? We all know someone who's hurting, someone who's going through a dark time, a confusing time, someone who could use a check-in. So I guess I want to leave you all with one question today. Who in your life do you need to check in on? Again, thank you for having me. So grateful to get to be here. I would love if you would take a minute and give me some feedback. I'd be really curious to hear your thoughts. Again, grateful to have this space to share my story. Thank you again, Naomi and CHI. And if you know of a space that could use this conversation, that could use my service, would you please reach out after today and make an introduction? My work is mainly referrals, and it's really a space I never thought I'd be in. But I'm really grateful and humbled to be here. So, again, thank you with love from Lauren. Enjoy the rest of this day.
Any questions for her? And if not, that's okay too. All right. Thank you, Lauren, for just having the bravery and courage to stand up here and do that. It is amazing, and I'm so proud of you. So proud of you. Okay, guys, we've got a little more time planned for a break now. So there is lots of food. There is coffee back there. If anybody needs to talk, we're here to talk, and then we'll come back at 10:15, and we're going to get going with Tabitha Westbrook. All right, does that sound like a plan? Okay. Thank you.
Now it's muted. I'm so sorry. Hold on. Check, 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 check.
All right, we're going to come back. Everybody looks full and satiated and hydrated, so that's good. And caffeinated. Thanks for the coffee, Logan.
I can make more.
All right, we'll hold you to it. We will hold you to it. We are going to welcome Tabitha Westbrook up. She got mic'd up and ready to go. And
Why is
here
the
she
sound?
comes. I'm just going to introduce her, and I'm going to let her do her bio because she does it way better justice than I can. But this dear human, I've had the pleasure of taking a class for the last 6 months, and she is one of the instructors. And I knew immediately I wanted you to come to this day and tomorrow. So thank you for coming. This is Tabitha Westbrook, and I'm going to let her take it away, okay? All right. Thank
Good
you, ma'am.
morning. So I'm going to open my computer because I'm old and blind, and while my slides are behind me, I kind of would like to have them in front of me. It'd be real helpful. So that QR code back there, if you want a copy of the slides, and this will be for all 3 of the sessions that I'm doing. So one QR code to rule them all. And it will take you to a folder where you can get all of the presentations that I'm going to be giving if that's helpful to you. If you're like, I don't know about you, woman, and you want to wait, that's cool. I have it at the end of the slide presentation as well. So you will get your opportunities to get these slides, so you don't have to decide right now. As Naomi said, my name is Tabitha Westbrook. There are a lot of letters. So my staff tends to call me alphabet soup for good reason. Oh, I should advance my slides up there. We're holding. Okay. Whoa. They didn't go anywhere. What's happening? Technical difficulties. Please hold. I would sing you on hold music, but then you absolutely won't talk to me anymore. Oh, there we are. Okay, so there's a lot of letters. Now this makes more sense when I say it, right? And so my team calls me alphabet soup. So I am, are you ready? Here we go. A licensed marriage and family therapist supervisor, a licensed clinical mental health counselor qualified supervisor, a licensed professional counselor supervisor, a certified sex addiction therapist, a certified clinical trauma professional, and a certified Christian trauma care professional. Are we good? Okay, we're good. I'm also an EMDR certified therapist. I am a faith-based domestic abuse advocacy trainer through House of Peace Publications and Call to Peace Ministries, and I've been a co-facilitator of G5, which is a men's batterer intervention and prevention program. I'm also a Men of Peace partner. So we work with survivors and we work with perpetrators in my organization. I'm trained in 850,000 other things, which I will not read to you. If you really want to read them, you can. But I'm also the founder and CEO of The Journey in the Process in Wake Forest, North Carolina, and Flower Mound, Texas. So I have 2 offices. But above all that, the thing that's most me about me is Vanquility. If you want to see Vanquility, she is outside. She is my camper van, and she is my emotional support vehicle. I love her more than many people. And so I just have to talk about her because she's such a fun thing. I'm also the host of the podcast Hey Tabby, and I wrote a book called Body and Soul, Healed and Whole, an invitational guide to healthy sexuality after trauma, abuse, and coercive control. And it is to help women heal from sexual harm that takes place often in abusive situations. So I am going to give you a trigger warning or an activation warning. I don't super love the word trigger. I kind of prefer activation, and I'm going to tell you why. It's just data. Right? And so if you've ever worked in a capacity with a survivor of some kind of trauma, they can get really worried about their triggers. And I want to just tell them, everybody gets triggered about something. right? Like if you go out and you have an amazing sunrise and you're like, that is incredible. You have activation rise up in your body and it is excellent. So I just want to normalize that we all have feelings around something in our life. And if you have big feelings around the topics that I'm going to talk about today, I want to invite you to take care of yourself because you are the only you that you have. And so if you need to get up and walk around, if you need to rock back and forth, if you need to step out, you're welcome to do that. I know that this is being recorded, and you can always come back to it if you need to. And so I want to just invite you to take good care of you. And to that end, I'm going to do a little bit of mindfulness. Anytime I do a grounding exercise, it is an invitation. And that means you can say no. Because what do I not do? Coercively control others. Right. Very good. So I'm going to invite you to do some finger holds with me. The cool thing about this is unless you don't have fingers, and if you don't, there are other things that you can do because I know that we have folks who are differently abled. But we're going to hold our fingers. So pick a hand. Like if you want to use your right hand, you want to use your left hand. The world is your taco. Build it how you wish. So you're going to take one hand and you're going to wrap your fingers around your thumb. This is not to hurt yourself. This is gentle thumb hug. Okay, sometimes if you're a survivor, you are more accustomed to big feelings and big pain, and we don't want to do that. And why don't you just notice what you notice in your body? Did something change or shift? Did something relax? Are you mad at me now for some reason? Let's just notice that. We're going to take a big deep breath together if you're willing to do that. Through your nose and out your mouth if you can. And then we're going to give our index finger a hug. We're just going to notice what might have shifted in our body. And if our mind begins to wander, we're going to gently and without judgment invite it back here with us. Because our minds wander, and that's okay. But we want to be here. And I'm going to invite you to take a big deep breath in through your nose and out through your mouth. And then we're going to give our middle finger a hug. Be careful how you hold this. Mostly because you'll accidentally flip someone off. And notice any changes that take place in your body. Notice any feelings that come up. And be gentle with them. We're going to take a big, deep breath in through our nose and out through our mouth. Then we're going to give our ring finger a hug. And we're just going to notice any shifts or changes that happen in our body. And we're going to take a big, deep breath in through our nose and out through our mouth. And then we're going to hold our pinky finger and give it a hug. Just notice any shifts or changes in your body. And we're going to take a big, deep breath in through our nose and out through our mouth. And then if you need to, we are going to Taylor Swift at the end, which is shake it off. Sometimes we need a little wiggle so that we can just get any energy out of us. And for those of you who work in the community, and I don't know everybody's story. I mean, there's a couple of you I can figure out because you're law enforcement, you're wearing your uniforms. But if you are working with someone and they are dysregulated, this is something that you can use with them very easily. And if you notice, I took that breath with you each time. And the reason that I did that is because I was helping you create an auditory anchor. I can't tell you how many clients I've sat across from who are literally holding their breath while we're in the middle of doing the work. And me taking a big, loud, audible breath helps them breathe. Because they hear me do it and their body goes, oh yeah, we know what to do here. And they breathe. And so especially for our brothers and sisters in law enforcement, this is a really great tool when you are working in a high stress situation, which is like literally everything you do, right? And if you're in the hospital, how many people here are in the hospital? Like, okay, so yeah, you've seen dysregulated patients. Sometimes they get real spicy, right? And so these are things that you can do, that you can take with you and arm your toolkit with them, because I am a big believer that knowledge is power. I learned that in Schoolhouse Rock, and that has not changed. Yay. There we are. Nope, we're going the wrong direction. Let's try this again. All right, so what are we going to do objective-wise? I'm not going to read them. We're going to do stuff. We're going to learn together. It's awesome. So why should we care? Let's see here. There we are. These are 3 dates, and they might not mean anything to you, but I'm going to tell you about them. So September 16th, 2021 was an interesting day. If you were here last year, I bet you know what day that is. That's the day that we watched the Utah, I believe it was Utah, police interview Gabby Petito. This is the body cam video that was from there. And as an advocate and as a therapist, I was screaming at my screen. She's not safe. You're asking the wrong questions. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I might have said a couple other spicier things. Every advocate that I know was like, holy cow, they missed it. We know what the outcome of that case was. And it's a heartbreaking one. And we can't help but wonder if they knew, and I don't fault these officers at all. It was a high-stress situation. Brian Laundrie was real calm. And, I wouldn't know if I didn't know. And so I don't fault the officers at all, but I was like, oh my gosh, if they only knew, maybe she'd still be here with us. November 21st, 2021, a man by the name of Daryl Brooks, not too far from here, over in Waukesha, Wisconsin. He had already assaulted his baby mama. In fact, he had a long history of assaulting this woman. And he had run her over with his red SUV and broken her leg. $1,000, and less than 10 days later, he was bonded out. I cannot tell you how many times I see that happen in the lives of my clients. And he was about to assault her again when two bystanders intervened. And in his rage, he sped off and drove through the Waukesha, Wisconsin Christmas parade, killing children and elderly people and injuring, he killed 6 and injured almost 70. What a heartbreak. I think that's something that we don't think about, is that domestic violence is actually often the precursor to mass killings. April 11th, 2022. I can say the word alpacas, and maybe you'll know what I'm talking about, and maybe you won't, and now you think I'm crazy. I'm not. I'm not certifiable or concerning crazy. This is the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. I had a little bit of a viral moment when I said he is the abuser. And I hold to that, and I don't care if it's a hot take, but I can see why people would have been confused. But in that trial, I watched it from gavel to gavel because I am a nerd, and these things are fun for me. Again, we are in my moment of a good time. This is what I do for fun. And I'm watching the trial going, who holds the power and control? It wasn't her. It wasn't her. And there was one thing that I saw as I'm watching the trial that I wish the jury had gotten to see, but they didn't. And that's as Amber Heard is coming off the stand, Johnny Depp is walking out the back door, and he goes like this to her. And she backs up and nearly hits the wall. And the legal commentator that I was watching the trial through said, what was that about? And I went, oh, I know what that was about. It was intimidation. Now look, did Amber Heard need Jesus and some therapy? Yes, in that order probably. But she was incredibly dysregulated, and he held all the cards, all the doctors were his. All of that. And so we look at this, and we look, if you still look at the, whatever that is, X, the thing formerly known as Twitter, and you still look, people are still like, oh, she was the problem. And I'm like, she had a problem, but she wasn't the problem. And people simply didn't recognize it. Abuse is a traumatic experience, right? So when we think of trauma, it can get so overblown in terms of the words that we use today. And if you're on TikTok, God help you, but the youngers are all like, hey, you traumatized me by having a serious conversation with me. That is not necessarily trauma, right? Trauma, it literally means wound. And trauma is, as Gabor Mate puts it, what happened inside of us because of what happened to us, right? So trauma can be in the physical realm, the sexual realm, the emotional realm, and the spiritual realm. And chronic trauma, especially in the body, how many of us are here medical professionals? Yes, the body does in fact keep the score. And chronic trauma brings us things like autoimmune disorders, heart disease, obesity, cancer. And it can all happen because of complex trauma. So abuse actually is a public health crisis. So not only is it the precursor to mass killings, but it also causes deep ramifications in the body. Why should people helpers, that would be all of y'all, especially care? Well, between 36 and 58% of couples, and I want you to just read that number, 36 and 58% of couples seeking couples therapy or counseling have experienced interpersonal violence in the current relationship. Say what now? Look, we know the healthy couples don't come to therapy, right? So we do have an interesting sample size there, but that's a high percentage. 55 to 70% of perpetrators of domestic abuse are also abusing their children. As a therapist, I see this all the time. 20,000 phone calls are placed to domestic violence hotlines every 4 seconds, so one every 4 seconds. So I don't math, I therapize, but if I've been talking maybe 15 minutes, if you were to do the math on that, that number is staggering. 1 in 3 women and 1 in 7 men are victims of completed or attempted rape, and they've experienced it for the first time between ages 11 and 17. 83% are committed by someone the child knows, and it often occurs in houses where there is domestic abuse. The number of teenagers and children that I have gone to court with because their fathers raped them is very high, both boys and girls. All abuse is a pervasive thing, and it is going to present in a people helping context. So if you don't know that you've seen it, then you just didn't know you saw it, and after today you're going to be a little scared and like, oh my gosh, I've seen it. So even if abuse is only directed at the intimate partner, children are still harmed. So I don't know what kind of houses y'all grew up in, but if you had parents who were struggling or there was difficulty, even if it wasn't directly stated to you, you could feel it in your bodies. And children also, like abuse victims, experience all the same autoimmune and physical illness things that their parents do. They also have things like ADHD, they struggle in school, there is a lot. And if you want to have a deeper dive on this, I really encourage you to check out Dr. Emma Katz's book, Coercive Control in Children's and Mothers' Lives, because even the abuse of just one parent is still abuse of the child, even if the child isn't physically harmed, because they are drinking that in. They're also being parented then by a dysregulated parent who is maybe not their best self. And that's an important thing to keep in mind. There we go. So we're going to do a brief overview of domestic abuse and coercive control, and by brief, I am definitely not ending early. I'm going to try to keep you entertained as much as possible, but we are going to have to move through this information. There is so much that I could say about it, so please understand that I am skimming the surface in what we are talking about, and I wish that we could take a deeper dive. I have a couple other sessions where we'll look at different pieces of how abuse impacts folks, but this really is the 30,000-foot view of coercive control. One of my favorite quotes to define abuse, there we are, is that abuse is a dangerous reversal of love. And this quote comes from the book by Jeremy Pierre and Greg Wilson, When Home Hurts. You're going to notice that a lot of the resources and things that I quote are from a Christian faith-based perspective, but the concepts apply across. And the reason for that is where I do a lot of my work. And another reason I like to do that in a situation like this is because when you have someone coming to you from a faith-based background, you may not know what resources to turn to. And I do a lot of consultation with other therapists and people helpers who are like, what do I do? Like, I don't understand their religious, context. And so I'm going to give you resources to help you do exactly that. So there are 3 types of relationships, and I really like how this is defined. I think it's super helpful. The first is disappointing, right? That's like, it just isn't what I thought it would be. We got married, and I didn't realize you snore like a freight train. I used to really enjoy my sleep. You should really get tested for apnea, right? Like, that's disappointing. John Gottman says that 69% of the problems in a relationship are perpetual. You solve 31%, you don't think about those, and then the other 69% are the ones that make you want to tear out your hair and sometimes divorce someone, right? Where you're just like, oh my goodness, you are such a workaholic, right? There's a lot, right? So those are things that in couples therapy we can absolutely work through. I will see these folks 6 days a week and 7 times on Sundays. Like, it is, the kind of stuff we want to treat. And then there's difficult. Maybe one spouse got cancer, or you lost a child, or all of the things when life gets lifey that happen in a relationship, or, hey, we were so busy raising children, we stopped knowing each other, and now I don't know what to do. And those are things, again, that you can totally treat in couples therapy. And those are the couples I want to see and that my team wants to see. And then there is destructive. And that's a whole other matter. That is not something that goes to couples therapy, and we're going to talk about that in just a minute. But those are the ones that we would call abusive or coercively controlling. I like definitions because I'm a word girl. I was the girl that liked to diagram sentences in middle school. 10 out of 10. It was good stuff. I'm going to give you a couple of definitions, and I know that my slides are a little bit wordy. Again, you can go back and read them, but domestic violence is a pattern of coercive, controlling, or abusive behavior that is used by one individual to gain or maintain power and control over another individual in the context of an intimate relationship. Now, I will say that coercive control can also take place in churches and in workplaces and things like that. For the purposes of this, we're just talking about intimate partner relationships. This includes any behaviors that frighten, intimidate, terrorize, exploit, manipulate, hurt, humiliate, blame, injure, or wound an intimate partner. Just let those words sit with you for a moment. That's a long list. Ooh. You might hear it called domestic violence, domestic abuse, interpersonal violence, and all of those terms are used, but I'm going to use the term coercive control, and I'm going to tell you why. It's a pattern of behavior that uses both psychological and emotional coercion to secure compliance from a victim to establish power and control over that person, and it can be violent or nonviolent. We're also going to talk about that in a second. The key concept is it is a pattern of power and control. That is how I was able to tell you that Johnny Depp was the coercive controller. He had the power. He met Amber Heard when she was in her 20s. The way that he met her was taking his boot and lifting up her skirt, which is like, bruh. Right? And we excuse it away because it's Hollywood. But what message did that send? I mean, he's Captain Jack Sparrow, for heaven's sakes, right? And he's debonair and good-looking and well-spoken and violent. And all the doctors are his, and the houses are his. And he has more Hollywood power. And on and on and on, right? And we see that pattern, right? So look, any of us can be a jerk every now and again. And if you tell me you can't, you are also not being truthful. We should talk about that. You should repent. But when we have a pattern, right? So if I go over and I step on Naomi's foot and I go, oh my gosh, Naomi, I'm so, so sorry. I totally didn't mean to. And then I don't step on her foot again. It was an accident. Now, if I go over and step on Naomi's foot and I go, oh, sorry. And then I do it again. Naomi, why do you have feet? Like, if you know what? If you just didn't have feet, I wouldn't be able to step on them. And if Naomi cares about me, she's going to start trying to figure out how to keep her feet out of my way, as opposed to me not stepping on them. And if I keep doing that and I keep chipping away at other parts of our relationship in our life, eventually I will have control. And it's a pattern of power and control. Why do I like the term coercive control? Thank you for asking. I would love to tell you. It's more descriptive. It provides a better understanding of abuse dynamics, and it doesn't rely on words that are typically associated with physical or sexual harm, right? We understand words like punching, kicking, hitting, raping, but we don't always understand the subtleties that coercive control brings with it. And again, it's a pattern of power and control, and physical and sexual violence are just one tool in that arsenal. They're the one that we think of most often, but they're just one tool. This is one of the things I want to hammer home. All abuse is physical abuse. Unless you can take your brain out of your skull and stick it in a jar, it is in fact a body part, and it is dumping neurochemicals into your system all the time. And it's elevating them in moments of complex stress. And the current research shows all of what that does to our bodies. So all abuse is physical abuse. Well, he's just emotionally abusive. She wasn't hit. You know, they were married. Her yes was at the altar. It can't be rape. It's all physical. Have you ever had a parent that just gave you the look, the mom look, or the dad look, and you were like, oh. Did you ever notice a physical sensation in your body when that happened? Just think back to a time when a caregiver that had power or a teacher that you really loved gave you the look. Some of you are probably like, right now, just thinking about it and having a physical response. Imagine that in your home all the time, either as a child or a parent. I've heard story after story of children coming home, and then dad comes home and the children scatter. And all of a sudden they're like in the trees, in the woods, building forts. And you're like, what adaptive behavior? They're not even attached to their devices. No, they're running from a parent. And while that is absolutely good self-care for them, it is also not what we want our kids to be doing. But their bodies knew what their minds could not. I'm going to give you a note on gender. Many of these resources are gendered as male aggressor, female victim. And the stats do continue to show that there is more coercive control where males are the aggressors and females are the victims. However, it can in fact go both ways. We know that there are same-sex relationships where that happens. And so, while I'm going to use a lot of gendered language and the resources you will see what I want you to learn more than anything else is power and control. Who has power and control? Who has that pattern? And that's going to help you suss out what is going on. My friend Chris Moles says it this way: if you've seen one case of abuse, you've seen one case of abuse, because it can present so differently. So looking for those patterns is going to be your key to understanding. This is the Duluth Power and Control Wheel. Yes, you can't read it. Goodness gracious, that's some small type. We're not going to go through each and every piece of this pie, but you can find this online and you can really look through it. And what I love about it, this was actually the first model that talked to victims, right? When you hear about the old school cycle of abuse and the honeymoon phase, first of all, that does not exist. It is called manipulative kindness, and it is to secure compliance. Again, it is not a honeymoon phase. Things are not okay. They're just hidden. And he's baiting that hook. How many of you in here fish? Anyone? Good. That's amazing. I don't fish. I commentate fishing. I've learned that fish don't have ears, so it doesn't really scare them away. It's fantastic. So if you ever want my color commentary on your fishing, please invite me along. It'll be amazing. But they're putting a succulent worm on the hook and throwing it in those moments of manipulative kindness. And the fish goes, "This is dinner. That's great." And the next thing they know, they're being yanked out of the water and held up, and somebody's going, "Look, they were really this big," but whatever, right? And that's how I want you to see it. So when we got away from the cycle of abuse and started understanding the dynamics of power and control, it goes, oh, this makes so much more sense now. So we're going to talk about oppression. Merriam-Webster defines oppression this way: unjust or cruel exercise of authority or power, being weighed down in body or mind. Oh, if that is not every victim of coercive control I've ever seen in my entire life. Weighed down. Lauren talked about losing herself and feeling that pressure and the confusion. And that is the story. The victim is subjugated to the abuser. It is his or her way or the highway in every area, including house rules, sex, money, even who you're allowed to hang out with, who you're allowed to talk to. Everything is subject to the whims of this other person. And it is my personal opinion that we should all be anti-oppression. Oppression is not okay. So some statistics. 1 in 4 women, 1 in 7 men, 1 in 5 children exposed to domestic abuse and coercive control every single year. If we just did a little math, that's a lot of people. In churches, 1/3 of your relationships are going to either have been or are in a coercively controlling relationship. So I always encourage pastors to stand up in the pulpit and start counting by threes, and then panic and have someone come in and teach you, because it is that prevalent. It's often hidden, though, because of shame, right? Brene Brown talks about shame shields, and they're these things that we hide behind because we don't want to feel the shame. And imagine if you've been coerced into thinking that it's all your fault anyway, you're just a terrible human. Are you going to go up to somebody and go, "Hey, I need to tell you about this"? You might not even have language for it. I think we should talk about narcissism. It is also a word that is just out and about these days. And I hate it with the fire of 1,000 suns in the name of Jesus. And I'm going to tell you why. First of all, not all narcissists are abusers. And this might trip you out. You might be like, what? What? But it's true. I've actually worked with narcissists. You know what the best way to diagnose them is? Are you a narcissist? Yes. Truth, there was actually a scientific article about that years ago, and I was like, well, that's wild. And then I tried it with a client. He was like, well, yeah. And I was like, easiest diagnosis, right there. We'll take your cluster B. Thank you. And so, but they're not all abusers. Now, they do want the whole world to revolve around them without question, and they're very confused when it doesn't. But they're not all going to coercively control. They're just going to be annoyed. Right? Not all abusers are narcissists, and that's hard. Now look, are we all narcissistic at times? Yes, we are. Yes, we are. You're in the Whole Foods parking lot. I'm just going to use Whole Foods. I lovingly refer to it as Whole Paycheck. You're in the Whole Paycheck parking lot and you're cruising around and you're like, it is raining and I really want a close parking space. And then that Prius silently, because electric or Tesla, pick your car, slides into that space before you and you're like, I had my turn signal on. Ah, how dare they? How dare they? That's a little narcissistic. Is it all about you? Is that parking space really yours? Did it have your name on it? We see that in church parking lots, but no pastors ever admit it, right? Like, and we all have the moments. Again, it's the pattern of power and control. Some abusers are able to be diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder. I will tell you, they don't often submit to testing for this. And some just can't. But we like the label because we want to have some sort of understanding of how could a person do this to another person? And so we slap a label on it, and then it goes on TikTok, and then there we are with all of the things. But it's also deeply problematic in court hearings. The number of times I hear, he's a covert narc, right? And for all the police officers, they went, you mean they're telling on people? Are they an informant? What would you hear? No, like a narcissist, right? A covert narcissist. And they go into court and say that to the judge, and you know what the judge says? Oh, this is high conflict. And you know what happens? The victim often loses their kids, or loses access to their children, or is considered alienating. We're going to get into some of that. And so it really hurts people to use this terminology. And they say, well, is there a mental health? You know, if you're a judge, you go, is there a mental health diagnosis? And the victim's attorney goes, well, no. And then again, it's like, oh, everything you say now is suspect. Because again, the law has to be clear as much as it can be. And so then it just really hurts cases. And again, it waters down the severity of coercion. One story that I heard is that the abuser left cabinets open 1/4 of an inch, all of them in the entire house. Right? Have you ever seen the movie Gaslighting? It's from the 1940s. It's on YouTube. It's free. You should watch it. But the way we got that term gaslighting was he turned down the lights and she's like, is it getting dark in here? And he's like, no. And made her believe it wasn't getting dark. He like moved her hairbrush. She's like, I didn't move my hairbrush. And he's like, that's so curious. You must have moved the hairbrush. And she eventually goes crazy. That movie does not have a happy ending, in case you're wondering. And so it's like, oh my goodness, right? So when we water down the severity of the disruption and the dismantling of someone's actual identity using the term narcissism, we have done a great disservice to people. Let's talk about the law. So also, there are more states using the term coercive control in their laws, which is super helpful. So it's also inconsistent to use narcissism with advocacy efforts. And I am equal parts therapist and equal parts advocate. And I think that if you are a people helper, getting advocacy trained, even if you never take on people as an advocate, is some of the best stuff you can do. There are states, these are the ones that I currently know, that have coercive control in their laws. The UK has had it in their laws since 2015, and it is so helpful. North Carolina doesn't have that in their laws, but they have, their domestic violence statute is 50B, and it does say harass to the point of freaking out. That's a paraphrase, but that is in the law. And so things like that can be really helpful when someone is being stalked, when someone is not being physically assaulted, but is being terrorized. And that gives some protection, right? Like, look, we all know that a domestic violence protective order is a piece of paper or an electronic document. I don't know, I haven't gotten one in a while, so maybe they're electronic now. But a piece of paper, and we know that those can be violated, but they are some protection. Because then if we do have to get help, if we do have to call the police, there's something that says, you're not really supposed to be around this person or within 500 yards of them or whatever, and what are you doing? And then they get to go to jail. Now, yes, are they gonna bond out in less than like 8 hours? They are. There's a lot to be done, a lot of work to do to fix some of that stuff, but it's at least something. And it gives teeth. And then it also gives teeth in custody. Because we know that family court and criminal court are not the same thing. And for reasons I do not understand, most states, they don't actually talk to each other. And sometimes protective orders are in civil court, which is, again, confusing. So you can have a protective order that the mom has, and the kids get shuttled over to the abuser's house every other weekend or 50% of the time or what have you. And so having laws in place to say, no, I can document these incidents and give you some sort of evidence. And there's a website called Document the Abuse where victims can do this and then have a record. I believe it is called an abuse affidavit. an abuse evidentiary affidavit, something to that effect. And so you can take that into court and use that as a form of evidence, which is very powerful and very helpful. So when we're all using the same language, when we talk about this and we're using the term coercive control, we're going to be consistent across all of the places that people can touch domestic abuse and coercive control. Again, we've already, come on. There we are. We've talked about a lot of this. Most states aren't, this isn't reportable. California is one that I know that's an exception. California, you can report domestic violence if you are a people helper. A lot of times the only reports we can make are child abuse or child endangerment or child neglect. So know the laws of the state that you are in. And again, legality and morality, they don't always match, which is really tough sometimes. I know for our law enforcement folks in here, that is very frustrating at times when you're like, I want to help. I don't have a legal basis for help. Oh, dang. And that's really hard. So the more that we can do this to help get those legal bases, to get support for people, the better off we're going to be. So what do we want to know about coercive controllers? And I'm going to go through this really fast because we have two absolute experts here in Scott and Mark, and they know way more about it than I do, but I'm going to give you like the 30,000 foot view. So the 4 C's, and this is from Dr. Deborah Wingfield's book, Eyes Wide Open, which I highly recommend. She just updated it again last year. Dr. Deborah is the lead advocacy trainer for the advocacy training that I do. This woman's been doing it for 178 years. I think there were dinosaurs on the earth when she started. She helped get laws passed in Colorado. She is brilliant. And so I highly recommend everything that Dr. Deborah has. In fact, if I ever need a research paper, I just call her up and I'm like, hey, Dr. Deborah, can I get this research? And she's like, doo-doo-doo-doo, and I get it. So like she's also my own personal research library, which I love. But she talks about the 4 C's. They're cunning. They're always thinking. Don't let anybody tell you that it is accidental. It may be automatic for a coercive controller to act the way they do, but it is not accidental. I had a man look me in the face during a group and say, well, yeah, when my wife came down in leggings, because in some churches leggings are like the next best thing to like being Satan yourself or something, they said, I didn't want her to wear leggings. So I berated her until she changed her mind and went upstairs, because I knew if I said the right things, she'd start second guessing herself. And I would tell her that she was loose, and that would upset her, and then she'd go change. And that's exactly what happened. So don't tell me it's not intentional. It's 100% intentional. They're conning. They're not often honest, right? So when I have talked about this with other folks who work in batterer intervention and prevention, the thing I have heard most often is, if their lips are moving, they're lying. And that is so true until they do decide to change. They're convincing. These are the folks that can sell snow to Eskimos. Lauren told you in her story about how convincing her partner was and how confusing it was for her, right? You know, so it would be like Naomi believing that, in fact, she should not have feet because I'm stepping on them. And everybody on the outside would be like, no, I'm pretty sure we are allowed to have feet, and they're like allowed to exist in space. But Naomi will get to the point where she's like, I don't think I'm allowed to have feet. Because systematically, over time, in subtle ways, that person is convincing her that it's not okay, that she's not okay. And they are charming. There's a book, it's an old book called Snakes in Suits, about how much psychopathy there is in CEOs. Now, I have the title of CEO, but I definitely can tell you I don't have psychopathy, but if we need one of these other guys to test me, we can totally do that. But like that's something you're like, oh. And so when you think about it, I can't tell you how many people come to me as clients whose husbands are deacons, elders, pastors, law enforcement. And again, please no shade. I'm not saying any shade to my brothers and sisters in law enforcement. I'm just saying it's a place where coercive controllers can thrive and where it might not be easily caught. And they're charming. They're affable. They're people that, you know, you're like, I kind of want to hang out with them. They're all often the pillar of communities. Have you ever seen the news reports? Like, let's take, for example, her name was Shannon. I can't remember. I think his name was Chris Watts. That's it. I knew it was going to come to me eventually. And he was so charming and affable. And they found his family like in an oil drum, right? And everybody was like, I never expected that to be him, right? Brian Laundrie seems affable. People liked him unless you were in a relationship with him, right? And so these are the things that the outside world sees and thinks it could never be. you know, and yet it can. And so, again, knowing those patterns. And then Darvo, deny, attack, and reverse victim and offender. This was Johnny Depp. I never did it. She's crazy. I'm really the victim here. And then there were alpacas outside of the court building, right? He did a good job of Darvoing. So much so, again, that people still think that it was all her. And I'm like, I don't think so. We are going to camp in this space a little bit longer. And I do recognize that I am what stands between you and lunch, and I love you, and I'm sorry. And you're welcome. It could go anyway. But we do have good snacks. So if you need to get up and get a snack, you can totally go do that. If you're watching online, you are responsible for your own snacks, and I'm sorry. I hope they're as good as the ones we have here. But post-separation and post-divorce abuse don't get talked about nearly enough. And I really like this. This is from a study in 2023. And this is the quote that I pulled from it. Abusive partners used numerous strategies to coercively control their ex-partners by stalking and harassing them, using financial abuse, and discrediting the women to various authorities. Brian Laundrie did that really well, right? And this is actually something that happens all the time. I have had ex-partners call bosses of victims and say they're embezzling, they're doing all these things, call the church elders and call her unsubmissive and all kinds of things, even after the relationship is over. So again, I like definitions, but we're going to define this here. This comes again from another research study in 2022. The ongoing willful pattern of intimidation of a former intimate partner, including legal abuse, and we are going to talk about that in a moment, economic abuse, threats and endangerment to children, isolation, and discrediting and harassment and stalking. In our electronic age, it is stunningly easy to stalk somebody. It used to be that I had to go out to somebody's car and get on the ground and look up in the wheel wells for trackers. I don't have to do that anymore because there's a myriad of other ways that you can stalk someone. I'm not going to tell you what they are because I don't know you like that. And I would like not to give people the ideas on how to crime better. So I'm not going to help anyone crime, but there are a lot of ways that you can do things. I'll talk about a couple of them in here, but not the big ticket ones. This is actually largely a gendered problem, mostly perpetrated by men against their female partners. That is what the research currently shows. So again, can it happen to anybody? Yes, but it most often happens men to women. And the majority of intimate partner homicides are completed by men after separation. So if you've done any of this work for any length of time, you know that the most dangerous time is when you separate. You are 72% more likely to be killed when right at separation than at any other time. And there is a case currently in the news, and I am following it. And am I going to watch the trial? Yes, I am, gavel to gavel. But it is the Tepe case out of Ohio. And everybody was like, and I did a live on this with an attorney friend of mine who specializes in domestic abuse and coercive control. They were divorced for 8 years. Why would he? What? Like, you would think he'd moved on. Oh, let me tell you. Coercive controllers see their partners like property. And when a couch begins to talk and move out of the way, they get upset about it. And so it doesn't surprise me. And there's a lot of evidence that has come out. And again, we'll see what actually makes it into the court. But that he was stalking her and harassing her throughout the time they were divorced before he finally killed her and her husband while her and her new husband's children slept in the other room. Like, this is not something that when the relationship is over. And I think that's really important for our friends here in law enforcement to understand, because you're like, what is happening? If you're not familiar with this stuff, when you show up and you're like, yeah, this is what's happening, right? And it is more common, 90% more common than most people think. And again, 90%, and it can last for years or decades. And it doesn't matter if they had children together or not, as we saw in the Tepe case. And if they have children, then it just extends that. Imagine going to a wedding and you're celebrating the union of your child to what is hopefully an amazing human being, and you have to sit beside the person who is terrorizing you and has terrorized you for decades. Oh, that's rough. That's rough. And so understanding that this is a thing is so vitally important. And it has the same impact as living with a coercive controller. even though there's some distance. So at least you can sleep at night. And this is one of the things that I have heard so many times is, at least I can go to bed without wondering what will happen in the middle of the night. I still sleep with my bedroom door locked because you just never know if he'll break in. With cameras everywhere just in case. Sometimes he still drives by my house. And so they're walking on eggshells. Imagine what that's doing again to their neurological system. And it's not quite enough to meet the threshold of stalking, unfortunately, but it's high enough to meet the threshold of complex trauma, right? And kids aren't so lucky. Courts nowadays have the 50%. And while I would agree for fathers who are good and mothers who are good, I would not agree when there is coercive control. And yet we shuttle children off to an abusive home. And that doesn't stop for the kids. I've had kids sit in front of me and say, this is what happens when I'm at dad's house. And again, it doesn't meet the threshold of reportable. And even if you do report it, CPS is like, this is one of the things I was actually told by Child Protective Services in North Carolina once when I made a report. It is not illegal to put your child in a closet as long as you feed them. Corporal punishment is legal, so as long as the welts don't last. And we have a system set up to fail. And there are good men and women in these systems. They just don't have the laws and the process and the money on their side. And I'm just going to say it this way. My friend Chris says it, and I love it. Jesus has all the money in the world. The problem is it's still in some of y'all's pockets, right? When he's talking about that for fundraising for different things. And I think that's true of so many things. There's enough to go around to help people. And we just have to have the right legislation and the right way of funding to be able to accommodate that and to plug those holes. I know so many wonderful social workers who work for CPS who are just burdened, and they have like 75 kids on their caseload, and the one that isn't bleeding or half dead is not the one who's going to get the attention, and that's just a numbers game. And so I just want to put that out there, and again, I'm not political, that's not what I mean, because both parties, can do better. So, or how many parties, I don't know, how many parties there are, they can all do better. But I think that as we, as humans, as people helpers, start saying these things, and we say them out loud, and we say them during election cycles, and we say them during funding budget type things, and town hall meetings, and all of that, then people will start to listen. And so I love conferences like this where we can get a bunch of different professions in a room together and have these conversations together. This wheel is from One Mom's Battle, and you're going to go, wow, Tabitha, I can't read that. Don't worry, we're going to break it down together. So all of these categories, here we are, come verbatim from One Mom's Battle, but all of the examples are from either advocacy or our clinical practice. They've been de-identified and anonymized to protect the privacy of the people that it's happened to. All right, isolation. We've already talked about that. Lauren talked about being isolated by her abuser, not being around her friends as much, and that light that was inside of her going away and her shoulders slumping forward. But this is where the abuser creates false narratives, spreads rumors to family and friends and teachers and community relationships to discredit and destroy reputations or compromise current or even future support systems. This is where the man goes to the pastor and goes, she's an unsubmissive wife, or this is where she's in sin, or if you only knew, or fill in the blank, or goes to her employer and says she's doing this or that, or just calls up there incessantly because what employer is going to want that? And then she gets fired from the only support she has because the employer's like, look, your crazy ex cannot keep calling up here. One of the victims here has said, I was supposed to meet with a pastor's wife and talk about my fears and concerns. She suddenly canceled with me. He had gotten to her first and told her that I was the problem. She's just crazy. She's borderline. The number of times victims of abuse have been misdiagnosed as borderline or bipolar is stunningly high. Because if you don't know the dynamics of coercive control and you don't ask the right questions, abuse victims don't always present with linear thought. I don't know if you knew this, because they're, they're back here in their feely parts, their thinky parts are offline, and if they've had to fight to get anybody to listen to them, then they're coming in maybe loaded for bear. And if you're a pastor and you're watching this and you're like, that makes so much sense in a few marriage counseling situations, where it's like he seems all calm and she's like, and then this, and it might be the only time she felt safe enough to say it. Or he's already going to have spun the narrative. Another example, he said she was mentally ill from the pulpit. This is an actual case on multiple occasions. And these are reports for John Paul Miller. He is a South Carolina pastor. He is still a pastor, whose wife, Micah, died by suicide after disclosing domestic abuse. If you haven't read about that case, you should. It is heartbreaking. But the things that he said about his own wife, and even the day she died, after she died, the way he presented from the pulpit, you're like, bruh, what in the world? Harassment and stalking. Sending a barrage of manipulative, threatening, or abusive messages with the intention of terrorizing or intimidating, monitors whereabouts and activities through social networks, social media, spyware, or physical stalking. Can you follow someone down the street? Yes. Can you electronically follow them? Oh, yes. How many parents in here have Life 360 on their children? Of course you do. Do you know who stalks me with mine? My son, in reverse, because he's almost 22 now. And so he's like, Mom, where are you? And I'm like, One day he was like, just curious, I was driving home, and he does worry about me, I am his mama, and he sends me a picture of my van from a traffic camera, because he had found me on Life 360, found the closest traffic camera, and took a screenshot. And I went, I love you, please use your powers for good and not for evil, right? If my almost 22-year-old can do that, imagine some of these other people that can do things that are much more spicy and much more terrifying. One of victims said, I found that he had mirrored my iPad using the iCloud. He was watching all of my text messages. Oh. He kept showing up at places I was. I had no idea how he knew until my counselor checked under my car and found a tracking device in the wheel well. And again, you don't even have to do that these days. There are other ways, which I will not tell you. He sent me more than 100 text messages in an hour at 3 a.m., telling me I was the one who killed our marriage and I should be very afraid of what he might do. Oh. And then if, heaven forbid, a victim clapped back on that, well, it was both of you. It's a mutual problem. You're both toxic. It's high conflict. When really, she just got to the end of her rope, finally said something, and that's the time he started filming Taylor Frankie Paul. If you have not watched that hearing for their domestic violence protective order, you absolutely should. It is a case out of Utah. And man, she lost her position on The Bachelorette. Look, would I be on The Bachelorette? Absolutely not. I don't do reality TV like that. They make them drink a lot. I worry a lot about how they handle the mental health of reality stars. But she lost her position on The Bachelorette. And if you listen to the court case, the judge flatly says, you were coercing her. You didn't start filming until she was already activated. And so she actually is the one who caught the domestic violence charge and had to do some stuff. And he was actually the one who was instigating, right? But the whole world, if you go read some articles on what people said about her, said, she's just crazy, right? And so the minute you clap back as a victim is the one time that you'll get recorded and you will end up in jail. Gabby Petito was the one who was sent away and threatened with arrest. Brian Laundrie was sent to a domestic abuse shelter. Financial abuse. Withholds, mismanages, delays support payments and reimbursement while blocking access to bank accounts or financial resources, purposely interferes with or jeopardizes career opportunities or advancement. I've seen this so often. And so, look, domestic abuse and coercive control is an equal opportunity offender. It does not matter your race, religion, socioeconomic status. None of it matters. Abuse is power and control, and it can happen anywhere. And oftentimes I'll hear, but they're a doctor. I had a client who was a physician and did not have access to any of the money that they earned. And that's because the husband was said, well, I'm the head of the household, and so I have to control all the finances, and it is my job to do this, and so you can't do this. So she had no access. So yeah, she made great money, but she didn't have any of it. And I've had clients not be given grocery money. In these stories, he called my office and lies to them about me. I almost lost my job. He refused to pay the ordered spousal support because he didn't think I deserved it. It took months for the court to hear the case. And oftentimes, in this last one, he didn't have the means to pay for it, is what he said, and the judge forgave it. She said I could submit another motion. And she just took his word. So now this victim has to go and spend the money to submit another motion to court to try to get what was already ordered. And this happens over and over and over. I had a client who their spouse, my client, and one of their children had celiacs. And when their spouse would get mad, he'd bring home gluten and say, suffer or starve, you get to pick. And she had to pick, am I going to starve? Or am I going to suffer and writhe in pain? That's a heck of a choice for somebody. And when you hear just leave, with what resources? Domestic violence shelters are often full. Most of the time you can't bring your pets. But I think his name is Andrew. I can't remember his last name at the moment, but he is a master's in public health. He's a brilliant guy, and he is working to change that because his dog is what saved his life. And so you look at that, and it's like, but I also have to leave my children because I could be accused of taking the children. I could be accused of all of these different things, right? So it's untenable sometimes when you don't have the resources to make a move. Counter-parenting undermines parenting decisions and imposes conflicting values to spite the other parent, denies or withholds consent for the child's needs. I see this constantly. The law says I have to have consent from both parents unless a court order dictates otherwise if parents are divorced. So we often have mom wants to bring her kids because there are things happening and there's some severe. We had a parent come to us and say, my child wants to die and has got a plan. Like that's every people helper in here goes, okay, that's like an immediate, we got to do something. And the father refused to sign consent even after the parenting coordinator said you must. I don't like that therapist. I might find someone I like. I think the kid's fine. Or if they have to pay for 50% of it, then they just don't want to. Well, that's kind of expensive. All the time we see this. He told our son that I said he was stupid and that's why I hired a tutor. So like they said the kid was stupid. Mom thought the kid was stupid. And that's why there was a tutor. And it's like, no. It is really hard to learn when you're in a coercively controlling environment and when you've been through trauma. And so, like, of course the kiddo probably needed some support. And here the mom who's giving that support is being vilified. He's refusing to give consent to any therapist unless he chooses them. The last time he chose the person, they didn't even see the kids. Literally, in this particular case, the coercive controller would spend the entire hour with the therapist while the children were in the lobby. And the fact that that therapist allowed that to go down, like, makes my internal therapy Tabitha is very mad about that and do not love that at all, but like that's the stuff that happens. He told our daughter that I didn't sign her up for gymnastics because I didn't want to pay, but our divorce agreement says he has to agree and pay, and he said he wasn't paying. And so if you already got someone who's financially controlled, then they can't pay for that, and coercive controllers know it, and so they use this as leverage to continue to try to maintain control or bring terror. Alienation. Are we on the right page? We are not. There we are. Hold on. There we go. Alienation allegations. Parental alienation claims a legal strategy to trump allegations and findings of abuse, despite it being a discredited theory that lacks empirical data and evidence-based scientific research. One of my favorite things, now look, full disclosure, I worked in clinical research for 22 years before becoming a therapist. My entire job was an auditor to tell everyone they ever did, everything they ever did wrong. I was wildly popular at parties. Such a good time to see me coming, right? But when we look at the research, you have to always look at who conducted it, who funded it, and how was it done. What was the sample size? What did it look like? What questions did they ask, and do they make sense? So when we can critically evaluate research, we can go, I have questions about some of this. One client reported her ex-husband had been abusive toward her and her children, and she was accused of parental alienation in the courts, and the courts saw her as high conflict, and so full custody was given to the abusive father, as the judge believed it was an attempt. Because he came in charming, cunning, conning, all of those C's, right? And the judge bought it hook, line, and sinker, and he got the kids. If you look at instances of homicide of children by abusers, there is a case, I forget where it's out of, but the father was like, I don't know where the kids are. Well, he had taken their lives. There are parents who kill their children then kill themselves. And the mom goes to get the kid and finds everybody dead. Like, that is not an uncommon thing. It's not as well reported as I wish it were. But it's not uncommon. It takes a quick internet search to come up with all the articles. A client seeking a DVPO, domestic violence protective order, was denied despite significant evidence of harassment leading to fear because the judge thought she was trying to use the order to keep the kids away from the other parent. The mother was physically assaulted by the abuser in front of the kids and hospitalized. The court finally approved her DVPO, but the children were still required to go to the abusive parent's home because the father wasn't abusive toward the children. It was all directed toward mom. What do you think is happening in that home? Big yikes. I need to get eyes in the back of my head. My son thinks I have them, but I don't. But we won't tell him that. Neglectful or abusive parenting, again, it exposes children to unsafe content, situations, or people while using violence, intimidation, threats, manipulation, or ridicule to gain compliance. He told the children that if they talked back to him, he'd destroy all their toys. To prove his point, he broke each child's favorite toy. The kids came back devastated, and I don't even know how to comfort them. Kids also often act out at the home of the safer parent because they can't act out at the home of the abuser. So they come home and wild out. And I always tell moms, I'm sorry to say this, but that's a good thing, and I'm also sorry you have to go through it. So now we're not only parenting from a position where we don't have enough money and resources, and we're having to do all the cleanup on aisle 7 because of the other party. That is rough. My daughter told me that her dad has friends over to use drugs with. When she said she was scared of them, my ex pushed her into her room and closed the door. She doesn't feel safe, but I have a court order saying she has to go there. And if I don't send her, I'm in contempt and I can go to jail and lose her entirely. What a position to be in. I have to send you into hell because otherwise you'll never have a safe place. Imagine being a parent faced with that choice. I have clients that I work with right now and advocates that clients I advocate with right now where this is the case. What is going to be the outcome after the summer break with dad? What is going to be happening to my children when they come home? What am I going to hear? And they have no choice but to send their kids. Unless you think when a kid gets old enough that they can make a decision, it depends on the state. Depends on the state. So not all states allow like a 14-year-old to say, I don't want to be going to this other parent's house anymore. They, you have to wait till they're 18, which is a horrible thing. And if in your divorce decree it says you cannot say anything negative about the other parent, and you're not the one violating it, now look, I have seen so many abusers talk absolute smack about their ex to the children, and the children come home confused, and my client doesn't say anything back because it's violation of the court order, and other parties got the money and will take them to court, and then they can lose the children. So here you are, you can't even defend yourself or speak the truth or anything else. What a horrible position. What a horrible position to be in. This is not a category from One Mom's Battle, but if I were to add a piece of pie, this would be it. Using legal actions and process and court-mandated systems to continue to harass and abuse the victim. This can look like filing modification motions, forcing the victim to file contempt paperwork when court orders are violated, and dragging on the legal proceedings forever. He filed a motion to hold me in contempt because I didn't answer a message in Our Family Wizard, which is a way that you can communicate that courts give you in a timely manner. He sent it at 3 a.m. and had filed it by noon. Now, I don't know about you. Maybe you're up at 3 a.m. It's not in anyone's best interest if I am, I'll tell you that. Like, I'm not going to be having a coherent conversation. I'm certainly not going to be responding to an abusive party through Our Family Wizard at 3 a.m. But within 9 hours, he had already filed a motion that now she has to respond to. He either has to do it pro se, which means she represents herself, which is dicey, or has to pay an attorney to respond on her behalf. Brutal. He keeps refusing to provide discovery documents. Each letter my attorney sends costs me. Have you guys ever seen a legal billing? They are billing by the minute. I don't do that as a therapist, but I'm like, man, missed opportunity, right? Like, 2 minutes of thinking about you, $7,000. If you're an attorney in here, I know it's not quite that expensive, but that's how it feels. And I'm nearly out of money. What will I do when I can't pay my attorney? So now you don't have your zealous advocate to go to court and represent you. That's rough. And we don't talk about the post-separation and post-abuse or post-divorce coercive control nearly enough, which is why when I was talking with Naomi, we added a big chunk on that. I've done an entire 90-minute presentation on this, so we again are skimming the surface on this part of it. There's so much more that goes into it, so if you have more questions and you want to know more, I'm happy to do that for you. But we're also going to talk about now what happens and how you identify this when you see it. So how do you detect it? Well, most victims don't come in and say, "Hi, I'm being abused. My name is Sarah. How are you?" I would guess that Lauren didn't say that. She was probably not going to her mom. She's probably like, "I'm really confused. I don't know what's going on." She wasn't like, "Hi, Mom, I'm being abused. I'm going to need your help." Like, that's just not how it goes. What you hear is, "Something is wrong in my relationship. I just can't seem to get it right. Naomi, I don't know why I have feet. Perhaps I should just cut them off." Right? Which sounds, again, ridiculous, but these are the types of things that we hear. "He's never pleased. I can't make him happy. I need to fix what's wrong with me so I can be a better partner." Ugh. Often you see this code because people don't know. And again, they're minimizing their own experience because they think they're crazy. So what do? Ask good questions, right? This is not closed-end questions. Where were you on the night of the 31st? It's also not the Spanish Inquisition. I don't recommend that. But some of my favorites are, can you disagree? If I were to ask Lauren, "Are you allowed to disagree with that guy?" She would have been like, "Nope to the nope, nope," with a nope on the side, right? Absolutely not. What happens if you disagree? "He hasn't talked to me for a week. He brings home gluten. He makes me stand outside with the children in the freezing cold." These are all things I've heard. So how often are you going to disagree? Not a lot if you can't. Are you allowed to answer for yourself? And this, for those of you who are in law enforcement and for those of you who are in the hospital, if someone is like with the person and you're like, "So tell me what's going on." And now officers I know are great because you guys separate people. You're like, "Can I just talk to you over here?" And nobody's going to argue with somebody carrying a firearm. So 10 out of 10, I do love that. Or at least smart people. Smart people are not going to argue. I know some of you are like, "Ma'am, they do in fact argue." I hear you. But you're going to separate them and ask the questions. Like, if they're talking for their partner, I always can tell this in couples counseling. When one person does all the talking, and the other person's not allowed to answer, I start asking questions inside going, "I wonder what's going on here." Are you afraid to disagree, right? So I might not actually disagree, but I'm afraid that if I even did, what happens when you try to share an opinion that differs? Like, look, man, if someone's like, here's a red flag in dating, and look, we have a t-shirt on our website that says those red flags don't mean it's a carnival, because it doesn't, for sure. So if someone's like, "Hey, I want to, where do you want to go to dinner?" And you're like, "I want to go to Taco Bell." And they're like, "I want to go to Taco Bueno." You must be really ridiculous for wanting to go to Taco Bell. How dare you want to go to Taco Bell? I'm not making a run for the border. God, I thought you were smarter than wanting to go to Taco Bell. Oh, dude, that is an inconsequential conversation in the grand scheme of relational conversations. Which taco purveyor you frequent is not a moral function, right? It's neither good nor bad. It's just a taco. So do they ignore you? And I'm not talking about "I just can't talk to you right now, I need a break," but that icing out. And everybody that's in here that is listening has experienced this is like, "Oh, I know that feeling." There's a look that goes with it. The number of times I have heard, "Did you see his eyes? They were black, they went dead." Man, there's a look that an abuser has. How do you know they're angry? Oh, you catch the vibes, right? They come in and they slam a door, or they're brooding, or they're quiet, and you're like, "I got to brace for impact, something's coming." What does it look like when they're angry? How do they show it? Right? It can be quiet or loud. I think sometimes when we think of anger, it's always loud. But have you seen the seething anger? That can also be there. Okay, so somehow this sometimes jump slides, so I'm really sorry for that. I won't read all of the rest of these in the interest of time, but again, and one of the questions that I really like here on this particular slide, I think we're on the right slide. Are we on the right slide? We are. Okay, cool. Do you feel pressure to do things you don't want to do? Very, very rarely is a victim going to tell you the stuff that's happening in the bedroom is terrifying. That is not the first thing that they say. But we need to learn how to ask. Is there anything that you feel pressure doing in any part of your life? In the bedroom, in life? And if we say it, sometimes then we'll get the information, or sometimes it'll come out later. Because sometimes people are like assessing you to see if you're trustworthy. So it might not be like, oh, I don't know if I'm going to talk to this person yet. I need to see how they're going to respond because they may have gotten some really poor responses in the past. And so that's just something to be aware of. Coercive control is on a continuum. It can be more or less severe, right? So one of my clients said it wasn't like this 25 years ago, and I said, I bet it wasn't. Because abuse does not stay stagnant. It grows over time, and the more control, Dr. Deborah calls it a funnel, and I love it. It's the captivity funnel. Sit with that for a minute. Starts off all wide where you have some freedoms, and then slowly it comes in and comes in and comes in until you are trapped. And at the bottom of that funnel, there's nowhere to go, and the walls are really tight. It's sort of like Star Wars. You remember that scene where the trash compactor is coming in? Look, I know I'm old, and that's the movie I've got for you on this one. But then they're all like, ah! They're trying to put things in there, and they're like, ah! Right? And they're stuck in this trash compactor. It's kind of like that, right? There's a fine line between words and actions. So it might be words, until there's physical violence. One of the former board members of Call to Peace Ministries had this experience. She had never been physically assaulted until the day he shot her when she tried to leave. Thankfully, she survived it, obviously, but we see that far too often. I'm not going to read every one of these, and yes, the type is quite small, but these are some of the different categories and some of the severity, so you can see this continuum for yourselves, and the things that are on the lower side and on the higher side. And again, if you get the QR code for the presentation, you can actually read these in type that is not tiny, and you can see that. So on the low side, we have name calling. While she's a real BITCH, female dog, say it how you want it, all the way up to the vicious, demeaning words that are on the more severe side of things. Emotional, again, low-grade anger, that like, he's just always very angry all the time, right? All the way up to threats of suicide and harm to self and threats of harm to the victims. And the reason that those are in red, those are two of the higher indicators that domestic abuse and coercive control is going to become lethal. Right? So they're not number one. We're going to talk about what number one is, but they are on there. So when Lauren shared that her former partner had unalived himself, I was like, my goodness, I'm glad you weren't there because you'd have gone first. Right? And we like to think, no, that wouldn't have happened. And you may have heard her story and thought, oh, that's so tragic. That he was so depressed over losing her. It was his final act of control. You're going to remember me. The final act of control. Think about that. Look, if someone says that they're going to harm themselves, we want to get them help. Of course we do. And we also have to recognize that it is one of the ways that coercive controllers will harm their partners and former partners. You have a duty to report that, right? Harm to self and others is almost always in every law. So if you hear that, please take action. But also think of the safety of the victim, because if the system doesn't protect the victim, then the outcome could be deadly. Physical. On the low end, just the posture. The number of times I've been in batterer intervention and prevention groups, and this is the question I like to ask. Here are some things I like to ask. What happened? Well, we were arguing. What time was it? I mean, it was 3 a.m, but I just couldn't get it off my mind. Okay. How loud were you? Well, I might have said some unkind things. What unkind things did you say? Now, look, if you're going to ask that question of someone, you have to have a less tender heart on some colorful, spicy language, if you will. Well, I called her a see you next Tuesday. If you don't know what that means, come find me after. I'm just not going to say it out loud on a recorded conversation here, recorded presentation. Oh, you called her a see you next Tuesday at 3 a.m. while blocking the bedroom door. Well, yeah, she said she just wanted to go in the other room, and I wasn't done talking to her. Oh, okay. So we have a much different picture of I was mad, I got loud, and I said some unkind things. Right? When we start to pull that thread, we get a lot more information. So that, when we're like, well, it was a bristled, threatening posture. Well, yeah, they bowed up on me in the bedroom door where I couldn't get out, or they threw me down on the bed, or they held me down on the bed. And we're going to have a lot of talk about strangulation, so I'm not going to go too far into this, but the number one indicator that coercive control will become lethal is strangulation. The difference between choking and strangulation, I just want to give you a definition, is choking is what happens when a piece of chicken goes down the wrong hole. Strangulation is when someone blocks my ability to breathe, either through compressing my airway with their hands, a body part, another object. It can be laying on my chest. It can be pushing my face into something, whether it be a pillow face down into a wall. It does not matter, and it does not take long to kill you. That's all I'm going to say about it, because I know we have two folks here who are experts in that and are going to talk about it quite a bit. But you don't die right away, and you can die weeks later. Weeks. So I'm just going to leave that with you and let these other gentlemen take care of the nitty-gritty on that. But if someone says he choked me, I want everything in you after today to go, what did you just say? And please don't correct their language, right? You can go internally, choking is what you do on a piece of chicken. But ask more questions, okay? Because this is so important. And they can couch it in ways that seem normal. As a sex addiction therapist, one of the things I hear is sexual choking or breath play. There's nothing playful about it. There is no way to do that safely. None. Well, he really likes it when he chokes me during sex. He says it arouses him. Everything in you should start to worry. Even if they're not a coercive controller, they could kill their partner accidentally. And so these are things that I want you to now hear differently, that in modern society you might hear and be like, well, I mean, yeah, some people are into choking, they're into that. Nobody should be into that. Nobody. It is far too dangerous. Sexual. Unwanted touch is on the low end, and you might think that does not feel like on the low end. But when you're married to someone and they come up and slap your tush, unless that is something that you are okay with, and look, if you don't have talks about consent in, committed relationships and marriage, you should. This is not something that we're often taught, to talk about sex and to talk about it openly. If you need help, I wrote a book, so I'm happy to help you with language on that. But it's something that we should talk about and that we're not teaching people to do. And so if you aren't okay with someone slapping your butt while you're at the sink, you should say, I'm not okay with that. And when it's done and you're not okay with that, or when it's done in a demeaning way, that is a problem, and it can be part of coercive control, all the way up to rape and all of those other things that you might think about. In case you're wondering, it is illegal to rape your spouse in all 50 states. All of them. Now, is it easy to prosecute? No. Sex crimes in general are not easy to prosecute, realistically. But it doesn't make it less wrong. And I think sometimes hearing that it is in fact illegal is really important for people to know. So that if you hear that when you're working with a patient or a client or you're on a law enforcement call and you say, oh my gosh, I remember this crazy woman said something during this thing, come back and look at the presentation and think about that, like, okay, we might have something far deeper going on here. And then financial, we won't cover all of this, but this can be everything from I control all the income to absolutely destroying the ability for this person to ever work or have good credit or all of those kinds of things, sabotaging careers and all of that, including stealing assets. It is not uncommon for me to hear that money was stolen and hidden. I think he put everything in his mama's name. I hear that a lot. And then spiritual. This is one of the harshest forms of abuse that I think we can see. Because not only is there the coercive control, but then you're doing it on behalf of God. Or on behalf of your higher power. It does not matter the religion. We'll use God just because it's simple. So if you think your abuser speaks on behalf of God, and this is what God is saying about you, man, that's powerful. This is what God is saying about your body, your access, your voice, your personhood. If you feel like that, all of the other types of abuse then can sit on top of it. And man, this will mess up somebody's faith. So have you ever been in a church and heard something like the gossip prayer? Oh, Lord Jesus, please, please help Sister Mary Margaret, because her jam is just not on point, and we know she can't make potato salad. She's going to put raisins in it, and she's going to bring it to the potluck. Jesus, deliver her from raisins. Is that an actual prayer? No. Do I want raisins in my potato salad? Also, no. I'm going to do a different intervention for Mary Margaret, right? But these are the kinds of things that, in a church setting, the abuser might do. Please pray for my wife. Her mental illness is just kicking up. She's really unhinged. Meanwhile, they're drugging their wife. And I have seen that more often than I can count. and she's all dysregulated because she's doped up. Have you ever listened to the podcast Betrayal? If you're a true crimer, it's a great one to listen to because this also will elucidate many dynamics of things for you in a very entertaining way. But spiritual abuse on the extreme end can be using different religious texts to control as well. And so even if this isn't the space that you want to work in, no matter what, again, the faith is, you want to at least be familiar that it can be used, because my definition of spiritual abuse is this: it is taking someone's good and right devotion to God and using it as a weapon against them. And so if you have somebody that genuinely wants to follow their higher power, and they come in to you shaking, thinking, I'm going to say this out loud and I'm probably going to hell or Hades or, Sheol or whatever they call it, it took enormous courage for them to walk through. So you want to honor that this is a really hard space for them. And again, does not matter the religion. I have seen this take place in the Muslim faith, in the Hindu faith, in the Christian faith, in the Jewish faith, in all of the faiths, where someone really wants to be a good steward of their faith and it gets weaponized against them. I think I had this slide in here twice, so we're not going to do it again. But they're both abusive, and I've already covered this quite a bit as well. The high conflict, she attacked him, whatever. Look for power and control. So as you go out into the world after this, couple of days, I want you to think in terms of the pattern of power and control and ask those questions of people. You may see the victim react in an effort to maintain safety or to fight back. It is not reactive abuse. By definition, only one person can have power and control, not both. So, and this, for our police officers, is one of the things that makes the domestic violence calls so dangerous. It is the number, in case you didn't know, it's the number one danger to a police officer or law enforcement officer is a domestic violence call. Because you just don't know who's going to go froggy. Is it going to be the abuser or the victim? We do not know sometimes, right? I don't know how many episodes of Cops I saw where they're coming to arrest the dude who's beating on the woman and she jumps on the guy because she knows he's getting out. She knows he's bonding out. And if she don't look like she's all loyal and stuff, then she's going to get the brunt of it. And so, our poor brothers in blue are like, what just happened, right? And of course they are. And so understanding that you might see a reaction, right? Like the scratch on Brian Laundrie from Gabby Petito because she's trying to get him off her. We need to ask these questions. And one of the things I love that Lauren said about how we work with victims is sometimes to shut up, right? The acronym we use in advocacy class is WAIT. Why am I talking? And if you keep talking, the acronym is WASTE. Why am I still talking? W-A-I-T and W-A-I-S-T. And to hear and to listen and to hear what they have to say and to know that it's not going to be linear. Sometimes when I'm doing timelines, I use super sticky Post-it notes in my office. Super sticky because they stick to painted surfaces. That is your pro tip and office supply tip of the day. And that way they can move things around if they need to. Again, we do not condone self-defense in these ways. I am not a fan of Carrie Underwood before he cheats, or because he cheats, or whatever the name of that song is, right? We're not taking the Louisville Slugger to the car. I'm going to hopefully help you have better ways to cope and to take care of yourself. So we would rather they have education, become empowered, and be able to make better choices in the relationship for themselves. But again, I'm also going to say I understand how we got here sometimes when we do that. The cardinal rule is safety first. Again, even if there hasn't been overt physical or sexual violence, then we know it can get there really quickly. And so we always want to be thinking with safety in mind. So what not to do with the victim, tell them to leave. And everything in you might want to say, please lace up your tennis shoes and run so fast that they catch fire, right? And of course you feel that way. You're seeing something they're not able to see yet. But to go, well, you should just leave, as Lauren said earlier, is stunningly unhelpful. 10 out of 10 don't recommend. Even if that is ultimately a good choice for them, there are a lot of things that can go into that. We actually had a client who was strangled, which was interesting because the judge was like, well, maybe that was accidental. And I'm like, that is not accidental. But okay. But she wasn't ready to leave. And so we know that that's the number one indicator this might become lethal. And so the clinician that was seeing her and me as the boss were like, okay, we're going to have to breathe through this, right? So we're using our own regulation skills with it. And finally, she was able to get to that point, but we had to just sit with her in it, right? I always tell our clients, we walk through the valley of the shadow of death, but we're not making camp. We're going to try to go out the other side. Sometimes the journey out the other side, though, is a little bit slow. And as people helpers, we have to be okay with that. We don't want to provide printed resources to take home. If you provide the power and control wheel, do you know where it's going to end up when they're not ready? On the partner's nightstand. Why? If they only knew, then they wouldn't do these things. And what actually happens is then that person gets further isolated and can also get killed. We do not recommend couples counseling. We're going to have a whole slide on that, so I will stop saying anything there. We don't tell victims what to do. If you tell a victim what to do, you're just like their abuser. And as hard as it is to leave it open-ended and let them learn to make their own choices, it is something we have to do. And we don't want to denigrate religious beliefs. You might be like, that is a crazy way to read your religious text. But to say that to somebody without them being able to get there themselves is really unhelpful. And I've had counselors, well-meaning counselors, go, well, just leave your church. It's not always that easy. It's not always that easy. And so we just have to hold open those spaces. As we already talked about, getting out may not solve the problem. Let's talk about marriage counseling, shall we? First of all, it doesn't work. Coercive control is not a marriage problem. I don't know if you knew that. It's not. Coercive controllers manipulate, lie to, and try to charm the therapist, thereby making their therapist a flying monkey. How many of us have seen The Wizard of Oz? Not Wicked. The monkeys were good there. They were oppressed. We're not talking about that one. We're talking about the OG Wizard of Oz here, right? So, like, in the original Wizard of Oz, the flying monkeys did the bidding of the Wicked Witch of the West, right? And this is how abusers weaponize other people. So, oh my gosh, I need both sides of the story. You know, it takes two. I heard a juror say this in the Diddy trial, and I almost went through my computer screen because I listened to the jury interviews. Look, y'all, Diddy is a coercive controller, straight up. I don't know what Puffy was doing there, but he is. But the juror goes, well, you know, it takes two hands to clap. And I said, no, it doesn't, because how many of us have siblings who would grab our hand in the backseat of the car and go, stop hitting yourself, stop hitting yourself, stop hitting yourself? It does not. It takes a coercive controller to take your hand and make it clap. Give me a break. And I was like, very upset. As you can see, I'm still a little activated about that particular juror interview, because I was like, this is why we need more education, because people need to understand that. Coercive controllers learn new ways to manipulate, and they learn to disguise their abuse. I'm just trying to set a boundary. Look, the definition of a boundary is not how you're going to act, it's how I'm going to act if you act a certain way. If you act a certain way, I'm going to leave the room, or I'm going to leave the relationship, I'm going to go do something. You can act however you want. I'm just not going to be there to hang out with you, right? Whereas a coercive controller is like, I'm just trying to set a boundary. So, like, your needs are really not what I'm thinking about right now, or whatever, right? So they're going to weaponize therapeutic language. They also harm their victims based on things discussed in therapy, because every victim and survivor that I know has gone in trying to make it work. Maybe therapy will do it. Maybe he'll hear the therapist. Look, honey, if he didn't hear you, he's not going to hear me. I'm just going to tell you that right now, right? But they go in and the victim bears their heart. They really come in good faith, and then the abuser takes it home. Or if they bring up an actual issue in therapy, they have to go home in the car together. And man, it can get ugly real fast. It can also give false hope to the victim, because oftentimes the coercive controller is not initially interested in change. We call it hopium, right? So like, man, there's a hopium problem here. They're hoping something will change. And then oftentimes therapists miss it because they're poorly trained. I am on a mission to train as many therapists as will talk to me and let me train them on the dynamics of coercive control. This is one of my favorite quotes of all time. Coercive control is not a marriage problem. It causes marriage problems. So let that sink in. Of course you're going to have problems in a marriage when someone is trying to take your personhood. Of course you are. The problem is the coercive control, not the relationship itself. So what do we not want to do with the coercive controller? Well, we would not like to go, you know, buddy, you're abusive. Should really figure that out. That's not helpful, right? That's not going to work very well. Thinking that typical logic is going to sway, if they only knew. That's not a true statement. Look, they're playing out of a different rule book. And I know that Mark and Scott are going to talk more about that, and they have whole presentations on it, so I'm going to let them take that deep dive. But we're not going to logic them out of this. If then doesn't work on this one. Contribute it to addiction or trauma. One of the reasons I got my CSAT is because I had so many pastors tell me, it's just their pornography addiction. And I was like, that's not what the research says. And they're like, well, how would you know? And I'm like, well, then I'll just go get a certification, read all the research, and then I'll tell you. So sometimes you just have to go get the extra street credit is why I am the alphabet soup that I am. But it doesn't, right? It can be contributive It can be correlative, but it is not causative. How many people do you know in here who have experienced trauma and do not go on to coercively control another person? How many people, now look, is all addiction abusive? Yes, absolutely. You're lying, you're gaslighting, you're misusing funds, there's all kinds of things in there. But when you're doing that and you're not taking the personhood of another, it's still a problem. Betrayal trauma is a whole thing, right? And all of the lying, I'm not saying it's not problematic. What I am saying is that if they're not taking your personhood, it's a different thing. I actually have a Venn diagram, I don't think I have it in here, of the overlap between addiction and abuse. So if you would like that, I'm happy to share it. But they are related and slightly different. And not all addicts are coercive controllers. I think that's really important to understand because we want a reason. Why would someone treat another person this way? And again, it's power and control, it's not the addiction. And please don't work with coercive controllers unless you get trained. It is a whole vibe. I used to see this one particular coercive controller. He was my last session at the end of a day. And I remember one intern that sat in on those sessions with me went, "Oh my God, I need a drink." At the end of like every session. One time he said that I wasn't qualified because I have female body parts. Literally, that's what he said, except a little more spicy. And I said, "Are you meaning to tell me that I am not qualified based on training, education, and experience simply because of my gender?" And he said, "Yes." I said, "Well, that's very interesting," right? And I just, I knew to expect this, and so I just held my ground and whatever. But man, after that session, she was like, "I wanted to throw my laptop out the window." And I was like, yeah, it do be like that sometimes, right? And so if you're not well trained in this, first of all, you won't survive it. Secondly, you probably shouldn't drink because you could become an alcoholic. And thirdly, you really want to make sure that you are not inadvertently doing something that will harm the victim. So what you want to do is listen well and create a safety plan. I have all of my clients do safety plans every single time, and I just tell them when they're like, "Well, I probably don't need that." You probably do. I'll just say, "Hey, look, you know what? I've been doing this a long time. Just humor me, and if we don't ever need it, then great." But what I don't tell them oftentimes is that I've never not had to engage at least some part of a safety plan in all of the years I've been practicing, and that's a long time now. So we always do one, even if it's just a little one. There are some danger assessments, so if you want to know how concerning a relationship might be, these are some assessments that you can use. There's all kinds of safety plan templates on the internet that you can use, so I encourage you to get familiar with them. Also, giving, again, printed safety plans to victims is probably not the best idea. You want to find another way to do it. You want to encourage the victims to get an advocate. I am a big believer in advocates, not just because I train advocates, but because they're really helpful. Advocates equip, empower, educate, and provide emotional support. As a therapist, I get to see somebody 1 hour a week, maybe 2. If we do an intensive, maybe a little bit longer. But I can't be there in all the other times. But an advocate can be there in some of the times, right? Churches can be there in some of the times. Advocates can be found at local domestic violence shelters or through specialized organizations like Called to Peace. Familiarize yourself with the organizations around you and any other organization that you can refer people to. And again, they can provide support. And oftentimes they can help do timelines and really get things together, some evidentiary things. It can be really helpful. And they're like a behind-the-scenes support partner. You also want to help the client find therapy that understands coercive control dynamics. Literally, the number of clients I've had that have come to me or my team and said other people didn't get it, and they would tell them harmful things is really high. So you want to know who are the providers in your area and the areas that you serve that really understand this stuff. They need to be well-versed in evidence-based trauma treatment. Like, one course on trauma is not enough. You are not trauma-informed. You just know that trauma is a word if you've done a 3-hour CE. Even after the 3 days here, you can say you're trauma-informed and coercive control-informed, but there's so much more to learn. And so you really want to find providers that have taken the deep dive. The number of continuing education hours I have taken on this topic is kind of stunning. And so, I think you want to find people like that have those kinds of things. Because it's body-based, you really want to find a practitioner that does more than just talk therapy. Talk therapy has its place, but it's not primary in treating coercive control because of how it registers in our body. So things like EMDR, brain spotting, somatic experiencing, accelerated resolution therapy, internal family systems, or some combination of all of them, can be a really good tool. And then, of course, what we believe matters. So there is some cognitive behavioral elements in it, but it's not primary. Be very well trained in complex PTSD, especially if there's been developmental trauma. So if you think about trauma as a croissant, it's like dough, layer of crap, dough, layer of crap, dough, layer of crap, until you have a deadly pastry. And so you have to undo some things and redo the filling in order to really heal. And so you need someone who understands that and can work with someone's nervous system so as not to overwhelm them, and be ready for longer term therapy. The number of interns that come to my site and are like, we were told therapy is 12 weeks. And I'm like, not our population, right? I was telling Scott earlier that some of my clients have been with me multiple years, and some a decade, because this stuff takes a while. Now, do I see them every week after a decade? No, not usually. But we have to do some check-in, because there are going to be elements of this that come up, especially when there has been sexual harm, that takes place over time. You can't just rip a croissant apart. You have to unroll it layer by layer. And if you don't want to work with this population, that's totally fine, but know who does. What do we do with the coercive controller? Well, we listen well. Again, you listening is always a great place to start, especially when you're like, I don't know what to do. I tell all of my interns this. There's going to be a time that you're sitting in front of someone and you go, oh my God, you need a therapist. Oh my God, I am the therapist. And that's when your prayer life gets really good, honestly. But if you don't listen well, you won't know where to go. And so always starting with listening well is really helpful. Remember that your client is not in the room. And for everybody here who might be trained as a therapist, you're going to be like, say what? Because we're all taught person-centered therapy and our client in front of us. And that is not true, because everything you say to a coercive controller is going to go home. And if you are not careful and judicious in how you do this, you are putting someone else at risk. And so your client is not in the room. It's a very different way to think about working with this population. Don't become a flying monkey. And then get additional training. Again, there are people that spend a long time learning how to work with this population. If you want to do that, I encourage you to get trained in different places, and I can give you some recommendations on where to do that at. And even as a woman, you can work with batterers. Now, how I do it is a little bit different than maybe how Mark would do it, or how Scott would do it, or how some of my other guy friends would do it, because I am a woman, and I mean, I could get smushed. Let's just be honest, right? I mean, even though I'm a woman of a fluffy nature, I'm still not as powerful as most men, if I'm being honest, right? So I have to be careful in how I do it, and there are things I have to think about that my guy friends don't have to think about in this work. But one of the most valuable things is a male-female led, this is what the research shows, batterer intervention and prevention group. Why? Because oftentimes abusive men don't like to hear from women. What do they need to do? Hear from women and realize that we have brains and value and things of that nature. And so it's actually a really powerful model. And there's a ton of research out there that people who complete the BIP programs, the batterer intervention prevention programs, and is a male-female, that they have a lower rate of potential recidivism. So it is a worthy model. We want to learn how to help with post-separation and post-divorce abuse. The Safe and Together model is one of my favorites to look at for this, and it has 3 key principles: keeping the child safe and together with a non-offending parent, right? So let's keep someone in a safer environment. Partnering with a non-offending parent as the default position. So instead of going, there are 2 sides, yes, there are 2 sides, right? My friend Chris says it this way, well, you're just on her side. He says, well, I'm on God's side. It just happens that God's on her side, right? So we're going to take the position of the standing with the oppressed, right? Elie Wiesel says that to ignore oppression makes you complicit. I personally don't want to be complicit. I don't want you to be complicit. So we want to side with the victim where we can as our default, and then intervene with the perpetrator to reduce the risk of harm. It is my contention that it is unloving and unkind to not invite someone into change when they are not living a life that is healthy. And I would say that perpetrators of abuse are not healthy. And so I think it is important for us to invite them into a different place. Some are going to accept your invitation and some are not, but I'm going to invite them all. And using a systemic approach like this, we end up bringing together all the services, right? So one of the reasons I, again, love doing multidisciplinary things like this is because we get to all be together to bring the services together. And so it's not just me doing my work and our officers doing their work and our hospital crew doing their work and lawyers doing their work. It's all of us working together to help this family system heal. So a community coordinated response is exactly that. I am a big fan, again, of teams. You want to create a team and get releases. So like, you can come up and talk to me and I can listen to you all day, but if it's about a client, I don't know them unless I have had a release from you. So this is something that can be confusing for advocates occasionally, sometimes law enforcement officers. I can't say a word to you unless I have a release. And so you want to make sure that you're getting those things as best you can. You want to have a care team, ideally with the victim's advocate, their therapist, the abuser's accountability team. Yes, they should have a team. And other support like clergy. And again, releases for everybody. You get a release, and you get a release, and you get a release, right? But we want to have releases for everybody, but we also want to make sure that we're having a whole team so we get all sides. Ideally, you want regular meetings to share information, and the victim's advocate or therapist leads those because the victim's voice has to be primary. And that's really important. And if a victim doesn't want you to say something, what do you not do? You don't say something. And that can be hard. That can be really hard when you're like, I mean, if I could just tell. But you can't. So, and that, again, it goes mind-numbingly slow. So don't think days and weeks, think months and years, a lot of times in these cases. So in summary, this is prevalent in culture. It can be subtle. You might not always see it. I hope you now remember that all abuse is physical abuse, because unless you can take your brain out of your body and stick it in a jar, it is a body part. Become skilled at hearing things that aren't being said. Become well-versed in coercive control. Once you see, you can't unsee. And get more training if you want to work with this population. Now, I'm about to give you an absolute metric ton of resources. Again, you're going to get this in the presentation slides. These are all different kinds of books. Again, there's a high number of Christian faith-based books just because I think people don't always know where to turn for those, so I'm going to give you that information. But all of these books are so helpful in understanding and understanding what's happening. So again, here are the Christian faith-based resources. I have lots of them. And then here are some other resources. Again, you're probably familiar with domesticshelters.org. They have so many good things there. The National Domestic Hotline, Domestic Violence Hotline, Safe Havens. Again, that's an interfaith partner. It's awesome. It also covers elder abuse. Call to Peace Ministries, Leslie Vernick and Company, Chris Moles, and then Jewish Women's International. They have a ton of great stuff there on abuse. Elijah Haven and the Ananias Foundation, these are two ministries that serve the Plain community. So think Anabaptist, Amish, German Baptist, Old Brethren, that group. They specialize in that. If you think about being culturally competent, we want to be culturally competent when we are working with people, and they are. Psalm 82, the Texas Muslim Women's Foundation, they have some incredible things there for Muslim women. And then Trauma Support Services of North Texas are amazing. You can take almost all of their training for free online. So if you go in and you register, there's all kinds of amazing training in there. I did one a couple years ago on the impact to a person's spiritual identity in the wake of spiritual abuse. So there's all kinds of excellent stuff. If you want to take a slight drive south, I mean, it depends on how fast you drive, to Texas, the Female Survivors of Violence Conference happens every July. You can come and melt with me because it'll be 1,000 degrees in Texas in July, but it is well worth going to if you can. And then they have the Duluth wheels in all kinds of languages. And there's also a bunch of different wheels there. There's the equality wheel. There's all kinds of good stuff. So I would really encourage you to go look at the wheels. And with that, if you did not get the slides and now you're like, I definitely need that QR code again, that is the one on the, okay, wait, I gotta do this way, right side of the screen. If you wanna know more about my book, it's the QR code on the left side of the screen. And I am happy to answer questions. I cannot believe I got through that, and we actually have time for questions.
Does anybody have questions?
And remember, if you come up with questions later because you're like, Tabitha, I really wanna go to lunch, fair, I get that. Also snacks. You can write them down or you can come talk to me and I'm happy to answer them.
Yes, and if you guys think of questions, remember there's the basket right back behind the last row of chairs. You can put them in. All right, thank you, Tabby.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. I love this presentation and this topic, you guys, and I think it's so foundational to our understanding, and I'm super, super happy that you did it, so I appreciate you so much. All right, so we're going to get geared up and have some lunch. I'm I'm not sure if it's up there yet, but it should be coming soon. So we'll break for lunch, and we will come back at about 1 o'clock, okay? All right, thank you, everybody.
Testing. Do you hear anything? Yep. Testing. Ooh.
And then you mute it back, and you have full control.
All right, we're going to come back together, you guys, and get going for our afternoon.
It's working. Testing. Paging all conference participants, please report to the main hall. Yes, that would be you. And you. And you.
All right. I hope everybody had a wonderful lunch and maybe got to go outside a little bit and breathe some good fresh air. I'm not sure what the weather's doing out there, but maybe it's not raining, so that's good. So next, we are going to get back going for the afternoon. I am very proud to announce our next presenter, Dr. Scott Hampton. I've known Scott for a good long while. So he's been working with batterers, with sex offenders, victims, children exposed to violence for over 35 years. As the director of Ending the Violence, he provides community and jail-based educational classes to perpetrators. He's the project coordinator of Stratford County, New Hampshire Supervised Visitation Center. He is a past president of the International Supervised Visitation Network, a peer reviewer for the U.S. Department of Justice, and is a founding member of New Hampshire's Fatality Review Committee. Dr. Hampton is frequently called upon to provide expert witness testimony in court, and he writes and speaks frequently on issues related to interpersonal violence and has provided over 500 trainings in North America, Asia, and Europe. His 2010 book, Tolerant Oppression, How Tolerance Undermines Our Quest for Equality and What Should We Do Instead, addresses the intersection of domestic violence, sexual assault, racism, and other forms of oppression. So I'm super excited to introduce Dr. Scott Hampton. Please welcome me in joining and having him welcome to our afternoon session.
Thank you. That's pretty much all I had to say. Any questions? So, let me just tell you a little bit about sort of how I got into this work. I actually started, the first abuser that I worked with, actually this was over 60 years ago. No matter how old you think I look, I'm actually older than that, so trust me. And back then, and I'm sure Mark can tell you, there weren't many police departments with domestic violence specialty units 60 years ago. We didn't have legislation, we didn't have shelters. I didn't have an office, so I actually had to do home-based work. So I'm working with this one couple, and right in the middle of our session, honest to God truth here, has to be honest to God truth where I am, he assaults her. Right there, I'm watching, and he's actually assaulting his wife. And so I'm like, oh, geez, what's the appropriate intervention? So I decided that I needed to make it clear that this was not okay, so I stepped in between the two of them, suggested that perhaps this was not the best conflict resolution strategy, if that indeed is what he was trying to do. And the outcome of my intervention was that I ended up at the bottom of the staircase, which is probably not a big surprise since most 4-year-olds don't have a lot of influence over their abusive dads. So at that point, I took a step back, reconsidered my career options, thought perhaps maybe I should wait till I'm a little taller, a little older, get a little education, and perhaps not work with family members. So that's a little bit about where I come from. We're talking about exposing the abuser's playbook. So from a fairly early age, I got a glimpse into that, sort of what it was they were doing. We talk an awful lot about what do we do, how do we respond to them, what's the impact of like coercive control. What we haven't done quite as much of is to say, well, why are they doing that in the first place? So yes, he's controlling her and he's dominating her, he's doing all this kind of stuff, but what kind of need is he trying to fulfill that leads to that decision? Because if we can find appropriate ways for him to meet those needs, then perhaps he can stop hurting people in the process. So that was 1960, okay? So we've made a lot of progress since then. This is 1998. And so I have officially been doing the work now for maybe 10 years or so after I went to graduate school. And I'd already worked at a battered women's shelter and done some other work. And there was this case with James Golightly and Tracy Winship. James had thoroughly assaulted, and by thoroughly I mean a really kind of vicious way, assaulted Tracy to the point where the local judge who was presiding, it was a bench, well, it was sort of a hearing at this point. The trial hadn't happened yet. But the judge was so concerned, he said, okay, $10,000 cash-only bail. Well, this guy had like 57 cents to his name, so it's basically remand without calling it that. His attorney then does what attorneys do, what they learn how to do. They learn how to pull out yellow pads and then write motions. That's what they get paid for. So he said, I want my client to be evaluated to see whether or not he has a mental health or a substance abuse problem that makes it likely he'll be assaultive again in the future and do something harmful. Anyone detect what may be wrong with that question? I'm sorry, I forgot to go over this. There's some ground rules. What's going to happen is I'm going to somewhere do something called asking a question, and then I'm going to go quiet, which is a cue to you for someone else to say something, okay? I know this is what we do in New Hampshire. It's weird, but it's going to happen a lot during this talk, okay? So, what's wrong with a question? Does he have a mental health problem or a substance abuse problem that's going to lead him to be abusive? Guess I wasn't clear about the ground rules. Thank you for playing, right? Absolutely, right? So let's assume he has no mental health or substance abuse problem, which is what the evaluator determined at an agency that I worked at, which is how I heard about this. Does that mean now that he isn't a drunk and doesn't have some mental health diagnosis, does that mean he's now incapable of killing someone? No, right? So garbage in, garbage out. They're asking the wrong question. I don't care at that point in terms of whether he gets released or remanded. I don't care why he might kill someone. I just want to know if he's going to, right? If he's not going to, okay, that's fine. But if he's going to, then we can sort of look at, okay, what are the reasons for this? So that's what happened in this case. They said, no, he's got a clean bill of health, release him, personal recognizance, make sure you show up for the trial. 10 days later, he's in 6 days later, he's in Tracy's apartment. She comes home. He has a gun, kills her, dies by suicide. Oops. Wish we could have seen that coming. Well, if he had asked the right questions, we would have. So this is now 28 years ago. We continue to make some progress. And so what we're going to do for today, for my session today, is pulling back that curtain to try and get a better idea. Because if what we do is, this is what our community kind of looked like before we got it right and had some good responses. That's not what it looks like. That's what it can look like when we do it right, right? So we want to be doggy on the right here. I'm a kind of an animal person, so I'm going to make a lot of references to animals as we go through. Deal with it, okay? All right. So I'm going to just make it really kind of simple, the who, what, where, when, why, and how of abuse. And a lot of this will be from the abuser's perspective, sort of how they're thinking, what's going into the decisions they make, how it all plays out, how we sort of notice this stuff, and then what we can do in response to it. First, and this is a helpful thing, sometimes I get brought into court to explain the dynamics of abuse, because I'll have a case where there is a domestic violence victim, allegedly, but the decisions that that person's making don't make any sense. Like someone might say, why would Lauren ask for a 6-month restraining order rather than the 2-year that she got? And she said, well, I was hopeful. And how many of us would say, well, with a loser like that, why would you ever want that person back in your life? That's easy for us to say. Why? Because we have nothing invested in that relationship. We weren't there for, the charming part in the beginning and all the good stuff and all the promises and the little breaks from the abuse. We have nothing invested in that relationship. So what's hard, I think, for a lot of us trying to help is that we're viewing these relationships through a stranger violence lens. Now, if a stranger assaults you, what you want is it's a pretty clear trajectory. Let's see, I never want to see the person again. I want them arrested, charged, prosecuted, convicted, sentenced, end of discussion. Why? Well, why wouldn't you, right? Now, if you're in the relationship, you got skin in the game, right? So now all of a sudden you have this cost-benefit analysis. All the hopes and the dreams and maybe the promises this person made, the threats they make, all of this stuff plays into it that would not be there for a stranger violence episode. So what I invite all of us to do is to realize when someone comes to us, maybe it's a court case, maybe it's a police officer responding to a call, maybe it's someone going into a victim service agency, child protective, whatever, realize that our perspective is very different from their perspective, and we need to do a little language translation. What would it be like for me if I was in this context? How do I understand the context in which these people are making decisions? So just hold that in the back of your mind. Okay. So we're going to start with the what. Tabby already talked about sort of the coercive control, which is absolutely the way we should be thinking about this. So this is a working definition that I use that taps into that helps me break it down into pieces. So when I talk about abuse being the systematic use, what that means, it's not a one-off. I love it when someone says he's a first-time offender. What does first-time offender mean? First time he got caught, thank you, right? So no, it's not first-time offender, right? In my experience, every tip comes equipped with a fully operational iceberg, even if you don't see it, right? It's there, because it doesn't make sense, right? Why would someone be perfectly respectful and, he respects boundaries and he's supportive and all stuff, whacks his partner, perfectly respectful, right? It just doesn't make sense. There's got to be a context there somehow. And the context, especially in the absence of overt physical violence. I love the way Tabby was talking about all abuse is physical abuse because it has an effect physically. But the other way of looking at it is what about the physical abuse that leaves the evidence, right? And so if we don't see that, it's really hard to detect it. So systematic use of physical or other forms of abuse, the types that don't leave the physical evidence. And in our groups, when we work with offenders, we actually go through 16 different types of abuse. You'll actually see a few of them in a moment. To control an intimate partner, that's the coercive control piece that we're talking about, that this is purposeful behavior. So here's a comment. I want you to tell me what the problem with this comment is. One of the things we do in our offenders group is we have people, as they're moving through the program, at the halfway point and at the end, we have them give us accountability statements. We want to see the extent to which they're owning their decisions. Okay? And so we had this one guy, and he said, okay, I want to own up to this, and he invites the other men in the group to evaluate. So he says, it was much longer, but I'll give you the relevant part. He said, when I strangled my partner and shoved her up against the wall, grabbed her by the neck, shoved her up against the wall, he said, there was no excuse for it. She did absolutely nothing to cause that behavior. That was entirely on me. I need to never do it again. And as I look back, it's the worst mistake I've ever made in my life. Absolutely the worst. What's wrong with this statement? There's some good things. It's not her fault, right? She did nothing to cause it. I need to make sure never to do it again. It's all on me. All that's great. He did, with the exception of one. What's the one word that is problematic? Why? Why? You're right. Why is mistake? Right. This wasn't a mistake, right? So, and I hear sometimes even trainers talking about this. They'll say, oh, we have to help them not make those mistakes again. It's not, when you do something intentionally, it's not a mistake. It's purposeful behavior. Now, it might be regrettable. It might be awful. It might be detestable. It might, all of that's true, but a mistake, I take a math test, 10 questions, I get 2 wrong. Those are mistakes. Why? Because I tried to get the right answer, but I got a different answer. I didn't get what I was trying to get. If I assault my partner or I strangle my partner and push her up against the wall, well, that's what I was trying to do. Well, that's not a mistake. It's a really bad thing. But the problem is that it's really hard when we do awful things to own our intentions. You might be able to own, yes, I did it, this is how often I did it, maybe even this is the impact on the other person. And maybe it's all my responsibility. But to say, at the time, I was in a lot of pain, and I wanted her to suffer as much as I was. Right? That's the intention. So I did something to cause pain and suffering. And people hesitate to say that because it makes you sound like a sociopath. I really wanted this person to suffer. But if you don't do that, if you don't acknowledge your intention, how do you change? Because we all make mistakes. You just write, I'll make mistakes. Well, if it's a mistake, then you have no control over it. So we're real careful about our use of language. It's in part socially sanctioned. So I was talking to Lauren earlier about how I get these people for like an hour and a half a week in my group, and then they go back to what I call the locker room for 166 and a half hours until the next group. Those attitudes are still out there. Racism, sexism, homophobia, misogyny, all that stuff that these guys marinate in, not to mention all the stuff handed down from generation to generation, and then you watch the TVs and the movies and how people are talking down at the pool hall, and it reinforces a lot of the abuse of other people. So we have to, that's woven into this. And it tends to get worse over time. Abusers don't announce their abusers on a first date. We'll talk about that in a moment. And then there has to be meaningful intervention. And one part of the meaningful intervention is all of you sitting here today. Right? This isn't just a law enforcement job or a batter's intervention job or a court job. This is all of us as members of a community where we care about the welfare of our neighbors, our friends, our family. So we all have a job to do here, whether you're getting paid for it or not. Okay. Make sense so far? No? If you said no, I'm not sure what I would have done. Well, we're done. Thanks for coming, right? Enjoyed it. So it is misleading to look just at the physical violence. So I sometimes like to draw a distinction between violence and abuse. It's just the way I define it. Violence is what you do. Hitting, kicking, pushing, shoving, stabbing, shooting, strangling, all that stuff. Abuse takes into account the intent and the impact. So looking at it that way, it's possible that I'm both violent and abusive. I walk down the street, I see a total stranger, punch him in the face. That's violent, that's abusive. It's also possible to be violent without being abusive. Anyone think of an example? Ever heard of the concept of self-defense? So if your life's in danger, you can actually kill another human being if it's determined all you did was act in self-defense. So, and that's not considered abusive. Similarly, conversely, you can be abusive without being violent. Psychological abuse, emotional abuse, all the stuff Lauren was talking about, right? We're not talking about the physical assault, we're talking about all the other stuff that just pounds you down psychologically and emotionally. Right? Okay. The other thing is that, is it possible for a victim to commit acts of violence? I hope I see a whole lot of head nods in this, right? So we sometimes think about the different functions of violence. Instrumental violence is what the abuser does. Is trying to control someone, get something. I want something, I'm going to use force to get it. Victims often use violence resistively or self-defensively. So the resistance is, I want to get out from underneath the control. And of course, self-defense is when you're in immediate danger and you need to protect yourself. And abusers sometimes play on this. They know that they can sometimes get victims to act in a violent way, so that when Mark shows up and he's ready to arrest someone, what they notice is that the actual victim doesn't have a scratch on her, and the abuser has scratches all over his face. Well, you're injured, you're not. Well, case closed. We'll talk more about how we figure that stuff out. So I'm not going to go through all these, but these are just a lot of the areas that someone is going to target. So the psychological, emotional, the sexual, the social, the spiritual, all these different areas, using children, using alcohol and other drugs. When I talk about using alcohol and other drugs, I don't mean being an alcoholic or a drug addict. I mean the way that they will sometimes either excuse their own abuse, I couldn't help it, I was drunk, we're going to talk about that in a moment, or they get the victim hooked on alcohol or illicit drugs. Why? How's that helpful? I'm sorry? Means of control. And if she's like a strung out drug addict and someone comes to help, she looks like a throwaway. They go, oh man, she's all messed up and stuff. And so, man, if I had to live with that, I'd be pretty pissed off too. So it makes her look bad in the eyes of the system, and he's doing that deliberately. So all these different areas. So let's figure out who does this, how we determine who the person is. Now, can you spot the perpetrator? I told you I love animals. I can't help it, right? So I actually, we talk about, I love, Tabby started off by doing some of the self-care, and I love giving your fingers a hug. Isn't that a great concept? So the way I take care of myself is I feed wildlife at night. I feed them peanut butter sandwiches. So I do it. Raccoons, possums, skunks, they all come up, right? And so a couple years ago, I have to, hi, my name's Scott, it's my first meeting. A couple years ago, 1 week, I went through 100 loaves of bread. Those raccoons can eat. They're like head, tail, food processing center in the middle, right? That whole king loaf of bread they'll do in one sitting, right? Anyway, so that's what I do. I hope you have your ways of managing stress. So, but you can't tell on the surface, right? And we talk about, there's definitely a gender part of the equation, but what happens when you get people in a same-sex relationship? Good luck blaming the opposite sex, right? There isn't, right? 2 men or 2 women, well, yeah. But just because the gender goes out of the equation for that doesn't mean that the abuse of power goes out of the equation. So, okay. Come on. Oh, here we go. So, I don't know if you can read this. It's from this book right here. And the title, maybe you can see it, maybe you can't. I'll read it to you. Walking Victims, Understanding and Treating Abused Women Who Repeat the Cycle. Oh, I'm so glad to hear some groans, right? What the heck? Seriously? Do abused women repeat the cycle? So, okay. We're not done. So you can't even get past the cover without being enraged, right? Okay. But we're going to go past the cover. So and I could open up to like 20 different pages and come up with something equally as quote-unquote insightful. Read it to you. Drawn to abusers, the adult victim engages in power plays until she subtly assumes control. Her games often result in rape and battery, with her partner's resultant shame and guilt satisfying her power needs. In the end, the male partner loses control, and the female is vindicated by his brutality and its accompanying legal and emotional repercussions. Really? Is this how rape and battery work? She gets up one morning, she goes, honey, can we play a game today? Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to provoke you. You're going to beat the crap out of me and rape me. And then you think you've won. When I'm in the hospital in intensive care and hopefully healing from this kind of thing, you're going to get in all sorts of trouble and feel terribly guilty. I win. And then when I get out of the hospital, I'm going to find some other guy to do this to. Anyone here work with victims and heard that story before? Can someone please throw this in the garbage somewhere? I think, now this was written by Adele Mayer, but I'm not going to tell your name because I don't like to hold people accountable. So written back in 1997, I think it was. And I think she had really good intentions. And what I mean by that is I think she wants to help people who are in trouble, and who's stepping up asking for help in a domestic violence situation? You think the abuser comes up and goes, whoa, I'm hurting people. Can you stop me? Right? No, she is, right? So she's going for help, and don't you want to find some leverage, some point, some intervention thing that she can do differently to make her life? We really want to find that. The problem, of course, is that it's not her decision in terms of whether he's going to be abusive. And so I can sort of see how you get there. If you go to the last chapter, it's one page. Okay, we don't have to throw it away yet. We will. Trust me. Someone want to help me rip the pages out later? So we go to chapter 8, I think it is. Let's see, where is it? That's the appendix. That's really useful. Okay. Here we go. That's chapter 7. A word about the abuser. So we have like 2 pages. Yeah, 1 or 2 pages. Yeah, okay, give you 3 pages. 3 pages, that's it. So after talking about how we're going to change and fix and get victims to be better victims so they don't have to be victims, then we have a word about the abuser. So what I'm inviting us to do is to focus on the responsibility where the responsibility needs to be. Yes, we do safety planning. We don't ask her to stop his abuse. Okay. Okay. So, let's see. Oh, you can't even see that. Sometimes I'll hear people say, oh, you know, I worked with a woman who found she was in a relationship with 3 different abusers. What the heck is she doing? So what do you think? She finds 3 abusers. Obviously, she's doing something, right? She's being vulnerable, you know? Damn her, right? So, now, if there were like 5 abusers out there, and she found 3 of them, okay, maybe she's doing something, I don't know. There are millions of people causing harm, so it's not that hard to find someone. And what's the difference between an abuser and a truly gentle man on a first date? It's one key difference. Got an abuser here, truly gentle man on a first date. What's the one key difference? Yeah, you're right, there isn't any. Or the better answer is the abuser's a little bit nicer. Why? He has to be. Yeah. I mean, it's hard to be abusive in a relationship where there's no relationship, right? So we'll talk about that. We'll talk about that in a second. Maybe we won't. When we keep focusing on changing victims or making them less vulnerable, whatever that is, it's sort of like saying, I'm sick and tired of getting a cold, so I'm going to prevent a cold by building a better box of Kleenex. Kind of, I mean, they're useful. They like to clean up the mess, right? But that's, victim services clean up the mess. And they help you prevent, maybe keep you safe from future attacks. But Kleenex does not solve the rhinovirus, and more shelters are not going to stop abuse. So again, and I'm not saying that we cut back on victim services, no way, shape, or form, but when we're looking for whose behavior needs to change, we've got to be clear about who's responsible for this. Whoops, hello. So, okay, maybe. Wrong direction. Wow, this is, I don't know. There we go. Okay. So we try to do something called determining the predominant aggressor or the dominant aggressor. We use both terms. In other words, who poses the greater threat to the other person? And therefore, who's most in need of protection? And so, you know, we had the term before, go over here, Tabby was talking an awful lot about you know, power and control. Well, if we unpack that term, power and control are not 2 separate things. It's the abuse of power in an effort to control another person. But in order to abuse your power, you have to have some. You have to at least believe you have some. So the question is, what are those sources of power? And it can come from a lot of different areas, right? So you can be physically stronger, you can be bigger, you can have more money, you can have social status, you can have connections. And so any one of these sources of power can be exploited to control the other person. One of the nice things, one of the advantages of the power and control wheel is that you notice on the outside it has this circle where it talks about physical and sexual violence. Well, the physical domination, if you are physically superior to someone, it can trump a lot of those other effects. You'd be like, okay, well, maybe I don't have the money, I don't have the education, I don't have a higher IQ, I don't have the connect, whatever, but I can hurt you. And that can serve as a more powerful source than the other ones. So, now I'm not going to ask you to do this here, and please don't try this at home. These are professionals. So there's something called the strangle test. And so what I want you to imagine is heterosexual couple, okay, and they're in bed asleep at night. Okay? And one of them wakes up first. Lauren, you get to decide. Who wakes up first, man or woman? Woman wakes up first. She looks over. The guy next to her goes, jerk's got to go. That's it. Here's how it's going to happen. I'm going to place my hands around his throat. I'm going to squeeze until there's no more life left. Clean up the mess. Move on to my next guy. Okay? Now, how confident are you that she would be able, on your average, think about your own relationships, think about the average heterosexual relationship. How confident are you that she would be able to complete the job despite his best efforts to stay alive? Okay? Or how confident are you that he could survive if all he's trying to do is stay alive? So think about that for a moment. Okay? Now we flip it. Man and woman in bed at night. He looks over. Yep, bitch got to go. Here's how it's going to happen. Place my hands around her throat, squeeze her, no more life left, clean up the mess, get on to my next relationship. How confident are you that he could complete the task versus she could survive if she needed to? So, how many people think there's gender symmetry and it's going to work out the same both ways? How many people think she will survive if he's intent on killing her? You think? No. How many think that he could survive if he wants to? Not him. Yeah. So this obviously applies in abusive relationships, but it actually also applies to all of our relationships in terms of how much we appreciate the starting point of our partners. So imagine you're in a relationship and you are on the side where you think, if it got right down to it, not that I think my partner would ever do anything, but if it got right down to it, that person could end me, and I don't think I could survive it. Or you're on the other side going, I'm not worried, not the least bit. I've fallen asleep next to a number of women in my life. I've never once worried about my safety. Never once had a question, what if? How many of you women have ever had a what if question? Yeah, I see some hands going up, right? Just, well, what if? I don't think you would, but what if? That can change the way you participate in everyday conversations. How far are you willing to push an argument? How do you ever wonder, well, if I really, really, really disappoint this person, what will their reaction be? And do you have a question around safety issues? And so when I run these groups and I get guys saying things like, well, if she slammed the door, it wouldn't bother me. She just freaking overreacts all the time. Well, yeah, from your perspective, that's not scary. Well, from hers, maybe it is. And so if we can help them sort of understand that there is this power differential, and so what do you do with that? That's part of our conversation. Okay. Elroy and Edna. Do you know which one Elroy is? Is Elroy on the right or on the left? Come on. It's obvious, right? Elroy's over here, right? Okay. Jeez. I worked with this couple a while ago. So Elroy's over here on the right. Now, are they in a supportive relationship, or is there some dominance and control going on? Oh, yeah, total dominance, right? So who's dominating whom? Oh, yeah, Elroy's got this, right? What's he saying? This, I mean, you weren't there for the couple session, but I was. I know Tabby said don't do couples counseling. I didn't know any better, so I worked with this couple. Yeah, you know, she's mine, keep her paws off, that kind of thing. Right? So hard to tell sometimes, but okay. On to something a little more serious. So the when. We talked about what's the difference between an abuser and a truly gentle man on a first date. And one of the problems is that they don't believe in truth in advertising. Imagine how that would play out. So I go on a date with someone, and I'm having a great time, and I think, I really want to see this person again. This is feeling promising. However, I believe in truth in advertising, and I'm an abuser. So I say, I'm having a great time, but, there's going to be a point where you disappoint me, and boy, am I going to hurt you. I mean, just to teach you not to do it again, honey. What's our second date look like? She's not going out, she's not sticking around for dessert on the first date, right? So by definition, they can't be abusive on the first date. So when we say, oh, well, what did she do? What did she do to provoke it? Or how does she sort of hunt out these abusers? You know what she's guilty of? She's guilty of searching for someone who treats her well on a first date. Now, I don't think that's either a felony or a character flaw, right? If they were abusive right away, okay, that's a different story, but that's not the way it plays out. Whoops, get back here. Come on. No. You guys all know about the frog in the beaker experiment? Okay. So here's how it plays out. You call up Kermit's agent, and you say, I got a gig for Kermit. Send him out, let him hop on over, okay? So Kermit comes over, and you got your lab set up, and you got this beaker of water set on a Bunsen burner, and you turn it up to like hot tub temperature, 104 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay? Don't do Celsius. That's a little too much. So Fahrenheit. And you take Kermit, drop him and what does Kermit want to do when he gets into the hot tub? Jump out, right? Doesn't like it. He's a cold-blooded creature, doesn't like 104 degrees. He wants something room temperature or colder. Okay. So you have your first data point. Frogs do not like or tolerate 104 degree Fahrenheit temperature. Got it. Now, in the meantime, Kermit's brother has been waiting and I have to apologize for this, in the green room. Sorry, just had to. You bring him on out, but this time you have another beaker of water set up on a Bunsen burner, but you don't turn the burner on yet. Still room temperature. And you put in some lily pads and dress it up like Extreme Makeover, Amphibian Edition, that kind of thing, right? And all set up, and you put Kermit's brother on the lily pad. What is he likely to do? He'll stay there and chill. He likes his new pad, right? And so now, you haven't started the experiment yet because the Bunsen burner's not on. So what you do now is you want to turn on the burner and turn the temperature up slowly without him noticing. So you have the TV there and you put on some National Geographic Tasty Insect episode or something. He's watching that while you're turning the Bunsen burner on, and every minute you turn up 1 degree. So now, the second part of your experiment, you want to get your data point. At what temperature does Kermit's brother say, screw this, it's too warm? And you have 3 options. It's either before 104 degrees, because even 96 is uncomfortable, at 104 because you nailed it, you got just the right temperature, or post 104 degrees because he's macho. How many people think it's under 104 where he goes, no, this isn't for me? Yeah, a couple votes. Yeah. How many people think it's exactly 104 because I'm a brilliant researcher? Not so much, okay? How many of you think it's after? And you call the French restaurant because you have frog's legs, right? And we know why Kermit's brother stays there and boils to death, right? Because he has low self-esteem, he's depressed, and suicidal. No, has nothing to do with the characteristic of the frog. Has everything to do with the fact that frogs adapt to ambient temperatures if the change is gradual enough. Now, most frogs actually don't stay and boil to death. This is more allegorical than anything. But they will stay longer than if you turned up the temperature abruptly. Now, we humans are not cold-blooded creatures. Well, not literally. And we don't adapt to changes in ambient temperature the way frogs do, but we do adapt to changes in relationships. And this sort of gradual change. And one of the examples that I really liked was the hair cutting. And so having your hair and you check it 2 times in a day, don't notice any change. This is lovely, it's wonderful. Thank you for giving my speech for me. And so you have this, and you don't notice anything, but then 6-8 months later, all of a sudden, oh, it's longer. And the person who's wearing that hair, probably wears it every day, doesn't notice that change because it's so gradual. It's the same kind of thing with relationships. So, and we have to remember, those of us on the outside trying to help, we don't have access to that gradual adaptation. What we know is this is what a perfect relationship should be, or acceptable one, and this is what he just did to you. I had a woman come into my office, this was decades ago when I was doing mental health work, and She came in with an arm in a sling and a black eye. We call those clues, evidence, right? And so we're talking, and I said, so how'd that happen? When she tells me. And then 20 minutes into the appointment, I have to leave early because I need to go home and fix my husband a really nice dinner. It's our anniversary. To which I had two questions. Why would you ever want to go back to that guy? And what did he do to deserve special treatment, right? So I don't, So, and I think she could detect the judgmental look on my face. Like, great, way to go, right? Well, she comes back for her appointment the following week. I have no idea why, because I was totally useless to her. I totally didn't get it. And she said, you're probably wondering why I needed to go, or wanted to go back and do this. And she said there actually were two reasons. Anyone want to come up with the reasons there why she went back? Okay, you got one of them, maybe not literally that way. So one was, she said, if I don't go back, it'll be worse than if I do, right? And the other one, is, well, I love him. And it was one of the first times that I ever got this notion, is it possible to love someone and be scared of them at precisely the same second? Yes, right? We are complicated creatures. You can love someone who's doing really, really horrible things to you. And it's hard to appreciate that when you have nothing invested in the relationship. Thanks, Kermit. Okay. So, where does this happen? Where does abuse happen? At home, right? Or somewhere private, right? This is not usually open for public display. The way they present themselves at home is very different than the way they present themselves in public. We have, cases where people, oh man, he's so nice, and he's generous, and he's got a good sense of humor, and what a set of teeth, and he's just, all this kind of stuff. And then you hear an audio tape of something that happened inside the house. Oh my God, I never would have thought, right? So, there we go. And these books, just titles of books I put up that make that point. Behind Closed Doors, The Private Nature of Public Nature of Private Violence, and so on. So what does it mean? Oh, I'll give you an example of this. Okay. So, man and woman, married couple in the house. He's displeased with her because she's, doing something that he doesn't approve of. And so he's yelling at her. Maybe he thinks she betrayed him. Maybe it was something more severe, like she gave him runny scrambled eggs for breakfast. I've heard that one a few times. Seriously. Well, I had to, plant her up against the wall because she promised not to have runny eggs, and she did it, right? So he's tuning her up, and then he says, I have to take a pee. You wait here, and then we'll finish this once and for all. What are you thinking if you're in her place? I'm screwed. This is it. This is the last chapter of this book, right? So he goes into the bathroom. Unfortunately, he had a lot to take care of. And so while he's in there, she's on the phone, 911, right? Fortunately, it's not like a 12-digit number and like to look it up in a book somewhere. Thank God for that. Thank you. So 911, and so she just hanging up the phone when he comes out of the bathroom, and he says, "Oh," and now he's calm. Perfectly. He goes, "Oh, I see you. I see you called the police. I know that Mark's coming over pretty soon. Okay, that's your choice. Choices are good. So now let me just think this through. So they're going to come, and when they arrive here, you can tell them what I did. It's your choice. Choices are good. So if you do, then they'll arrest me, go down to the police station, maybe get locked up for a couple days, whatever. So then, eventually I'll get released, right? Even if it's pre-trial, whatever. And I'm not saying today, I'm not saying tomorrow, but soon, I will kill your dog. Choice. Choices are good, right? So now the police show up. Right? Mark's there, got his buddy with him. Comes up, and what does she tell him? No, nothing happened, I'm sorry. Oh, here's part of what and I had a chance to talk to these officers later. I'll tell you about that in a second. So she says, oh, I'm so sorry. I had a really bad day. I didn't really sleep much last night. I'm PMSing. In quotes, I PMSed all over him. I don't know what does that look like, right? So anyway, so I overreacted. I'm just really sensitive, and it's just sort of a bad day, and and I'm fine. You guys can go. There's no problem. Just whatever. We're all good. I'm so sorry to call you. So the officers leave. That's it. No more intervention. Officers leave, and I had a chance to talk to them afterwards. And I said, well, what was that like? And they said, because this actually came up I talked to them during a training. They brought up the situation. And they said, well, sometimes, maybe most of the time, we get legitimate calls. Occasionally, you get some nutcase who has nothing better to do with her time than waste our resources. And he said, maybe it's not her fault. Maybe she's bipolar. Maybe she's borderline. This several times before. Who knows what her issues are, but I would sure like to be able to reserve our resources for people who really need us. Okay? So we're just sick. He said, we're sick and tired of these alleged, he does this thing, alleged victims lying to us. Now, here's my question. Did she technically lie to them? When she said nothing happened. Is that the truth or a lie? When she said, no, nothing happened, we're fine. Is that true? Nope. Can you call that a lie? Sure. So technically she lied. Another way of interpreting it is she's an animal lover protecting her pet. Right? Which one is a better description? So technically, sometimes I'm in court. I think not the first time, one of the times when I was getting cross-examined by defense counsel. And he comes up and goes, okay, Dr. Hampton, so just tell me, isn't it true that sometimes victims just lie? Thinking he's got me, right? I mean, who doesn't say something that's not complete? He's got me. And my answer? No. What do you mean, no? What, they always tell the truth? I said, no, think about your question. Isn't it true that sometimes victims just lie? They never just lie. There's always a reason for what they disclose, when they disclose it, how they disclose it, to whom they disclose it, as they think about what's going to happen if I say this or don't say this or say it to this particular person. So no, it's not that simple. You're asking me a compound question, and therefore I can't answer a compound question with a yes or a no. That's like my saying, okay, ma'am, I want to ask you right now, have you stopped beating your kids? Come on, yes or no? I just want to yes or no. Have you stopped beating them? Good. When did you stop beating them? Yesterday. Oh my God, I got someone who actually beats your kids. Not what I was hoping for. So what if you've never beaten your kids before, right? How do you answer that question? And they say this, I want a simple yes or no. I don't want any, just simple yes or no. Hoping I would take the bait. I said, I can't answer your question as you asked it. I said, you need to ask me a better question. He did not want to hear that. And the judge is like smiling during this, right? And so, no, anyway. So if you think about what a lie is, lies actually require three components. First, it has to be factually inaccurate, right? I say today is August 27th. Is that true? Yeah, it's probably not true. Okay? So it's not August 22nd. Secondly, it needs to be intentional. So if I'm taking that math test again, and I get 2 questions wrong, is the teacher going to accuse me of being a liar? Stop lying. No, I tried to get the right answer, right? So it has to be intentional. You have to know that what you're saying is not accurate. But there's the third thing, and this is the pivotal one. The third thing about a lie is that it has to have some kind of nefarious or negative motive. How often have people been called a liar when it's a compliment? Do you put on your dating profile, pathological liar looking for a good time? Right? Seriously, right? So it's always a put down, it's always pejorative, it's always an insult, which means if someone says, did that person lie, I'm answering a biased question. Because it says, not only did this person say something that wasn't true, and they knew it wasn't true, but they did it for a bad reason. Well, protecting your dog is not a bad reason. So no, this is not as simple as saying this person lied. They didn't say what you wanted them to. They didn't disclose something in the way that made your life easier. But lying is okay. And we blame victims for lying all the time. They tell inconsistent stories, things that are out of chronological order. They delay reporting, all these things that don't make our life easier, and they're annoying in some way. But it's not her doing something wrong. Those are symptoms of the abuse. You're actually watching evidence of the abuse, but you're saying, oh, you lack credibility because, all this stuff doesn't make sense. Yeah, guess what? It doesn't make sense to her either. Someone who loves her is not supposed to beat her, right? So, no, that doesn't make sense. Her response makes sense in that context. Okay. Sometimes it becomes public. What does that tell you? When abuse is no longer hidden. when the person now violates the protective order, when it happens on the church doorsteps? What does it tell you when the abuser all of a sudden doesn't seem invested in keeping it a secret? Yeah, it's like, I don't care who sees it, which means he's really dangerous, right? So when all of a sudden it becomes public, and of course this happens a lot, when she was talking before about the post-separation abuse, that's when it really, you see it over at a supervised visitation center, you see it at the parking lot, you see them showing up at the workplace, that's when they're really dangerous, right? So, this happens in so many different, so what's important to know about the psychology, and we're going to talk more about psychology in a moment of the offenders, about why they do it. That's the big one I want to get to. But the one thing about abusers is that you have abusers who end up becoming lethal, but the psychology is different. So the risk factors for being abusive are not the same as the risk factors for being a killer. Why is that? Let me explain. I'm glad I know the answer because it'd be really awkward if I had nothing to say. So if I'm in a relationship and I want my girlfriend or my wife to be a certain kind of woman for me, right? And I've got these expectations, and Lauren talked a lot about this. Oh, yeah, she has to be pretty. I want to have a little tight clothing. I want all this stuff that she's talking about. I want her to be just the way, get this one image that I want. So I'm going to do things, like I'm going to do my surveillance and monitoring and my interrogation and my criticism and all this kind of stuff to get her into line. Well, what if I think my efforts at control have failed in some kind of permanent way? She's betrayed me. I think she's cheating on me, or whatever. I think I can no longer mold her into the person I want her to be. This project of mine is a failure. Despite my best efforts to make her the perfect woman, not working. So I'm thinking, I need to replace her. Well, now I'm thinking, I want someone else in her spot, but she's occupying that spot, so I'm thinking about terminating her. Okay? If I'm thinking about terminating my partner, what's the use of my interrogating her, checking the grocery receipts, looking at the phone records, asking her who she's been with? How is that useful to me? It's not. I mean, that ship sailed, right? I have no more use to keep track of her because I've already decided. I keep track of her to find out whether she's doing something awful. I've already concluded that she's awful in and of herself. She needs to be replaced. It would be a waste of my time to continue that surveillance. Now, some will continue to do that till the day that one of them or both of them die. Others won't. Some will give up the tactics of control when control is no longer fulfills their agenda because their agenda has shifted. And I mention this because this is so dangerous. You'll have some guys, and I've seen multiple relationships where we've ended up with people with toe tags, gone the whole way, where what happened was he goes into termination mode, gives up the controlling tactics, or at least a good portion of them, and people let their guard down. They think, oh, he's going to Scott Hampton's group. He must be all cured, right? So I'm going to drop my restraining order. I'm going to move back in. I'm not going to go through with the divorce. I'm going to limit access to the kids because he's not doing all that controlling stuff. Oh, he's respecting boundaries. No, he's not. He's loading the gun. And disrespecting boundaries is no longer relevant for him. So keep that in mind. If you hear someone who changes too quickly, finally, after all this time, I thought he made no progress at all. All of a sudden, he's in line. We have the same issue when it comes to mental health stuff. I used to work in a suicide hotline. I had this one guy who called me up, and I talked to him maybe 5 different times. And each time I felt like we were jogging through molasses. I mean, I was depressed after every call. And so we went through this. I get call number 6. And he said, oh, Scott, I'm glad it's you. Just want to let you know you don't have to worry about me anymore. I mean, he didn't sound depressed, right? The mood lifted. The cloud was gone. And I thought, that was way too fast. So why was he no longer depressed? Because he saw the exit sign. I know how to avoid the pain. Oh, there it is, right? And so on the surface, glad you're not depressed. Deep down, oh my God, you're thinking of killing yourself. So it's the same kind of process. If change is too fast, you got to ask a couple questions. Got to wonder. Okay. This is the part I really wanted to get to. Oh, it's about time, right? When we're done at what? When am I done? Cool. Got time? Yay. Okay. So, why? Okay, so I have this guy. He's been arrested, he's been prosecuted, he's been convicted. He has to go to a batterers intervention program. Okay. So he comes into my office, and as he comes inside, let's assume he acknowledges some behavior. He said, I hit my wife. I punched my wife in the face. And I say, why'd you do it? Okay, glad you acknowledge it. Why'd you do it? Now, I don't want you to think about the right answer is. I want you to think about what his answer is. What do you think some of his answers would be? Why did he punch her in the face? What is he thinking? See what? The who? Oh, upset him, yeah. Can you believe she would do that? So, okay, so she provoked it somehow, right? Okay, one is her profit. What else do we have? I couldn't help it. It was the alcohol, right? So, along with the provocation, she made me angry. There was like anger management issue going on. I can't manage my anger. I have this temper problem. I lost. You know what? I love when people say I lost my temper. How do you lose your temper? Where does it go, right? And where do you find it, right? So we got the anger stuff. We got the alcohol stuff. We got the provocation. Ever hear him say, oh, I just lost control? Couldn't help it, just lost control? Okay. We're going to take a look at each one of those. All right. So I was talking to a first responder. And here's what the first responder said. He said, I'm tired of all these angry, drunk, out-of-control abusers. So he sort of captured the whole thing, right? Doesn't like any of them. So let's take a look at some of it. Anger one first. I had one guy I was talking to, and he said, I don't have an anger management problem. I have an anger management solution. Really? Tell me about it. He said, yeah, when I get angry, she gets scared. When she gets scared, she does what I want her to. Problem solved. So now, he knows how to manage his anger to his benefit, and we want to give him more anger management skills? Really? Does that sound like a good answer? So I was doing I did a 2-day training. I think it was Greenville, North Carolina. It was like many years ago. And so I'm down in North Carolina, and we had it set up over 2 days, so there were breaks in between some of the workshops so that I could go visit some of the community efforts. So I sat in the back of the courtroom during restraining order hearings. I did a ride-along with the police. I sat in on a batterers intervention group. So I had these opportunities to meet with the community partners and just see how they were doing the work so we could then come back together and go, how's this all fitting together? Because they were worried that they were having a lot of silo stuff going on, just everyone doing things separately, not knowing each other's whatever. So one opportunity I had was to go to someone who was running an anger management studio. Okay? So I go in, and the way the place was set up, you walk through the front door, and then on the back wall were these small offices in which you would get your anger management counseling. But in the front, there was this little desk, this person that kind of a screener, the receptionist. And if you walked in, and not only were you there for your anger management counseling in general, because it's kind of an issue that I have, if you were really angry right then, like you're sweating and whatever, they'd say, oh, no, don't go to your counseling session. First, you need to go downstairs. Phil is waiting for you. You need to go see Phil. So they'd go on downstairs, open up the door, and there's Phil. Michelin rubber dummy Phil, standing in the room. And they would give these people bataka bats. Go ahead, tune up Phil. He can take it. He's tough. Hey, go ahead. They're down there just wailing away on Phil, just beating the crap out of Phil. And Phil's taking it like a real man, right? So they get done with that, and then by the time they're done, they're like soaking wet because they really, the idea was you want to vent your hostility. Just like you put a pot of water on the stove, if you clamp the lid down, the steam builds up, and you got to vent the steam, right? So the pressure doesn't build up. That's the analogy, right? So that's what they want to do. Okay, before the pressure builds up, you go down and you vent your steam. You vent this hostility out. You come upstairs, you're calm, cool, and collected, just like you gave your pinky a hug, and you're all good to go. Okay. The problem they were noticing was that they would send people down, beat the crap out of Phil, come upstairs dripping wet, and they were more angry when they came upstairs than when they went down.
Uh-oh. That wasn't supposed to work that way.
So what was the problem with the program? They're down there venting this stuff like crazy and whatever. They come up and their anger is worse? How does that work? Why were they more angry when they came upstairs? Weren't they venting their hostility? This is where you say no. What were they doing? They were practicing violence. There's a little thing in your brain called an association cortex that loves to link things together. Like, how many of you remember where you were on 9/11? Actually, how many of you were alive on 9/11? I'm going to really feel old here, right? I'm not talking 1811. So okay. So I remember the TV I was watching, Charlie Gibson telling the story on Good Morning America. I remember the television set. I remember which part. How is that useful to my life now? It's not the least bit useful. It's totally useless information. But if you have an emotionally strong enough, if you're experiencing strong emotions, all this stuff has this gravitational pull, and you got stuff that gets connected to it that's hard to break apart. So what happens is they were sending people downstairs when they were angry, and what were they telling them they should do when they're angry? Hit something. Now, there's a good lesson. When you get really pissed off, you should start hitting things. I think they already know this, right? They've already got that lesson down, and now we're reinforcing it. Anger hit, anger hit, anger hit. Well, what happens next time they're on a cross-country bus trip, and Phil's not there to tune up, but his partner's right there. She says something, and he either verbally or physically does something because he's been programmed to do that. So when we think about interventions, we've got to really think clearly about this. The thing is that anger gets a special treatment that other feelings don't. Right? So we have anger management programs. Have you ever gone to a frustration management program? An irritation management program? A loneliness management program? Right? How come it's just anger management? Why is that different? Why is it that when people get angry, we say, you should take a timeout? Think about what a timeout is. A timeout says, when you're having an intense feeling, don't do anything yet. Okay? Let's apply that to other feelings. You're on a highway. You walk on the highway because you have a death wish, I guess. You walk on the highway and a big semi-truck is coming towards you, and you go, nope, I'm going to count to 10 first before I make a life-altering decision. Your road pizza, right? So no, when you get angry, when you get afraid, you get off the highway. Why? Because the fear is telling you to do something. Fear is problem here. You need to move so that you can be safe, and then the fear just dissipates when you're on the curb. You're lonely. If you're lonely, do you wait until you're no longer lonely before you call a friend? No, you call a friend so you no longer be lonely. Let's not get the order reversed, right? The example I give the guys in the group, for some reason they always seem to relate to this one. I say, imagine you come home and your wife, your girlfriend is there, and she's in her most seductive negligee or whatever, right? And she says, hey, big boy, come to me. And you say, no, I'm way too aroused right now. I'll tell you what, I'm going to go read some random number tables, scoop some kitty litter, go for a walk, and when I no longer feel this intense urge, we can have sex. Seriously? Is that really going to happen? So for every other feeling, think about the word emotion. You take off the first letter, what's left? Motion. It's supposed to put you into motion. You're supposed to do something. The feeling says, problem to be solved, go solve it, and the feeling will just go away. So why is it that with anger, we tell people not to do something when the feeling's telling you to do something? What are we afraid is going to happen? You're going to solve the problem? Or are we afraid you're going to hurt somebody? Right? The assumption we make is that anger causes violence. I have news for you. Anger has never caused violence. We tell people it does. We've preached it for forever. It's a lie. No, this one actually is a lie. It's not true. Anger doesn't cause violence. Anger tells you there's a problem, maybe it's someone else's fault. It never tells you what to do. If I get angry, can I take a swing at someone? Sure. Can I have a conversation with a person? Sure. Can I run away? Sure. Can I go for a run? Yes, sure. Can I call a third person to help? Sure. Can I go get drunk? Sure. I have a lot of options. Anger never tells you what to do. But the problem is, we've told people for so long that anger causes violence that people act as though it's true. You tell someone things often enough. Hitler said this. He said, make the lie simple, make it big, and keep telling it, and eventually they will believe it. I'm not so sure I want to go with Hitler's philosophy. Thank you very much, right? There's some problems with how that played out. Okay? So we have to stop telling that lie, and in the meantime, maybe people do have to take timeouts if they have yet to figure out what the third alternative is. Like you can be in an argument and then decide to hurt someone. You can be in an argument, take a timeout, or here's the third option. You get really upset with someone, and then you find a safe way to express a feeling. It's really not impossible. And I've seen people, there are a lot of people out there who get very, very angry who've never hurt anybody. So we know, as a species, we know how to do this. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, back over here. Not yet. I actually do have an assessment that I give guys in my program. I do an anger management assessment. And I'm a busy guy, so maybe a minute, 30 seconds, a minute. And what I do is I say, okay, they say I have an anger management problem, or I'm supposed to come to an anger management program. Okay, let's assess see where you are. And so I say, imagine you go back to court for a review hearing. And the day you go back for your review hearing, for some reason, the judge is not in a very good mood. I don't know why. Didn't get anything last night or had a bad, whatever. And so he's taking it out on you. So you're there, and the judge is saying things like, you total waste of human tissue, you're slithering in my courtroom, what the hell is wrong with you, you're a total blah, blah. He's being verbally abusive. Right? Being a judge doesn't prevent you from being verbally abusive. You shouldn't do it. So what is an understandable feeling to have when someone's verbally abusing you? Does it make sense to be angry? I would be. I would feel angry at the person. Okay. So then I ask him, okay, you're angry at the judge. You don't have anger management skills. Therefore, are you going to charge the bench and punch out the judge to teach him not to do that? No, they tell me the truth. No, I couldn't do that. My you-know-what would be you-know-where, right? Bailiffs be all over me, and I couldn't get to the judge even if I... So how is it that he has all the anger management skills he needs when he's in the courtroom? Where'd they come from? How do you develop those skills? And then he goes home, walks to the front door, goes through an anger management rinse, and all of a sudden the skills disappear. Really? No. They can manage their anger when it suits their purposes. Doesn't look like it on the surface, but how many of them just go to any court hearing? Guys brought up all sorts of charges, doesn't like what's happening. They're all sitting there. They're all dressed up in their tie and coat, and they're sitting there, and they're not reacting to anything. How's that possible if they have an anger management problem? It isn't. So it's a myth, this anger management thing. Now, I'm not saying that I'm not saying that some people don't make really bad decisions and they really need some assistance in making better decisions. Absolutely. But it's a step too far to say that the anger causes it. We just need to be clear about cause and effect versus sort of an aggravating circumstance. Okay. All right. Alcohol. Come on, you do it. Here's what one guy said. He comes to my program, and on the very first time he comes in, he says, and this is how he says it, I only here because I was drunk. I'm sorry? What? I only here because I was drunk. Oh. So, and he comes in the group each week, and the guys would come into the room, and they all sit down in their chairs, and then we get started. He always came in the group last, and he'd be the last one to sit down, and as he's sitting down, I go, I only here because I was drunk. And it became like our mantra, almost. It's like this is how group starts, right? So he comes in on week 14, and he's getting ready to sit down. Everyone's turning. Oh, I know what he's going to say, right? He gets halfway down, and he stops himself. He goes, can I tell the group something? Sure. He says, well, when I first came to your group, I told you that I only hit her because I was drunk. I can detect actual words in that sentence now, right? It's very clearly spelled out. He says, but now I realize that I drank so I could hit her. And the group was really quiet for a second, and then some of the group members are doing what a puppy dog does when they're trying to figure out what you're saying. It's kind of a twist in their head. And then all of a sudden these involuntary nods came because they got it. It made sense to them. How does this make sense? I thought I only hit her because I was drunk, now gets converted to I drank so I could hit her. What is he telling us? And he's right on. I wish I had thought of this, right? Right on point. Yeah. I don't think Dr. Smirnoff is a misogynistic beverage. Jim Beam does not tell you to hit your wife, right? And if you think, no, it was the spirits in the bottle that made me do it, if you think there are actual spirits in there, you need rehab. Okay? I mean, like today, okay? So, yeah, the thing is, alcohol does not have an agenda. Alcohol never tells you what to do. In fact, alcohol doesn't, just like anger, alcohol causes nothing. It does not cause behavior. In fact, think about the prohibition against drunk driving. We don't send people to an enhanced driver program. We send them to an impaired driver program. Alcohol interferes with doing something. Alcohol doesn't cause drunk driving. Alcohol interferes with safe driving, right? Because my goal isn't to smash into a tree. My goal is to get home safely. I have greater difficulty doing that when drunk. So alcohol impairs our ability to do stuff. It doesn't cause anything. Again, it doesn't tell us what to do. By example, we can prove it to yourself. How many of you have ever, and don't worry, we're not taking names, so you can, how many of you have ever had an alcoholic beverage? Okay, there you go. A bunch of drunks. Okay. So how many of you have purposely decided, for safety reasons, not to drink alcohol in the kitchen? Because that's where all the sharp stuff is, right? Like you might accidentally pick up a fork and skewer your eyeball. Oh, darn, I hate doing this. Yeah, I'm glad I have another one, right? So why don't you worry about skewering your eyeball with a fork when you're drunk? Because you might do something when you're drunk that you wouldn't do when you're sober. That certainly would be one of them. Anyone ever worry about that? Only keep plastic forks in the kitchen? Put little caps on them so you can't stab yourself? Remove them before you drink? So why don't we worry about that? Because you'd never want to do it when you're sober. Right? Alcohol doesn't cause us to do anything. When guys challenge me in the group, I say, okay, tell me how much you would have to drink before you would French kiss your grandfather. And if a guy says, I don't know, beer and a half, I'm like, oh, no, we got another program for you. This is, no, okay. No, right? It's like, oh, it's disgusting. And it's like, well, of course, because if you don't want to do it when you're sober, there's no reason to do it when you're drunk, right? They said there's no amount of alcohol that would get me to cross this particular line. So again, the same kind of thinking, though, is that I'm not saying that alcohol is not a risk factor. I'm not saying that it might not amplify. It's like a magnifying glass. So it might make if someone chooses to be violent, they might be more violent. They might stop. They may not stop as soon. It might be a risk factor, but it's not a cause. Right? So alcohol does not cause any of those behaviors, and any other drugs for that matter. Okay. On to the next one. Okay. So I was in court one day, and this guy was, I sometimes sit in the back of the courtroom, especially with new judges, 'cause I like to hear how different judges handle their bench trials, jury trials, different kinds of proceedings. And so I'm sitting in the back, a relatively new judge, and it's a bench trial, and the judge has convicted this guy of a domestic violence assault. I don't remember what the details were. And prior to giving the sentence, he says, okay, before I sentence you, I want to know if there's any additional information you'd like to provide to give me some context. Because I don't want to just punish you. That's not what I'm about. I want your life to be better in ways that are also better for other people. And so I want to move us in the right direction. I really like the judge saying that and thinking that. Anything you can tell me to give me some contextual information. It's okay. He says, well, yeah, Your Honor, thanks for asking. So, it's been really stressful, and we got some financial problems, and I lost a job a while before. We got a colicky baby at home, and I haven't been really sleeping very much, and I just totally stressed out. I just lost control. I couldn't help. I just lost control. So the judge pauses for a moment, and the judge says, I'm going to say something you're probably not expecting. I believe you. However, I want you to tell me specifically what it was you lost control of. Well, I lost my temper. The judge's like, what does that even mean? Where'd your temper go? I have a problem managing my anger. And to the judge's credit, he goes, you don't need to manage anger. Here's how he phrased it. He said, anger is a feeling. Anger is information. It's like a weather forecast. How many of you have ever managed the weather forecast? No, you don't. You pay attention to it, right? You pay attention to the weather forecast, then you decide whether or not to bring an umbrella, to put on some sunscreen, or stay home and watch a movie, right? So it's information. You don't manage information, you pay attention to information. So you don't need to manage anger. You don't need to manage any feeling. You have to manage your behavior. He goes, you're right, Your Honor. I lost control of my behavior. So let's take a look at that. When you hit your wife, who were you trying to hit? My wife? Okay, sounds like you were successful. Doesn't sound like you lost control of that at all. Next. So this guy's like struggling, trying to come up with what it was he lost control of her, and the judge is convinced he lost control of something, but we haven't found it yet. What's the correct answer? What did he lose control of that helps to explain, or give you a hint, justify his actions? What did he lose control of? Her. Thank you. Yeah, he lost control of her and didn't like it. So what he did was he exerted control over her to get her back into compliance. Isn't that kind of the opposite of losing control? So he didn't lose. We say, oh, I couldn't help it, I lost control, because if I say I lost control, you can't hold me fully accountable. Why? Well, it was out of my control. No one holds me accountable for the weather. It's out of my control. So this guy was saying the opposite, I lost control, to make it sound like the opposite of what was actually true. What he should have said, what he could have said, to be honest, was, I lost control of my wife and I didn't like it, so I exerted control over her to get her back into compliance, and it worked. Can I go now? No. Yeah, we got a nice 8x8, striped wallpaper all ready for you, right? So same thing with the alcohol as the loss of control. Here's what someone should say if they think alcohol is the reason. They say, yes, Your Honor, I was really drunk at the time, and because of that, I suffered several impairments. First of all, I had a visual impairment. I saw like 2 or 3 of her standing there. I didn't really know which one to hit. Secondly, my reaction time was off, because it obviously impairs that, my perceptions, reaction time, and my coordination. But despite my impairments, I was successful in landing a punch. In other words, I overcame my impairments in order to complete the assault. You think any judge has ever heard that from any defendant, right? It's actually the truth, right? Because he accomplished something that physically is more difficult to do when you're drunk. So we had one guy who sobered up because they said, well, you obviously only do this when you're drunk. We'll send you to AA and a drug treatment thing and a LADAC evaluation and stuff. So he goes through that and sobers up, hasn't had a drink or any other drugs, mind-altering drugs, in like months, and continues to assault his wife. And so I asked him to explain it, and he said, yeah, now that I'm sober, I have better aim. And it's worse than that. When I hit her when I'm sober, she knows that I mean it, because I can't blame it on the alcohol. So you sober someone up, because, oh, he only does it when he's drunk. Just a couple AA sessions, whatever, kind of sponsor sign off on it, right? And we don't realize that doesn't stop abuse. It just removes an excuse for it. And it can actually, in some ways, make it worse, because we misunderstand what the problem is. So does that mean they shouldn't stop drinking? No, they probably should, right? They should probably make better decisions on what they take into their bodies, but it doesn't explain the domestic abuse. All right. Anyone discouraged yet? I'm working on it. Come on, you can do it. Please, just one little bit. There we go. Oh, we did that already. Thank you. So when I asked the guys in my group, I say, okay, if you were to give up, and we talked about this before, if you were to give up one form of abuse that you've used before, but you can continue to control your partner, anyone want to guess which one they're going to give up? Out of all the ones, they got a whole 16 of them here, give or take. Which one would they be willing to give up if they could continue to control their partners, but not do that one tactic that they've done before? Physical. Why physical? It leaves marks. It leaves evidence, because Mark's going to get him then, right? Leaves marks. Don't you like that? It's great. So he's going to catch him, right? You got a photograph. You got injuries. You got someone bleeding over the carpet, right? So it's easy to catch someone when they leave evidence for you. So that's what they say. When I ask them, over 80% say, I give it the physical. And the other reason I give it up is because I don't need it, right? He says, I use mine instrumentally, which means they're really careful and strategic about their use of it. So either they don't use it, they only use the threat of it, which is enough to gain compliance in many cases, or they're careful about strategic placement, where you're unlikely to see it. It was like in Iran, they were going after the women who were challenging, the authoritarianism, and they were making sure to assault them only in their vaginal area or in their places that always have clothing and no one would ever spot it before. Very strategic. Whereas victims, they aren't thinking, well, I better not scratch them in the face because if it ever goes to court, they won't believe my testimony. You're not thinking that. When you're being attacked, your prefrontal cortex isn't working, right? It's offline. When you're in danger, the part of your brain that's working is your limbic system, the fear circuitry. Your alarm bells are going off. The amygdala is sending off this alarm. That part of your brain isn't the least bit concerned about documentation, about follow through in some legal system. It says, get my ass out of here. Somehow I got to survive this. Okay, so what are the reasons? Just kind of 5 reasons, and we're going to come at this in a somewhat different way tomorrow a little bit. But they do it because they can, right? They've learned that this is something that's in their skill set. They do it because it works. So when they use various forms of abuse, it gets them what they want. It gets the kind of compliance or it stops the resistance, whatever their particular goal is. They do it because obviously they want to. They have this goal in mind. And we still are working on ways to effectively stop it. How do we set boundaries so that they learn that this is no longer an option? And then the work that I do and other people do connected to this is how do we provide them with not just, I'm not talking about the skills, some have the skills, but also the reason. How do we get them to say, this is something that I want to change? How do we get them to a point where they go, this really isn't making me happy? So I sometimes do what's called confronting with discrepancies. So rather than lecturing, oh, it's really bad to hit your wife, that's not a nice thing to do. Well, duh, but they knew that already, right? So I will say something like, you've talked about your wife and family, and I can tell you really love them. Right? And I'm looking over the police report where I'm seeing this part where you threw her down the staircase. And so I know you love them, and then I see this thing where you did something harmful to them, and I'm not exactly sure how those two fit together, if you could piece it together for me. And so I'm not telling them they're wrong. I'm not lecturing at them. I'm pointing out a discrepancy. And then they try to answer the question. So how does my loving my wife match up with throwing her down the staircase or calling her whatever awful name or something? It doesn't match. But now they have to struggle with the fact they don't have an answer to a question rather than do battle with me. Right? Okay. So, what we need to do is to shift, and this is some of the work that I'm really trying to focus on now, is shifting away from, how do we diagnose or label? I'll give you one that, we talk about losing control. Do you know what the number one diagnosis that matches from it's called the Diagnostic and Statistic Manual of Mental Disorders, version 5, right? Guess what the number one diagnosis is for perpetrators? People who are causing harm to family members. I mean, we were talking before about like narcissism and stuff. That kind of is out there, but that's more of a personality trait rather than a mental health diagnosis. Number one diagnosis, at least a lot of people I've talked with, it's called intermittent explosive disorder. It's an impulse control problem. Now, doesn't intermittent explosive disorder just sound like a nasty bowel condition? Right? No thanks. That's not something I want to spend a lot of time with. So, but there are 2 problems with it. 2 problems other than imagery. There are 2 problems with that diagnosis. One is you're supposed to. Okay, let me see how I get it because it makes no sense. One of the diagnostic criteria is that you did this despite your best efforts to stop yourself, right? It's an impulse control. I can't control my impulse. I tried really, really, really hard to stop myself. Well, that's not what we're hearing from these guys. I get guys in my group, and they go, I think I exercised damn good restraint. She did this, that, and the other thing. I barely touched her. Like I had this one guy come in. You're going to like this one. He said, I want to own up to what I did. Great. Go for it. He said, I pushed her. I did. I pushed her. And then, because a lot of us don't know the word push, it's so complicated, it's got a whole syllable and everything, he demonstrated with his hands. He said, I pushed her. I'll do this sideways so you can see it. Really? Is that like you're having tea at the Plaza Hotel and crumpets and stuff? So I pushed her. Okay. End of chapter 1, right? Then, you know what she did? Totally separate from this. She threw herself down the staircase. Right? You know women who do that, right? So he says, we're not done. On her way down, this is how he's telling it. On her way down the staircase, got a lot of stairs, right? A lot of steps. On her way down, she takes her arm and pins it behind her back and jams it into one of the risers to dislocate her shoulder. Not done. Still a couple more steps to go. When she reaches the bottom, she takes her head and smashes it into the step to give herself a black eye to make me look like the bad guy. This is how devious some women are. Right? This was 2 weeks after another guy in group. He said, I said, I came home, and this was like 25 years ago, back when people had something called answering machines, and they were actually worth something then. And he said, I come home, and she had broken the answering machine, which is like $200. And he says, I'm a materialistic kind of guy. I'm into my stuff. I like my stuff, and I don't like people messing with my stuff. Well, she broke my stuff. He said, so I was going to hit her. I was so mad. I was going to hit her, but I didn't, because I know what you've told me. It's not nice to hit women. Thanks for taking notes. I'm glad. So I was going to hit her. Okay? I really was. I was going to. I stopped myself, though. He said, you'd be so proud of me. I stopped myself. You know what she did? Guess what she did right at that moment? Think devious. Go ahead. Anything. See what? Better. She took her head and swung it into my fist. Now, my fist is out here minding its own business, enjoying the nice weather, whatever, just hanging out, right? Boom! Totally defenseless fist, right? Didn't have time to react or protect itself. Boom. That's like my saying, if you don't keep looking at me this way, I'm going to take my eye and jab into your finger. That'll teach you. The thing is, they say this with a straight face. So it's like, if you have a lie detector cap on, you're not going to pick up on this. Because they're telling their truth. It's amazing the kind of mental gymnastics we can do that helps us put our head on the pillow at night and sleep. So they actually believe some of this stuff. They believe that kind of narrative. So, yeah, I used to think that all I had to do was know when someone can tell when someone's lying to me, and I'd be able to figure this stuff out. It's not enough. It's not. They actually do believe it. Tomorrow you're going to see an interview tomorrow about someone who did the full trip. He was a stalker, and he ends up killing his family members and all sorts of stuff. But we're going to sort of map through the psychology of it, how he's thinking at each step, and what kind of clues he gives us, so we can actually spot some of this stuff early on and prevent some of the more serious stuff. Yeah, come on. Okay. The last of those, we did the who, what, when, where, why, and how. There's nothing magical about these 4 steps. So we talk about the selection, acquisition, abuse, and escape. In fact, we all do this kind of process. I'm not talking about the abuse. I want to buy a loaf of bread. So selection, I find a grocery store, and I find out, when it's open. I go to the store access. I find the aisle that it's on so I can grab the bread. I do the thing that I'm there to, which is I grab the bread, and so I avoid getting arrested for theft. I throw a couple bucks at the cashier on the way out. So all the stuff we do in our lives can be broken down into, making the decision, finding a way to get there, doing it, and then making sure it doesn't cause problems. I like to use these 4 questions, though, when I'm thinking about what offenders say and what they do, and then asking myself, to what extent does that statement or that behavior serve one or more of these functions? And they build on each other, right? So abusers are most likely going to select someone that's relatively easy to access, who's least likely to resist the abuse and unlikely to report them, right? So they all sort of build on each other, and the successful abuser sort of keeps all four of those in mind. Let's see. And this would be the last thing I'll say, and I sort of talked about this a little bit already, in terms of Batterers will tell us their truth, right? So, and one of the reasons they tell us the truth is that they aren't scared at the time, right? So they can assemble stuff in their brain the way it makes sense to them and lay it out. Why do victims lie? And again, I put that in quotation marks. Let me just give you the quotation from one woman. She says, "I trust his ability to hurt me more than I trust your ability to help me or to protect me." I thought, well, if that were the case for me, why would I tell anyone anything, right? So it makes, and we're going to, as we go on through a lot of the other workshops, we're going to go into a lot more detail about how this all plays out and the influence and impact it has on survivors. But that's it for his psychology. Any questions, comments, insults, things you want to throw out? You got some time here. I'm fair game. Yeah. That's right. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Which is why we have excited utterances, right, on the 911 calls. So, yeah, so the question, so when someone says, is that the lie or the truth, what I like to say, I don't want to know that. That binary thing doesn't do anything for me, because even if it is a lie, it doesn't tell you why. Why are you lying to this person or this circumstance about that particular detail, right? What I want to know is what's the meaning behind what someone discloses or chooses not to disclose. I want to know the context. A lie is like a snapshot. I want to see the movie. And so that's why when you think, okay, here was the offense, because the problem with the criminal justice system is incident-based, right? So you have to arrest someone for committing a particular crime on that day. Abuse is not a snapshot. It is a movie that goes over a long period of time, and I want to know the conversation 5 minutes before, 5 minutes after, and the decisions that were made 3 months ago and how it plays out after, yeah. So we have to have what I call perpetual curiosity. Just keep wondering about, well, tell me more about this. Give me some more of the details. Yeah. Anything else? Okay, time for a break or something like that? Till when? When do we? It is 2:30. We come
2:30.
back. 2:45?
We're going to come back about 2:40.
2:40?
Yep, we'll do a quick 10-minute break, have a snack, and then
Okay.
come back with Mark Wynn.
10 minutes. Return. Thank you.
Understanding the attitudes of abusers and their abused.
Give me a test then.
1, 2, 3.
Understanding the attitudes of abusers and their abused will help you tactically in the initial response and as you investigate the scene.
Okay, we're going to get started again, everybody. A fast turnaround break, so grab your snacks and bring them on in. All right, so we're going to get started just because we have two amazing things to wrap up our day. So I'm going to introduce you to Lieutenant Mark Wynn. A lot of you probably know him already. So Mark Wynn's a childhood survivor. He's devoted his life to ending violence by working as a police officer, a detective, educator, program supervisor, consultant, and advisor. He's a 21-year veteran of the Nashville Metropolitan Police Department, and he was a key creator of the largest police domestic violence investigative unit in the United States, responsible for investigations of elder, child abuse, domestic and sexual violence. He's a national trainer to police executives, patrol officers, all sorts of judicial people, legislatures, social services, healthcare, and victim advocates, and sharing his compassion, passion, and humility in every presentation he does. So this is his, I think, 4th trip to North Dakota with us to do training, and I am blessed to have him. Please help me welcome my friend, Mark Wynn.
Thank you, Naomi. Thank you, Naomi. Thank you. So, good afternoon, everybody. So, I am not from this part of the state. I'm actually from Tennessee, and I'm from Nashville. Have y'all heard about Nashville? Okay. So, have you been to? Oh, okay, good. Did everybody treat you good when you were there? I hope everybody treated you well. Good. So we practice our hospitality. We're very proud of it. So and we'd like for you to come back to visit us again, please. And we're the bachelorette party capital of the world. I don't know how that happened. It just did. And we got a big football team, some of you know. We play hockey. And it's a good town, but it's about 1.5 million population. And that's where I spent most of my career as a patrol officer and a detective and a supervisor and a teacher. And I'll talk a little bit about it, but thank you, Naomi, for having me back, and thank you, Scott. I want to make a few comments on a few things you said. You're spot on. Naomi wanted me to talk about this topic. I've got a lot of topics that I cover, stalking and surviving as a police officer and hostage situations, and I was a SWAT officer for 15 years, so I did a lot of that work. Triangulation, trauma-informed response, working with rape victims, working with domestic violence victims. But this is one that Naomi wanted me to talk to you about, and I want to show you a little bit of the history here around this, because I think it's pretty interesting how we have evolved in policing. And we look at these crimes differently than when I first started. We'd look at them certainly differently when my father first started in policing in 1948. So I come from a long line of police officers. My brother, my uncle, I've got 2 nephews and 2 nieces on duty today in different parts of the country. So we're a police family. So I've had that experience of talking to my family, who at certain points in our history in criminal justice have had to deal with this, because it's been an evolution, actually. My father was a judge, so I had an opportunity before he passed away to sit in his courtroom and watch him adjudicate. And so I've got a lot of different perspectives, but the one that I started off with was and you'll see this later on today, was living in it, living in a house filled with violence. It was an interesting process, and how I used it later on. I'll give you a quick example. My stepdad, as you'll see later on, was my abuser, who was not in law enforcement. And I used to watch him fight the police I grew up in Texas, around Dallas, and that was, that was saying a lot back in those years, the 50s and 60s, to fight the police. It was a big mistake. But he did it a lot. So I got a chance to watch him, and then when I got in the police academy in the 70s, the instructor would tell us we should try this, and I would say, I don't think that will work. And they would look at me like, what do you know, Mr. Rookie? And I'd say, well, I just, from my own experience, I just don't think that's pretty dangerous, because these people, they're thinking ahead of you a little bit here. They've got a plan before you even have a reaction. So you need to rethink your strategies. And so I finally made it out on the street. And then as I started telling people in my department that I was a survivor, it was interesting, the other men, there's a lot of male survivors who never said a word to anybody, how these men would come up to me and tell me, oh, I went through that when I was a kid. So I always would ask them, though, because you went through it, you should know better. Why are we doing these crazy things like polygraphing rape victims? That's what we used to do. Or not arresting anybody at all. Or treating these crimes like they were no big deal. We don't feel that way today. So I want to share with you some of this. I've mixed up several things here for you in this topic. I did want to say something about, Scott, you mentioned alcohol. So before I retired, I was a detective lieutenant, and I ran a domestic violence division with 39 total personnel. I had 20 detectives who worked for me. And we would process around 24,000 domestic investigations a year, along with patrol, and a 1,500 officer department. And even with really experienced, knowledgeable, I'm talking about not just on paper, but, emotional intelligence, people who, pretty good trained observers of human behavior. And you have to be to stay alive in policing. They come to me when I manage the cases with them, and they say, well, I don't have everything I need yet. I couldn't do the full interview with her at the hospital because she's drunk. And I'd say, why couldn't you do the interview? And they would say, you know how people are when they're drinking, they'll lie to you. You ever heard that before? No, you've heard just the opposite. Does anybody in here drink? I think you asked this earlier. So I see a few heads just slowly. It's all right. We can talk about it in here. So you do drink every once in a while. So when you do you lie? No. See, this is this is why we stopped having Christmas parties at police headquarters. It got bad. So alcohol and gunpowder don't mix, actually. So anyway, I used to ask my officers about this. I say, so look, so you're thinking that she's lying to you. As a matter of fact, the alcohol could have triggered the call. In other words, this is a moment when you drink, you're less inhibited, right? And you feel a little more honest, and you tell the offender, you hit me again, I'm calling the police. That's when the flag goes up. This is why dispatchers have to be trained in all of this carefully. The flag is up now, and now the offenders kind of figure out what I got to do next here to stay out of jail and avoid, accountability. But if the offender's drinking, then some of his options may be focused on the person coming up the driveway in a uniform, where officers are killed. I've lost 4 friends killed on domestic. So, and we know the profile of a cop killer now in domestic violence calls. We've been studying this for a long time, a lot smarter people than me. And alcohol is one of the pieces, the ingredients in the cop killer. It just gets it, they drink, like you said, I drank so I could hit her. That's it, basically this is what they're thinking with police response. So, alcohol is a part of it where it also does something else to responding police. It frustrates you. You get short-tempered. You lose your patience when people are drinking because they're not listening to your basic commands to sit down and sit over here, go over there, and they're not cooperating, so you get a little frustrated. And once you get frustrated, you start cutting corners. And you start cutting corners, you stop listening to context. And you stop listening to context, you put your life at risk because it now becomes a nuisance. And in fact, you could be standing in the middle of a future crime scene, and it could be yours. Because these offenders will kill a police officer when they're taking control away from them. So this is why this is really critical. And I used to ask my officers all the time, when they would shortcut a call, I was patrol sergeant for about 5 years, I'd follow up and say, what, I saw you did about 20 minutes on that call, what happened? I've been out there before, you know how these people are, I just quiet them down. I say, whoa, slow down. So let's just do a little debrief here. What did the dispatcher tell you? She said, well, it's the 5th time this week. Okay. So you've been here 5 times, and now it looks like you're a little frustrated because you have to go back every time. Is that what I'm hearing? Right? So if we use that philosophy in police response, let's just say you got a bank in your district that just keep robbed, and about the 3rd or 4th one you walk in after the robbery, and you get all the employees in the cafeteria, and you give them a long speech, and you say, look, I'm a little bit frustrated about coming out here on these damn bank robberies. So I think what you should probably do is get rid of all this money, because these thieves want your money, and if you got rid of the money, well, that'd be insane. We would never do that, right? So what I have to do is explain to these officers the damage they're doing to themselves and the family by treating it less than. As a matter of fact, I would say if you understand alcoholism, and I lived with one for 10 years, you understand that part of the alcohol is medication, right? You medicate yourself. There's been about 100 books written about this, about police, because we're prone to alcoholism. It's a high-stress job, right? So you medicate yourself. So if I'm an officer on the scene of a call and I see a trash can full of beer cans, that's evidence someone is medicating themselves, and that's also true for victims. That's why you see victims medicate themselves. That's why you see victims commit suicide often. The stress and strain of this call should be measured, and if you are curious and policing, and I don't know how you can be a police officer in any place in the world and not have a boatload of curiosity. It's people with curiosity that caught McVeigh running from Oklahoma City, and caught the shooter up in New York years ago was shooting lovers on Lovers Lane. It was curiosity, and a single officer on the street using that curiosity. So we got to use it in these calls too. And there's a real untapped stream of information that we're not using yet, and I want to share with you some of it. But before we get started, I want to give you a couple of things here. This is my email address, and if you want to correspond with me later on, I do a lot of corresponding not only with officers but advocates and judges and prosecutors. So, it all comes back to me. If people ask me for things, I send them videos, a PowerPoint. You can take my PowerPoint, take my name off of it, put your name on it, tell your boss you wrote it. I don't care. Whatever you want, I'll give you. And I network with people a lot. And I especially, even though I'm from a bigger city, I grew up in a small town. I have nephews, a lieutenant in a very small town in Tennessee. And I like small communities. That's why I really like coming here to your state. Because here's what I know about you. You don't have a helicopter or a scuba team or drones that follow your patrol car, which is happening now around the country. Law enforcement in these communities, you do everything. You're the paramedic, you're the preacher, you're the police officer, so you have to master all of it and by yourself. And I'm happy to be here to talk to you about this, because I know the burden you have of policing every day in smaller communities. Plus, you know everybody in town. Before I was a police officer, I was a newspaper reporter, in Columbia, Tennessee, south of Nashville, and I had 6 counties in my jurisdiction. That's where we circulated. The Daily Herald, all the news is fit to print. And I used to pick up the police arrest from the department every morning. I did the police blotters, an old-fashioned news mechanism. And here's what it would sound like. Jerry Jones lost his blue tick hound last week hunting over off of Sal Mill Pike. He comes by the name of Joe. Please call him at BR 549. That was the news. And also would be Mary Smith reported her husband assaulted her last night at their home on Elm Street. That was the news. So I know the burden of reporting in smaller communities is much more intense than it is in bigger cities where you can get lost in the numbers, right? And then to the police in bigger cities, and especially suburban policing, this is just about what they do all the time. And they get good at it. But when you're policing in rural areas, you are doing all kinds of things all day long. And all of a sudden, you find yourself after an incident-based, as Scott said, an incident-based event where somebody's lawnmower was stolen, and you're trying to get the serial number out of the owner, and the next minute you're talking to somebody that's been raped for the last 2 years by their husband. So you have to, in your brain, which is not easy to do. Now, we're pretty smart in policing, but you've got to switch now from incident to context, because one of the things we saw in our jurisdiction where we got in trouble in Nashville. I'll show you. We weren't doing that. And we go in with that mindset of incident-based policing, and we say, "What's wrong, ma'am?" She said, "Oh, it's my husband." You say, "Well, tell me all about your husband." She said, "Well, it all started about 2 years ago, and the officer's computer overrode the call, and it just switched off." And the officer said, before the woman could even say what happened, he said, "Look, ma'am, I am sorry you got assaulted 2 years ago. Let's just catch up, if you mind. Can you tell me what happened today?" So imagine, going to your heart doctor, right? I'm not comparing police to heart doctors, but I mean, listening is something doctors are pretty good at. Most of them are. What happens in the mind of the victim, and you all know this, it may have happened to some of you in this room. Here's what they're thinking. You don't want to hear what happened to me 2 years ago? He actually, not only is raping me, he's now after one of my little girls. So you don't want to see any of that. And let me get this clear, officer. And this is going to, and if you don't believe me, folks, we have talked to thousands and thousands and thousands of crime victims who've said almost the same thing. They don't believe me, they're not listening. So my question to my sisters and brothers in policing is, you're not curious about ongoing felony crimes in a domestic violence call. I know you are. We didn't seem that way, though, and a lot of it was the way we were trained. My first training in the 70s, and I later took over our training in our academy, and it was pretty bad. It was awful, because we didn't know what to do. We made it up. We taught mediation, which meant put the victim and the offender in the same room together. It was the craziest thing you've ever seen in your life, right? We got people killed. Now, this is what a lot of police in those years didn't admit, but this is a fact. We got people killed thinking that we were doing the right thing by encouraging people to call us, when in fact we did nothing more than make the offender a little more angry and the victim a little more determined not to call again because of our inaction. And when I later got into homicide in Nashville, I worked a lot of murders, and I heard it from family members. "My daughter called you. What'd you do about that? Now she's dead." So I'm not naive about the way things used to be. And that means something about how we do it today. So I'm going to give you a few things to think about. But before we get there, I can't help but do this, because I do a lot of work for Ending Violence Against Women International, which is a nonprofit who trains police nationwide, worldwide, on how to investigate sex crimes. They just came out with this app system. I just want to share it with you. Seek and Speak deals with contemporaneous reporting of rape by a victim who has not reported to police yet. So if I'm a rape victim and I'm trying to decide, do I take that step to walk into that sheriff's department and say, I got raped, what does that look like? What will happen to me next? What is a forensic rape exam? What do I need to prepare for? Because delayed reporting is universal and expected in these kind of crimes. And this app was designed with the assistance of detectives across the country and advocates. And not only will it give you the next steps, it'll also let you speak into the app, and it speaks to text, which will print your statement of being raped, printed it out so you can walk into a police station and hand it to an officer. This is a big, 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 big deal. Because often prosecutors won't go forward without a lot of information about post-rape behavior, like who did you notify? Because I've got to convince a jury that you delayed report because of you didn't think they were going to believe you, you were ashamed, you were afraid. All those things are part of it. So this thing is just starting to get legs around the country. And I wanted to share this with you because two departments that are using them now is Tulsa. Tulsa is a really progressive police department in Oklahoma. This is their website. They've got this app on their website, and just down below it is a bigger agency, Kansas City Police. Now, this says a lot about what's going on here because the police now are encouraging rape victims who have never reported, look at this, then you want to make a decision to come to us, we'll be ready for it when you come to us. Because rape is one of those interconnected co-occurring crimes around domestic violence that if you've got one, more likely you've got another, and that's been proven in unofficial and official studies by law enforcement. It's certainly true for advocates in this room because you screen your clients, and when you screen your clients, I've been in these screenings, I know what you're asking them. Have you ever been raped? Have you ever been forced to do something of sexual nature against your will? And the numbers are off the chart. But we aren't getting those cases in policing. So it's always curious to me when you see a victim who just will not tell us anything. How's that happen? Why don't you tell the police? By the way, we focus groups. I've been involved in focus groups, asking victims why they don't call. And it's really interesting when you get right down. I didn't want anybody to know my business. Or I was reluctant. I was a little afraid because I thought I'd lose custody of my kids if I called the police. Because if the police come, they're mandatory reporters of CPS. And CPS comes, they take my kids away from me because I didn't do what people think I should do and leave immediately the first time I got hit. Am I making sense? If I'm not, stop me. This is what victims have told us. And they also said, about 40% said they feared retaliation from the offender. That's a pretty good reason not to call the police. Why would we not appreciate that? And by the way, when someone doesn't, we've also studied police frustration. You know, one of the biggest things police are frustrated by? They won't cooperate with us. Well, let me just, let's do 2 and 2 here. If I cooperate with you, I'm going to really get it, maybe death, maybe losing my kids. But if I don't cooperate with you, I'm safe for the time being. And the only person to be mad at me is you, and I don't live with you. So this is what we're up against with reporting. I wanted to give that to you. The other is Bright Sky. Now, if you want to give something to a victim to help them out, this is one I recommend. There's several out there. This is a self-assessment app for victims when they're in a violent relationship. It uses, I believe, Dr. Campbell's 11 questions LAP from Johns Hopkins. It's a predictive model about the potential of lethality, which is murder. And the thing was created over in western Pennsylvania, and by a shelter there, the Pittsburgh police started handing it out. Now it's now being used in, I believe, 27 other countries. And it's interesting because when you download it, at least in the U.S., the first page of the app will give you all of your local service numbers, your rape crisis center, your domestic violence program. But this is that moment from a police officer's point of view when you're standing there, you're sitting there talking to this victim, you're thinking, damn, this is bad, this is going to get worse. I just don't have enough right now to make an arrest. I got to give this person something to help them, maybe convince them to go a little further. and go to shelter, call an advocate, get out, call me back, and all the things I need. And when you get something like this, you have time to do it yourself. It's a self-assessing tool. And the state coalition in Pennsylvania, I do a lot of work for them. They've been watching all these methods by police, really innovative methods, and they're finding out that when you talk to a victim about, does he have a gun? Do you think he's going to kill you? Has he assaulted your children? Has he raped you? Is he stalking you? When you start asking these questions, victims' response are, my God, nobody ever asked me this before, ever. And when a police officer asked me this, here's what I thought. I may be in big trouble here. So I'm going to reach out to an advocate as fast as I can, because when you look at domestic murder, Dr. Campbell's studies are pretty clear. You know, her studies of a large group of homicides show that about 4% contacted an advocate before the murder, where 30% had contacted police. So you think it'd be the other opposite, but with homicide, it's a little bit different. So I wanted to share that with you. And I think you may have copies of, Naomi, have you got the traumatic brain injury stuff? This is the TBI stuff. This is on the horizon for law enforcement. Prepare yourself for it. There's an institute at the University in Ohio at Columbus, the medical school. They partner with the state coalition, and they've designed these aids that you can use to determine whether somebody's got traumatic brain injury. And the researchers there in Columbus are reporting that they believe that around 80% of your DV victims are experiencing TBI, 80%, which is higher than the NFL. And a friend of mine the other day sent me, by the way, the protocol, the NFL protocol for potential TBI and what you should do now. And it is like 30 pages of the immediate stuff you should do with someone who you suspect has got TBI on the field playing football, right? Immediately. It's in the, is it in the thing? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So the NFL is onto it, right? They're thinking, we got to do something immediate here. But how often have you walked away or sit with a victim and thought, she's not really comprehending what I'm saying here? Or I don't have enough yet, but I just think she's just a little, she's just removed herself from it, and she's not really, there may be something going on here, folks. This is why I'm a big advocate of law enforcement and medical professionals getting together on things like strangulation, which can also bring on TBI. And that means getting a paramedic on the scene to do the interviews with the victim immediately. Now that gives you another witness, which is exception hearsay. Paramedic can testify in court. They're not the cops, and they are smart. Paramedics they can spell big words, and they can pronounce them. Not so much with police. You know, we're not the spellers. You know, we do other things. But paramedics, they do, right? So having that witness in the courtroom is a big deal. So I wanted to offer that to you. If you come to Nashville, we've got the largest family justice center in the United States today. I'm proud of that. Chicago's working on one right now. It might be bigger because I do a lot of training with Chicago police, and they respond to 250,000 domestic violence calls a year. That's just one agency. There's 200 police departments in Cook County. But if you come, I'll get you a tour through this. It's a beautiful place. There's almost 100 people working in this building. You walk in, you get everything you need, from a forensic interview as a child rape victim to an adult forensic exam as a rape victim, to translation, to everything you need. It's all in one place. So this is my community I come from, and this is a nonprofit that I helped start about 25 years ago called the Mary Parrish Center, which is my mother. It's therapeutic. It's 13 apartments where families can live for 2 years, and you just don't survive, you flourish. Some of you, if you've seen Transitional, it's pretty amazing. It's miracle work. So I worked in both sides of this. I worked in policing and I worked some in advocacy, and so I've got a kind of a different point of view of it, and I was exposed to it as a child. So I want to offer this to you, especially for the police or anybody else that deals with a child. One of the things that we don't do a very good job of in law enforcement is, and I know why, we're so busy, watching the adults because they can be wily, you got to keep an eye on them. But the kids become a second thought often. And I look, I watched the whole CAC movement evolve. It was amazing. I'm a big Child Advocacy Center cheerleader. And now that we've got them, they're the place to interact with, to train us, to what's going on with child sex abuse. But this is not CAC stuff here. This is just basic, how do we deal with children? And are we stopping for the moment to talk to kids at the scene? Because this is not just a witness. This is a witness with a lot of information. And sometimes that information is nonverbal. I tell cops all the time, you start talking to kids and they won't say anything to you, but they start looking at one or both the parents. That says a lot. Kids are nonverbal very often. That's why we have art therapy and shelters. They don't talk, let them draw it, right? So there's a lot of information there for us in policing, and I want to show you a few of them here, but I'm going to show you a picture that is out of this book. Now, Donna Ferrato is a friend of mine. She's a photographer in New York. She worked for Time magazine for decades, and what she did in the 80s is she talked the police chief in Minneapolis. She said, and this is when, in the mid-80s is when things really started picking up because warrantless arrest arrived in the country. The battered women's movement had heard enough of excuses, and they forced legislators at their own peril to change the laws, to tell the police, you have to do something now instead of just using your own discretion. Discretion got people killed. Well, Donna said, I want to photograph it. I want to photograph domestic violence. So she went to the police chief in Minneapolis, who was a man named Tony Boza, who was a famous New York City police officer and later became the chief of Minneapolis. He said, sure enough, go right ahead. So she rode with Minneapolis police for 5,000 hours and photographed domestic violence in this book, Living with the Enemy. Nobody had ever seen anything like this before. So once she started doing this work, this is one of the photographs, Time magazine said this one photograph was one of the 100 most influential pictures taken since the invention of the camera. Because what she's done here, she's captured domestic violence that every police officer in this room has seen. And some of you are victims, saw it, and survivors. This little boy's pointing his finger at his dad, and here's what he's telling them, you know, you're in trouble now, right, because they finally caught you. So here's a witness in front of you right here. This witness can help you if you're going to make that tough decision of making an arrest of a crime you did not witness. It's not easy to do, right? And you don't have to be shy about it. I trained a lot of young rookie police officers, and I had a busy district. They'd send these young coplings out to me to train, and they weren't ready. They'd never had a conversation with anybody about anything serious before in their whole life. You know, something like, can I get a driver's license when I'm 16, and can I smoke when I'm 18? That's about it. So they didn't have a lot of interaction in life to be able to give them the confidence to stand in somebody's living room and say, sir, I'm going to have a talk with you in a minute, but I need you to walk outside with my partner for a few minutes and then sit down with a victim and have a serious conversation about what's happening. Those things you can't train somebody to do. That has to happen organically as you get used to it. Therapists are the same. Firefighters are the same. This is something that they did not do well. And one of the things, too, they didn't know how to talk to kids, and we realized that. And by the way, I had a detective who worked for me, Jeff Porter. This guy was a miracle worker with kids. And he got, because I read his reports, I managed his cases. I'd see his reports, and it would just be full of information from children. I thought, damn, how does he do this? So he's back in the squad room one day, this little cubicle, and the coffee pot's within the eyesight of his desk. And I'm watching, so I'm sneaking around stalking my detective now. So I'm watching him, and I'm pouring. Here comes a woman with two little boys, and they're in this cubicle, and I'm slowly fixing my coffee, and I watched him. I caught him. He opened the drawer of his desk and pulled out 2 or 3 of those Sponge Man Bob things, and you know the little thing, the little starfish things. Now he's got these kids warmed up. See, now they're one sitting in his lap. Now the other one, you know, he's reaching across the desk to get another little toy. So I figured it out. He's baiting the field, right? And so I had all my detectives watch his techniques because we don't do well with children. So once we started doing that, it was really uplifting for my officers because cops love kids more than anything on the planet. we love adults, come on, you protect people, you know, risking your life for people you don't know, but with kids, it's really kind of historic. But we weren't giving them, you know, the opportunity to learn how to talk to kids. And when you do, you'll hear this. They witness the emotional abuse, they see the aftermath of the violence. What a better witness. They intervene, and when I worked in homicide, I worked a lot of child deaths. Because the offender, this is per David Adams, who interviewed about 30 of them up in his state, killers, they'll tell you, when I made the decision to kill, I killed all my kids. I called it righteous slaughter. Righteous slaughter. Because if I can't have these kids, nobody can have these kids. That's the mindset Scott laid out for you earlier. Now, that's not every offender, but the ones who killed, right. So kids will intervene. This is when they get hurt and killed. They are involved in the power dynamic. They're blamed for the violence. This is your fault. A great witness here. They are, they're witness to the assaults and are forced to watch it very often. Again, what better witness would you need, right? They suffer direct physical violence and death. We've already talked about that. So here's an opportunity. I'm going to get into the lesson in a minute, but I'm trying to sell this to you. For if you're an advocate and you work for a police department or you're from another jurisdiction and you work with your local police, I'll send you resources on this. We've got a whole toolkit on police interacting with children at IECP, which is International Association of Chiefs of Police, who I worked for 30 plus years. It's a whole toolkit on how to train your officers on how to intervene and interview children, because this is really critical. So let me know, and I'll send it to you. So if you do this, though, and you'll find out you don't want to just walk away after you ask them what happened to mommy and daddy, right? You want to make sure you leave them something. All right, I'm going to give you something. I'm going to give you a little gift here. And Austin Police Department did this years ago, and they interviewed child victims, and they said, what do you want the police to do when they come to your house? And these kids said, tell them I hide. I get under the covers, I get in the closet, I get under the bed. Tell them I don't know why they're here, and I'm afraid of them. Because you know what the offender said to them, they're coming to take you to jail. What better way to turn a small child into a future abuser than to teach them all the habits of abuse and then throw in a little anti-cop behavior along the way, right? So you got to have an enemy, right? So there's our enemy, son. There they are, coming out of that patrol car right there. That's who that is. That's your enemy right there. So now that we know that, right, they ask these kids other things. What, so anything else? And these kids said, yeah, look, stop interviewing me in front of my parents. These are child survivors. The kids said, don't interview me in front of my. So the other thing, too, when you do this, you may get more evidence, because if I'm saying, Miss Smith, I'm going to talk to your daughter for a minute, or your son, and I hear this, no, you're not going to talk to them. Really, why not? Well, I'm going to be in the room when you interview them. No, really, what are you afraid I'm going to do? It's kind of like the elder abuse cases that I've worked over the years. You'll see the abuser, it could be a man or woman, husband, wife, daughter, son, they're depriving their mom or dad of food, medicine, religion, freedom, all those things you do to easy to the old person, right? I can do whatever I want to with you. And you'll hear this. You're not talking to my mom by myself. I'm going to be in the room, but she's got a heart condition. I'm afraid she'll have a heart attack. I think, man, who do you think I am? But that tells you everything. Because what you're witnessing here, if you pull up Ellen Pence's power and control wheel, and this should be the center of your investigation, I'm telling you, is isolation. I'm going to isolate you. I'm in the room with them. I'm isolating you. Because I know they're not going to say anything when I'm in the room. So I'm expert at this. I'm going to make sure that you're not going to be in that room to get a statement out of them. All right? And the kids said that. These kids said this in this Texas study. They also told these officers, they're so big, would you please tell them to bend over when they talk to me, but don't get too close because their heads are so big, a big old police head. You got to think about how big, cops were when you were a kid. So the thing that Austin, and by the way, the thing that Austin did, they just designed this checklist. They every time an officer go to the scene, they said, well, no matter what you do, before you leave, tell these kids don't get trapped in the fight. Stay out of the fight. They said, Don't get under a bed, don't get under your covers, get out of the house, get away, find a phone, call 911, find a safe place, find a friend, find a neighbor you talk to, and ask for help. Ask for help. Teach them how to dial 911 on the phone. Tell them what 911 is. They may not know what it is. There'll be a nice person on the other end that will talk to you. She'll stay on the phone with you until you see me next time. So these are really important things. And then the big one was we have to tell them it's not their fault. And this was sort of the end of the moment before you walk away from a child as an officer. Because now they're worried. See, this is the thing. Oh, what have I done? Especially when I had 4 siblings, so you couldn't have pried anything out of us. You took me before the Supreme Court, and they said, "How's your life?" And I said, "We are living the life of Riley." Y'all probably don't know who that is. That's a television show in the 50s. We would have lied and lied and lied and lied because when you're living with a group of children in a home, not just one, you survive watching each other's back. Watching each other's back means nobody's going to break ranks here because we know these police, they're not going to be here very long. They're going to be out the door, and we're going to be stuck. So this is basic survival. So when you see basic survival going on, that gives you another indicator, right? And I can tell you, the first time I heard something that made me think, the police aren't an option anymore. I was standing on the front step with my mom when my brother and nephew later went to work for Dallas PD. When they walked up to our house, I was 5. I had my arm wrapped around my mother's leg. I'm thinking, oh boy, the police, because my family members were cops, not my stepdad. And here comes this big Dallas officer, and he stepped on our front porch, and this is what he said to my mom. "If I come back again, I'm arresting everybody." Now, this was 1960s in Dallas. Now, why in the world would anybody in public service do such a thing? Can you imagine? I'm going to lock everybody up if I come back out. Because they weren't trained, they had no laws, they didn't understand it, right? So they were making it up as they went along. So I thought, well, that's the 1960s, so here I am, flash forward 20 years later, and I'm on the front porch as a brand new rookie, got my pencils all sharpened. My tie didn't have anything on it yet, like donut dust and coffee, and I'm ready to go, and I'm standing there with this old rookie officer in Nashville, and here's what he says. "If I come back, everybody's going to jail." 1981. And I thought, where is this school? There's a school somewhere where they're teaching these things to police. I'd like to go. I'd just like to hear these weird statements made by law enforcement. I've never heard such a thing. So you see what happens in the void here. When you don't offer clear, concise direction and training for people in law enforcement, they're going to go to the call. They're going to fix it. You might not like the way it looks, but they're going to do the best they can, and they're going to just make it up as they go. This is where we were. This was the 1980s, 1960s. So we've got this history. And you cannot do this, I don't think, this is my opinion, police in any community, especially diverse communities with a lot of history, especially community trauma, like African Americans, Native Americans, immigrants, Jews, people who've had a history of oppression. You cannot police in these societies without understanding when they interacted with law enforcement in the past, how'd that go? Not just them. I've had African American women tell me, "You want me to call you, a white man, to help me with my black boyfriend? When you locked up my dad? You locked up my grandfather? Not you, but one of you did. You all look the same, blue uniform. You own my great-great-grandfather. Why would I trust you?" So if you're an adult about this, and don't get mad, you got to have hard bark to work in public service. You examine that community trauma and understand why they don't do it. And you find other ways to get service for victims who normally wouldn't talk to you. We shoot ourselves, well, I don't, but other people do, politicians do it, when they think they're being tough. I'm a tough politician, and we're going to get rid of all these illegal aliens. Y'all heard that? Your body's not illegal, folks. I don't care where you are. Cross the border is against the law. Alien comes out of a spaceship. I haven't seen one yet. I mean, Spielberg says it everywhere. But when you say that up front to a victim, here's what they're thinking. I'm not going to call you for anything. So here I am, Mr. Rapist, moving amongst my potential targets. And I'm thinking, who can I rape who's not going to call the police? Kind of like somebody abusing who's elder victims. They can't testify. They got dementia, Alzheimer's. We're talking about predation. If I'm a predator, I'm not going to take any chances. And by the way, I've got friends in Columbus and Baton Rouge and Dallas and Cincinnati and places where they work these kinds of violent crimes, and they tell me every time there's a politician talking about some diverse population, that diverse population doesn't call the police. So it's like, you know what, just you stick on your side of the street and we'll work our side of the street. Leave us alone and leave victims alone. But you have to calculate it in. And by the way, that also means poor people. I grew up poor. Poor people, you know, they have a history too. Criminal justice is not an option for a lot of poor people. Obviously, this is complex, there's no doubt about it. We have to have a courageous conversation about it, I think. And part of it is looking at our history. And we also, look, we appreciated this issue because it got so bad with my agency that the shelter director in my town told me this. She said, Mark, your officers are arresting victims of domestic violence. And I thought, oh no, please don't tell me this. How do you know that? And she said, well, they're coming out of the intake in the jail, coming directly in the shelter. And sometimes shelters won't take victims who've been arrested. And sometimes, you know, legal aid won't help you out of being arrested. And if you've been arrested, there's a lot of things that happen to you at that point. And I can show you clemency projects all over the country where women are in jail because they killed an abuser. And it just makes you want to cry because you see this person who is now was a victim, now a defendant. And I think we'll talk about that as we go along too. So I asked her, I said, okay, well, let me look at this. So I started asking around my agency, and sure enough, a couple of weeks later, my officer said, yeah, my sergeants in the field said, yeah, we're locking up victims. They're exactly right. I said, I want you to look, now read the narrative, and if you see any sign of self-defense or any articulation of self-defense, I want to know. And I heard, they're not really really, my police aren't really articulating self-defense. I mean, of all the things we do. So I had to go back and do some training at our academy. And I said, look, folks, what is going on here? Why can you not articulate what clear, reasonable self-defense is in a violent confrontation? Oh, they would give me all kind of excuses. Oh, Mark, you don't understand. I said, well, I don't understand. I've been doing the work you have. I know, but it's not easy. And I thought, you know what? I had a couple of these people did this to me in class, and I said, wait a minute, you work for me. I remember a report you gave me one time. It was a drug arrest. And I got this report. You're a rookie, just out for a year. I remember this very well. When I read this report, I thought, man, this guy's going far because the narrative said this. When the suspect pulled into the parking lot late in the evening, the heat rose above the hot asphalt. It's like, damn, Tom Clancy's working for the police department. So now you tell me you can't articulate someone's using a reasonable self-defense? No, come on. If you're not motivated to do it, let me help you out with that. I'll help you out with that. Because the next time you use force, you better be prepared to do the same thing. And we fill out long reports on that. I shot this man because. You may have to. What policing is about sometimes. So you got to be ready to articulate that as well. And we weren't doing a very good job of it. And by the way, this wasn't just us. This was happening, and it still is happening in some parts of the country. I'll give you an example. This is a resolution. Now, the IECP, who I work for, I'm a contractor, they come out every year with resolutions. Here's what we believe in the largest law enforcement organization on the planet, 30+ thousand members, that you should do this or do that. This is one that came out in 2012, and a lot of our suggestion to people who work for them, opposing the arrest of petitioners for violations of their own protective orders. You wouldn't think you'd have to say anything about this. But we had police locking up victims for violating their own protective orders. Have y'all ever heard of anything like this ever before? Okay, you don't have to say anything. Yeah, it was happening. By the way, in Iowa, they can do it by law. It's the only state that can do this. When you go in the courthouse in Iowa, on the list, if you're a victim, the last line will say, if you violate your own protective order, you can be arrested by law enforcement. Yeah, they're the only state that does it, and they're trying to get it wiped off the books, but it still goes on. So we have to, in policing, we have to recognize that history, right? So it changed for us. Dramatic changes happened in the 80s when we started doing warrantless arrest. That was a big deal. We started to see the laws and social views and advocacy start to work on this issue. We started to see advocates and police start to work together for the first time. That was a new relationship. You ask most sheriffs and chiefs, how do you get along without advocates? They'll say, I don't need an advocate to do my work. We don't need them to write traffic tickets or work burglaries. But if you work these crimes, you're a fool not to have a partnership with advocacy, because you're not going to reach a big population of victims who still ain't called yet. And if you're good at what you do, then that advocate will say, hey, they're pretty good at what they do, which means you'll stop these crimes that are often repeat, which means you're, in the long run, making your officers safe because you're dealing with it. Advocacy will help you get there. Also, liability. You can be sued for denying someone equal protections under the law. That's civil rights. That's the 14th Amendment. It's pretty clear that that makes everybody equal. And you got an obligation to those people, especially when you're sworn, you swore an oath, you're in law enforcement. I'm going to protect you, and we don't. And now, not only is it, that's federal, but on state level, your state law has got mandates in it that says you got to do certain things for people. And if you don't do it, then you can't hide behind things like qualified immunity. It doesn't work. So we can be sued. The Petito case, I think, someone was talking about it earlier. I think it's a $50 million lawsuit with Moab Police. They're actually right now going before the legislature in Utah to get the liability caps lowered so they can sue this police department. And the police department's not going to win. They'll settle this thing before it's over with. $50 million. So we're talking multi-millions of dollars for not protecting people. That's changed us a lot. Research tells us how important arrest is, and it certainly is. So it's not about this. You've already heard a lot of this already. It's not about mental illness. It's not about genetics. It's not about alcohol or drugs. It's not about anger, out of control. And Scott, you're talking about this. Here's one. Well, officer, she pushed my button. And I got to the point, I heard it so much, I thought, I'm going to get somebody out here with a camera, and we need to photograph your button. Can you tell me exactly where your button is? Because it's elusive. It's the elusive DV button for law enforcement. Where is your button, right? It's all these denials without details. And I'm going to show you a lot of this to go along. It's not about stress. Hell, try to be an air traffic controller, especially today. That's pretty stressful. So there's other jobs that are pretty stressful. Some of these things don't help, no doubt about it. It's not about the victim. Now, this is the other part that we were making mistakes. So I'll give you an example. New Orleans police. I was down there years ago, before Katrina, doing training, and they were locking up a lot of women in New Orleans for domestic violence. As a matter of fact, the local paper did an expose on it, called me while I was there and said, can we give you the numbers? And I said, yeah. They said it's 50% women and 50% men. Does that sound right? And I said, oh, Lord, no. I said, if it's maybe 5% women, that's maybe close. I think Rhode Island was a state we've looked at as a bookmark for years. And I said, what'd they tell you? And the reporter said, well, they told us that they were equal opportunity arresters here in New Orleans. And I said, that's not crime analysis. Second, I said, was there anything else? They said, oh, yes. They said that women in New Orleans were more violent than anywhere else in the country. And I said this to this reporter at the Picayune, and I said, well, you are on to a bigger story, friend, because we finally found that lost Amazon tribe of women right here in New Orleans, the Wonder Women, with the sparkly thing. So we finally found them. We've been looking everywhere. I said, they're not training their police, right? And they don't understand this at all. And you got a problem. And since done a lot of good work in New Orleans, but they put that in that paper. They never called me back to New Orleans again after that. I'm not sure why they didn't. But we know now there's common characteristics to these crimes. We know that their course of conduct, you heard about this earlier, not an incident. We know there's trauma. We know there's minimization. We know it's underreporting. We know the offender's serial nature and their work. And I recommend to you, I'm a, a pretty average sort of hillbilly type reader. But I am a big fan of Malcolm Gladwell. And if you're interested in this topic, Malcolm Gladwell has got a book called Talking to Strangers that I recommend you read. Because what Gladwell does is he goes into this nature of the serial offender. He does a pretty good job of Nassar. Y'all remember Nassar, the guy at Michigan was raping the Olympians? While the parents were in the room with these young women, he was raping them while their parents were there, and they didn't realize it. And then he goes into Sandusky, who was raping little boys in the 70s, and Joe Paterno, the great football god, knew it and didn't stop him. He talks about this. He talks about how could this happen. How could we not see this serial nature of these offenders? It's a good read. It's not a long read, but he's got it, I think he got it spot on. How we see it, we can't believe it, right? Oh, that would never happen. That guy, I know that guy. So it's called defaulting to truth, and we're good at it, right? So when I talk to police about this, I say you got to resist this, this moment where it's groupthink. You got to think out of the box, always, 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 because when you come across things you cannot really see, but you know it's there. You don't see blood or gunshots when you see trauma. Trauma, trauma, trauma. We know all about trauma because of policing. Police kill themselves more than suspects. So we know about trauma and policing. So now we're starting to learn what it looks like. And it's not just freezing and running and immobility. It's also submitting to somebody. It's also negotiating with someone. This is a different view of it. And dissociation is another. When you dissociate, when your body can't get away, that's where children are. You can't get away, but your body stays there and takes all the punishment. This is the way to look at it. So if I've got somebody, now just think about this for a second. If I got somebody who's been in a relationship for 5 or 6 years, and I suspect they're being abused, how much negotiating do you think they do? How much submittal do you think they do? That's history. That's context. I'm looking at context inside of this. I want to see what's happened. Tell me everything that's happened, not just happened tonight, because I'm about to make a decision on an arrest. And you can't unring a bell. So you got to get it right, right? I had officers who worked for me and said, I don't know, I'll let the judge figure it out. And I say, whoa, man, what is wrong with you? The judge is home in bed. They don't work out here on the street with us. And then I had one officer one night, good man, he's a captain now in my police department, and I turned him loose after 6 months for probation. So we have academy with 6 months. You're on probation for 6 months, and then after that, we might give you maybe a handful of bullets, maybe. We turned him loose, college degree, well-trained, and I tried to get there before he made the arrest. I'm going to help him out. I was his sergeant. I pulled up, and nope, made it too late. I walked up the patrol car. In the backseat of that patrol car was the husband and wife in the same patrol car on a domestic, and I got kind of dizzy, and I braced myself against my car, and I thought, okay, just take a big breath here. Okay, I'm all right. Okay, so what happened? He said, Sergeant, I couldn't figure it out. I thought the best thing to do was just lock everybody up. And then I almost passed out right there, I swear. And I thought, oh, Lord, I'm going to get sued. I'm going to get garnished my wages. I'm not going to get that boat that I wanted, to go fish in. And I'm thinking, I should have probably gone to work for UPS. They have shorts, and they don't work Saturdays, and they have stock options. All this stuff's going through my head, right? So I unarrested these people. So I got them out, and I took the handcuffs off. And if you unarrest people, you need to do it delicately. And I recommend after you get the cuffs off, you maybe start off with a back rub, have them sit down, slip the shoes off. Let me hit those feet a little bit, because I don't want to be sued for false arrest, which you can be sued for false arrest. And that's what this young man, they did. But we straightened it out, and it was a teachable moment, and I tried to mentor as well as I could. But the other part of this came back to me. How could somebody who works for me do such a thing? What's going on here? I would never see the same officer back at the bank robbery and with a clerk in cuffs. Well, she gave him all his money. She tempted him. Well, no, wait, stop. Your wires are crossed here. That was my fault as a supervisor. And we slowly started talking to our officers about this, about how do you make that decision before you make the arrest. And we came up with a lot of, ways to figure it out. One of the ones that seemed to hit home with my officers was, you're not really on a call. You're just waiting for the next call, and you're at the red light, and you're wondering about, what's going to happen this evening when you get off, and adult beverage maybe, and you get to, play with the kids. And all of a sudden, this guy walks out in the middle of the intersection, and he starts directing traffic in front of your patrol car. And you go, what is he doing? He doesn't work for anybody, so you think, he's got a problem. So you step out of your patrol car and you say, hey, friend, whoa, man, what are you doing? Get out of the street, you'll get run over. Please, sir, come over here. Let me talk to you. It'll be all right. I'm trying to de-escalate a little bit and be friendly. I watch Andy do it all the time in Mayberry. So you try to get him out of the street, and he gets about 10 feet from you, and his fist come up, and he's coming at you. Now what do you do? What would you do? What would your normal reaction? What would you do, officer? Coming at you with his fist double. What would you do? What would you think would be reasonable? You say, hey, man, what's going on? Okay? He's moving pretty quick. He's not answering. Now what do you do? What would be reasonable? A person you don't know coming at you with a fist doubled up, but coming pretty quick, what would you do?
Stop.
You say stop. He's not stopping? Okay. See, this is your police officer. So you're going to Edison's Medicine. Don't write that down. So we're going to use what's it called? It was an electrothermal, they had some long name for it, electric rifle, they used to call it. And it does work, but not every time. Okay, so you tase him. He goes down, you put him in the car, your sergeant pulls up and says, hey, man, what happened? Sergeant, the man was in the street, he came with his fist doubled up, and I told him to stop, and he didn't, and I told him I was going to tase him, and he came anyway, and I tased him. He went down, and I cuffed him and put him in the car, and the sergeant says, good work, good work, good work. So, all right, let's get this all wrapped up. Where's the weapon? And you say, well, he didn't have a weapon, and the sergeant says, wait a minute. You used a taser on an unarmed citizen? You're under arrest. Now what do you do? And don't say tase the sergeant. That's not going to get you promoted. That's going to get you, you'll be seeing the boss pretty soon. But you might think, damn, man, what are you talking about? I can't defend myself? That's exactly what we were doing to domestic violence victims. We were going to the scene, and they were committing reasonable self-defense, and we were arresting them for it. So we had to explain this to our officers. We got to learn all about self-defense and add one more piece to it. Let's say a week before this intersection incident, you get a bar fight call, right? And you get to go in this bar, and this guy's causing trouble, and you arrest him. You bring him out to your car, and you get to the car, and he catches your nameplate, says, Officer Wynn, okay, I'll see you again, man, and you won't like it next time. And this happens all the time. Okay, tough guy, have a seat. Let's go see, the jail. And let's say now he's out of jail, and a week later, now that's the guy directing traffic in the middle of the street. How would you feel about that now? Would your feelings be different, maybe? Would you use force maybe a little faster, maybe, if he came towards you? Would you be prepared a little more after he made a threat towards you at the bar? What do you think? Right or wrong? You just human sort of reaction. Would you think that would be normal? To be ready? That's right. Right. We don't lose fights. police lose fights, everybody loses. That's the line. If it gets broken, we're in trouble. So you're ready, and you're ready now more because you got a history with a criminal. Now you are like the victim of domestic violence. You both share the same space here. So they know, right? They have a history. Now you've got a history with somebody as well. This was left out because when we started talking about history, that meant context. Give me the contextual picture of the crime so I can show it to the judge. This is not just about PC. This is proof beyond a reasonable doubt. So we have to make sure that we understand trauma. If you want a really good series of well-done trauma training films from, I believe this was Rebecca Campbell, who is at Michigan State. And she's done a series of films on trauma for everybody, including law enforcement, that are some of the best I've ever seen. And by the way, I understand she was giving them a heads up at Michigan State about Nassar, and I don't think they listened to her because all those people running that college lost their jobs. A couple of the FBI agents who worked that case ended up losing their jobs too. But anyway, if you want to understand trauma, I'm going to leave it with you there. That's a great place to go. So the other thing is the crimes we miss crimes, yes, we miss stalking. This is our mission. We miss stalking. We miss witness intimidation, kidnapping. All these crimes are felonies. Sin to walk past a perfectly good unused felony. So don't do it. And then the other part of this is stalking. I just wanted to bring this up because we miss stalking. And if we're doing a good job of the on scene, we're not likely to miss it. But here's what happened down in Houston, Texas, and I've trained at Houston for years, a great agency, fourth largest city in the country. But they looked at their stalking cases, and here's an example of how we miss crimes. They had 3,756 calls for service for stalking at their 911 center. Of those 3,756, only 66 ended up on a police report, and none of them went to court for stalking, no charges for stalking. So this is a good example of how we've missed crimes. You got to get over this too in policing. We want to put on the face, we know what's going on. Maybe not. Which means you have to constantly in policing assess, audit, assess. Ask anybody who works in the military. They have tons and tons of people. This is all they do. We should be doing the same in policing. What's it look like now? How do we reach out to the community? How am I doing, right? We should be asking that. And stalking is a big one, which we'll talk about a little bit as we go along. And I think stalking is pathway to murder. So if you want to avoid the murders that we were experiencing, 25 or 30 women murdered every year in my city, you have to look at stalking because 80% of our murder victims were stalked before the murder. And this is not rocket science. It was the police not responding correctly. We fixed that. We started stalking stalkers. And I'm going to tell you, folks, you're talking about fun policing. It is cat and mouse. If you're in law enforcement, you start stalking stalkers. And if you don't have a philosophy, a method, here's one for you. If you follow that QR code, you can download the National Law Enforcement Best Practice Model for dealing with stalking in the United States. Funded by the federal government. A group of us worked on this thing for 3 years, and we're handing it out to police everywhere now. So again, underappreciated, underinvestigated crime. And I'm bringing all this up because this is part of what our assessment, that how could we miss something like this? If we're not talking about context, we're surely going to miss it. There's no doubt about it. Hostage taking, we know the numbers there. Most taken during domestic violence incidents over the years. It's been true. And now, we're starting to see the mass killings. We just saw the whole family wiped out in Shreveport. I watched this on the news. Sullivan Springs, Texas church, largest church massacre in U.S. history. Walked in to kill these people at this church who were helping her get out of the relationship. And now every church I go to, there's guns. There are people in the church now with guns. They've got the Bible and they're 45 and they go to church. It's just, I know, they didn't say anything, but this is a reality we're living in today. It's just, we've gone nuts, I think. Now the other thing here, let's get this thing to work. Can you put a little grease on it? So when I started doing this, we had a box, and there was little sticks in it, and they were like real chalky things. They were like white chalky sticks, and we would run them across a blackboard and make figures and numbers, so it was chalkboard. And then somebody came up with a machine that had a thing on it that you could run a light through a piece of plastic, and this, everybody was, man, we're at high cotton now. And we used transparencies, and then we went to computers that aren't as reliable as a chalkboard. So what are you thinking there? How are we? Okay, there we go. All right, let's see if it'll work. So here's what happens when you miss the crimes. Violence escalates, people don't call us anymore, officer safety is compromised. So there's a lot at stake here when we don't thoroughly investigate these cases. And we've already talked about this already. This is just an illustration of the broadness of the depth of these crimes. When you got one, you got the other. They're all interconnected. They're course of conduct, not an incident. And when you look at it correctly, everything else comes into focus. All these other crimes come into focus. So if we're talking about priority, and I'm still amazed after all these years doing this work, when you poll police academies around the country, where you've got an academy that's almost 6 months of constant study, you'll see something like a dozen hours on domestic violence. And those officers go out on the street and spend a half of their career working domestic violence cases. So we're still fighting that old, we don't really think this is all that important yet, right? And then the other part of this is we have to understand why they're not reporting, and this is our shelter told us. They call them before they call us. And by the way, the numbers are on average for the first time after the 5th assault. Long histories, context, untouched, underinvestigated, not seen yet. So here's another reason why we should ask the questions. And then we know who the offenders are. You've already heard this already. They plan their crimes. They're very calculating. They're testing. We know because of all this, for us in policing, it's not just about response and investigation. It's also about prevention. We have to be part of the prevention in this work. So what's my time, Naomi? My so far so good? 2 minutes left?
53.
You're kidding me. All right, okay, so don't look at the screen, okay? Just look away for a second, and I'm going to, okay? So now you can look at the screen. So here's something else, too, and this is something for prosecutors and courts. There's nothing more unequal than the unequal treatment of, there's nothing more unequal than the equal treatment of unequals. I'll get it right. So you don't treat similar things dissimilar. You don't treat the similar things similarly. I'll get it right in a minute. This is all legal constructs. So if you're worried about going to a scene of a crime and saying, look, we got to treat everybody the same, that's true. The law's gender blind. But the experience of a victim may not be the experience of an offender, because when you ask about resistive violence, how they fought back, how they negotiated, how they appeased, how they withdrew, the offenders don't say any of this. And then the last thing here is, I'm going to go ahead here real quick, if I can get the machine to catch up, so forgive me. There's 3 kinds of abuse that we see. There's battering, ongoing pattern of violence, intimidation, coercion. We've already talked about that today. That's pretty clear. And then there's resistive violence. And this is what you'll see the victim often do. If I can get this thing to, it's really sort of on its last leg here. So this is violence used by the victim of battering in response to the abuser's coercive control. And they may just tell you at the scene, I slapped him, I hit him. That's not a confession. So that's resistive violence. And the third is, you could have somebody that just gets into a fight with a family member. That's situational violence. There's no rape, there's no coercion, there's nothing. It's just 2 people fighting. It's a crime, but it happens. So when we know that now, we have to be smart enough to figure this out. To say, I saw injuries, and Jane hit Bill, Bill hit Jane, arrested both. And then, let me show you. Forgive me for doing this. I'm going to stop at this point because I'm running out of time. Let me just put it this way. Is it reasonable? Is it reasonable this person did this certain thing to this person, right? And if you just stay focused on this, I think you're going to be okay. But we've got to start spending more time looking at that context, because the courts depend on us. You're the gatekeeper. Police are the gatekeepers here. And over again, when I talk to advocates, and still today, stay true today than it was when I first started doing this work in the mid '80s. I'm still hearing we're still making the mistake of misidentifying the dominant, predominant primary aggressor. And it's something I think that we can train ourselves into. And you heard a lecture already this morning from a very smart lady on coercive control, right? And I know you agree with me. We're about to go into a new phase of policing in the United States. And that is how to take the coercive control that now is being embedded into, I counted 13 states, does that sound right? And the civil, and on the civil side, family courts, and now it's about to move into the criminal courts. And you're going to start seeing states enact laws that said you can arrest someone for committing coercive control. The British are already doing it. The Irish have just started their work. The Scottish police are doing it. And they've criminalized it. So we've got some work to do of getting ourselves ready on how do we arrest somebody committing coercive control. And it's coming quick. Okay. All right, I'm going to stop at that point. I've got tons of work. I'll come back to this a little later. Did this make any sense to you at all? Okay. All right. I had to check in, make sure it makes some sense, right? So any questions or comments, or was this bovine scatology, or is this beneficial to you? What do you think? Okay. All right. So I think we got a break planned, but let me, when we come back, I'm going to show you something else that we put together about 2 years ago now. And it's a film on a lot of this I just talked about, and then we'll watch it and we'll have a discussion. But right now, take a 10-minute break. So
We'll take just a few minute break.
A few minutes?
We're going to have to log in, Mark, and get the movie up and going, so
okay.
yes.
So
use-
stretch,
use
smoke, joke, text.
Yes. Do
Come
all
on
your
back
things.
and we'll finish up.
Thank you, Mark.
Thanks, folks. You're welcome. Thank you, thank you. Oh. I ran completely out of time there.